Okay, we all in? We all in? Hello, everyone. Give me a wave. Just give me a wave. Woo! We made it. We made it. We made it. So cool. Well, thanks very much for coming. I'm founder and editor of the Journal of Biophilic Design, which I think a lot of you know anyway. But it was a podcast series. It's a digital and printed journal, obviously showcasing thought leadership, bridging the gap between research and practice. And I think this is a good indication. People online and throughout the day, you can leaf through copies of the journal in the garden room. So and please eat all the food because it costs lots of money. So I'll just please make sure you do fill your boots with all the pastries and everything else. This is a conference with a difference. People who know me know I don't do things like normal anyway. But I think never before there's been an interest in biophilic design from so many different industries and also across all sectors. The time is now. There's a mental health crisis, and there's also a climate crisis. Obviously, I've got my own personal story, like many of us in this room, how we, and also on watching online, hello, how we came about learning about biophilic design, and I witnessed firsthand the benefits of biophilic design. But really, when I realised how interior and exterior biophilic design helps the mental and physical health of people, and also it helps regenerate spaces and places for communities and also pro-social behaviour, but also ultimately how it can hold the key to regenerate our planet. All the pieces of the puzzle came together for me. And biophilic design is not just a trend, it's a critical strategy for a healthier and a more sustainable future. It needs to be written into the very fabric of legislation, and also sit as a central framework for everything that's to do with the built environment. But first of all, thank you for coming. Thanks to all our sponsors too, who we're going to be making mention throughout the day. First of all, thank you to Benholm Group for bringing some biophilia to our stage. They've been amazing supporters of the journal and everything to do with biophilia. They've been delivering plant and floral products and services with care and creativity for commercial clients for Scotland and the UK for 30 years. Also to Mood Sonic, who are soundscaping this hall. As I said, this is a conference with a difference, and it's also experiential. There are explainer slides, which you may have seen as you came in, explaining the soundscaping displayed on the screen at each break. And obviously, because this is indoors and we haven't got windows, the Mood Sonic do this soundscaping so we kind of feel like we're outside. It's subliminal, so it'd be interesting to see the feedback. You might need to turn it up a bit. Just have a bit of. We're crowdfunding this, as you know. I've not made a secret of that. So thank you to each and one of you for buying a ticket, for donating, for buying an ad as well. To Nook Wellness Pods for sponsoring our cotton bags. Mark McDonald, Rebalance Earth, Ecofond Saint-Gobain, Virtual Nature Walls for sponsoring the sessions. Miller Knoll. I've lost him. He's there somewhere. There you are. Hello. For sponsoring the Biophilic Design Guide, which was written by our friend and the science editor of the journal and the conference, as well, and obviously leading environmental psychologist Dr. Sally Augustin. I hope all of you got a copy already. Make sure you do. We're giving a printed copy to the first 100 people coming, and then we're sharing to everybody digitally as well. Thank you to all our speakers for being here in person, and those joining us online after the event as well. You're all part of this piece of biophilic history. There's so much to get through, so please come back to each session time. Kind of run. We've got the music premiere by Javier Rodriguez at 7:45. It's amazing. No, it's really going to be amazing. He's a fantastic pianist and he's bringing some music as well. So we've got a DJ set too. So I do want to see some swaggies later on. We've got exciting collaborations in 2025. We're hoping to run in America. Sally's going to be running that in America, also in Australia as well. But also collaborations throughout the world throughout 2025. It's just amazing. So really enjoy the conference. But first of all, I want to, with great pleasure, introduce Philippa Simpson. She's Director of Buildings and Renewal for the Barbican Centre, to the stage to say a few words and to open the conference for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ness. Thank you, thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here and to welcome you all to the Barbican, which is a building I love very, very much. I only found out a couple of days ago that I was going to say hi. So I just actually, it's been interesting walking around meeting all of you, and it really struck me, and I've just made a note of it, how closely everything you're all talking about relates to the values that we have as the Barbican Centre. I just joined 6 months ago, so these are inherited values. I'm going to read them out. Joyful, inclusive, connected, sustainable, and daring. Now that to me feels like everything you've been doing with the journal. So, I mean, this just feels like a really interesting dialogue between our two organisations. So as I say, I joined 6 months ago as Director for Buildings and Renewal. Barbican is a pretty challenging building. I came from the V&A, which is older, but I would say has been much more loved in its lifetime than the Barbican. Barbican's almost exactly the same age as me, so I have a very personal sympathy with its failing infrastructure. So I really, really get the problems. But obviously, what we're committed to is making sure that when we develop it and when we renew it, it's in line with the values I've just listed out. And the two most important, actually, for me, have been sustainable and inclusive. They've guided all our principles in decision-making around design, but also around how we do design. So I just wanted to make a quick note, because one of the first things that we're going to be addressing as the Barbican in the next 5 years is the conservatory, where you all were this morning, which is, I think, the most incredible space in London, if not the UK. A real rare green gem and a green lung, if you like, for the square mile. And actually, when I joined, what I brought with me from the V&A was a process of co-design, embedded co-design, really important, working particularly with younger visitors, because they are audiences of the future, and they are the people who are going to inherit whatever we hand on to them. So 16 to 29-year-olds. And what was so interesting is they took it as read that we're going to develop this sustainably. Of course we are, because we'd be idiots not to. But what was really interesting is how much they wanted to hear about that, and how much they then wanted to play an active role in pushing that forward once it was built. So actually this kind of passing of a baton and understanding what our legacy and our responsibility is now feels absolutely at the heart of everything we're doing. So just being able to kind of mill around, talk with some of you, and hopefully talk with more of you in the future and understand better what we might do to pass that button on healthily is a real privilege. So thank you so much for being here. I will be watching closely everything that you're doing. Unfortunately, I do have to crash off now, because I have to go and meet with some people who might help us pay for the conservatory. So that was already in my diary, I'm afraid. But enjoy your time here. Enjoy exploring the whole site. It's extraordinary. Hope to see you again soon. And with that, I will pass back to Ness to introduce your booked speakers.
Well, thanks so much. And yes, you didn't only know until like a couple of days ago, so bless you for stepping in. If anybody wants to get involved in helping the renewal of the Barbican in some way, then please do. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our marvellous keynote speaker, who is known to many of you, Oliver Heath. He is founder and director of Biophilic Design, a leader in health and well-being within the built environment. He's a researcher, designer, and advocate, and Oliver promotes the creation of spaces that benefit both people and planet. With 15 years of experience in TV, BBC, ITV, Channel 4, he's published 4 books, 8 white papers, I'm reading all this out here, and presented over 500, I can't believe that, 500 Rebus certified CPDs on biophilic design. Oliver is also a passionate sustainability advocate, working with organisations like the UK's Department of Energy, Security and Net Zero, the Energy Saving Trust, and Waste and Resources Action Programme. So, Oliver, thanks so much for joining us today. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Ness. Thank you, Ness. And what an honour to kick the day off. This is amazing. And wow, look at all you wonderful people. And for once, I don't have to stand in a room trying to convince everybody that biophilic design is just about plants. So that's amazing. So it's so wonderful to be here amongst like-minded thought leaders. And even if you don't feel like a thought leader right now, we have got such an amazing lineup of speakers today. By the end, you absolutely will be. And they're all as passionate about biophilic design and the dissemination of knowledge as I am. Now, in today's talk, I should say, I've got 15 minutes, I've got 45 seconds per slide. So forgive me if I talk a little bit kind of non-stop. I'm going to be discussing my company's work, Biophilic Design, over the last 15 years in developing our approach to biophilic design. We're going to be looking at the white papers, the research that we've created, and what we've called our expanded approach to delivering biophilic design, how we've put these strategies and ideas into practice with a series of case studies across workplace, education, residential and hospitality. And also I'd just like to touch on what I believe the future is for biophilic design and where it starts to need to go next. As you'll see, a lot of what I'm talking about in my talk initially is going to be expanded on in much more detail by some of the amazing experts here. So there is so much more to learn. But let's crack on. So, as Ness mentioned very kindly, my company, Oliver Heath Design, we are writers, researchers, strategists, designers and communicators around this area of health and well-being in the built environment. So I've spent a lot of time over the last 15 years kind of creating knowledge, writing it and talking about it. And I've got to say that none of this would have happened without the imagination, the energy, the brilliance, the minds, the passion of my team at Oliver Heath Design, many of whom are here today, Victoria Jackson, Rose Isaacs, Joe Baston. So I'd like to offer my sincere gratitude to you. You're here. I won't make you, though, you stand up or anything, because it's pretty terrifying. But also to our knowledge partners interface for their continued support over the last sort of 10 to 12 years in the creation of much of this knowledge. So thank you to all of you. So across all of our work, our intention is to think about how people connect with nature in the built environment, particularly those spaces where we see intense amounts of stress and anxiety happening. And this shouldn't just be considered across one plane. It needs to be thought about across a series of different time frames, but also spatial typologies as well. So it not just, don't think of it just as like, well, I go on holiday and have a really deep, rich immersion once a year on that big international holiday that's really carbon intensive. Do think about it, again, across different scales of space and across different areas of time, right down to that fact that, we spend 90% of our lives indoors. So it does beg the question, what is a healthy portion of nature and how do we deliver it and we create it in the spaces that matter to us most? Now, in our work, we have developed the approach to biophilic design in three particular ways. So I'm going to be talking about each of these in a little bit more detail with some case studies. So just to kind of summarize it, we've got the neuroscientific approach, and this is really about how that nature connection can benefit the individual. We've got the cognitive and sensory approach, which is an extension of the neuroscientific, that really looks at sensory comfort thresholds and the need to create more inclusive, diverse spaces. And then we have the socio-psychological approach. This is how we use elements of nature to improve humans' connection to nature and their experience of space and place, and also the people in it to enhance that sense of ecological and cultural community. So looking at the first of these, the neuroscientific approach. Now, I'm sure as kind of people who are interested in the subject already know, nature makes us feel good. When we spend time in nature, it has the incredible ability to reduce heart rates and blood pressure levels, to decrease stress, to help us to recuperate better. And, this is backed up by 30 years of empirical research by environmental psychologists that demonstrates in all sorts of building typologies that nature connection allows us to do whatever it is we're supposed to be doing better by reducing stress, by preventing the risk of kind of exhaustion and burnout. We can act better. We can deliver on that intended task in a much more efficient, productive, and creative way. The project I wanted to show you where we've put this into practice is in a school for neurodiverse children. No, that's the next one. Sorry. Is in a project where we created a wellness centre for not neurodiverse people, just average old people, in the middle of London. I'm sure I said that politically incorrectly, completely, really sorry. this was a lovely project right in the centre of London. I can't see the next slide, so I'm working a little bit blind here. This was a project in central London in Victoria. It was a really busy, noisy space right next to a road. There were double-decker buses going by. The whole building was rumbling. It was noisy, polluted, lots of geometric shapes. So we worked with the owners to think about what they wanted for the space, and they subdivided it into 4 different areas. As you walked in, there was a retail space right at the beginning that sold sort of therapies and crystals and things like that, and plants. As you walked through to the end, there was a community space where people could take a cup of tea and sit and meet and talk. There were changing rooms as well. And then as you walked through into the space, we had the meditation space, which is the image on the bottom left and the top right. So it was kind of a sort of multi-directional space. When we looked into how we might apply this, we did think about the WELL standard. There wasn't the opportunity to really use that, but we did look at kind of some of the really key factors that we could enhance. The use of natural and artificial lights, both the light coming through the windows, but also the use of these beautiful, warm Himalayan rock salt crystal lights. The issue of acoustics coming from outside, but also how people could hear each other and hear the kind of classes being led. The materiality of the space and the sensory quality of that, you'll notice a lot of the use of Douglas fir, which has a really soft, warm, pinky colour with a pronounced grain. The use of colours that were very calming, and also really intensely think about the sensory comfort thresholds as you transited from one space to the next. Next, moving on to the cognitive and sensory thresholds. It's worth remembering that as human beings, we've evolved in close connection to nature, and our senses evolved in nature over hundreds of thousands of years, and our senses were absolutely vital to our survival across that period of time. They helped us to seek out potential opportunities, be that water or food, to sense when an environment could support life, but also to recognize when there were potential threats or predators. Fast forward several hundred thousand years, and now we live in quite different urban environments. Our senses are often overwhelmed. We need to we become habituated to the sensory inputs. But ultimately, we live in enormously crowded, dense, and very distracting times. So there are some statistics here about just how distracting these are and how damaging that level of distraction is to how we operate in buildings and the delivery of that intended task. Now, it's worth remembering that actually we have a kind of an increasing level of recognition of neurodiversity in our environments. Currently, 15.5% of the UK identify as being neurodiverse. And that's kind of a horrible expression, particularly when you recognise that all of us exist on a scale between being hypersensitive and hyposensitive. So when we're hypersensitive, we tend to crave a little bit of visual and sensory stimulation, and we need it to actually deliver on our work. But when we're hypersensitive, then actually we shy away from it, and it can be really damaging and distracting. So all of us have a sensory comfort threshold that we need to think about. Elements of biophilic design, whether it's the key patterns that we find in the 15 patterns, or even some of the supporting theories, go a long way to help us create more calming, restful, supportive environments, but also the suggestion that we need diverse environments to meet all of these sensory comfort threshold levels. Now, as I've spoiled it already, I'd like to tell you about a project where we put these ideas into practice at a school for neurodiverse children, a project that we did with Interface. Could we start that film, please? There we go. So this is a really lovely project where we weren't allowed to use any real direct forms of nature. Biophilic design is a set of principles that can be used to improve the human connection to nature in the buildings that we live and work in. The brief for the design of this room was really that the children experience a lot of stress when they're in the playground. There's nowhere for them to retreat to. There's noise, there's confusion, there is activity, and the children were just getting overwhelmed. So we were asked to come into the garden school and to create a space that would be calming and restorative and help them to recuperate, to enjoy looking out onto the playground without feeling that they were going to be surrounded and overwhelmed by that noise and that activity.
I've seen in my experience working with them that they love to go outside and they love to learn by exploring different materials, and so to see them come in here and identify on a sensory level with the different features that are in the space was really exciting, and it's evident their enjoyment interacting with the space and using the different features.
Because we haven't got the opportunity to introduce real direct forms of nature into the space, the use of indirect elements of nature has been absolutely vital to create that natural feeling to the room. So we've used interfaces, carpet tiles across the floor, which introduce natural colours and textures, the greens, the different pile heights. Added to that, these cubicles uses interfaces net effect carpet tiles. And interestingly, the colour blue is long associated with the sense of calm and relaxation. So these little spaces are areas where the children can just tuck themselves in to retreat from the rest of the world. It even changes the acoustics when they're sitting inside them. And this amazing sense of calm and relaxation starts to happen.
The first time we came into the space, they went directly into these hexagonal cocoon-like shapes, and there's one particular child who every time she's come in, she goes into that space, and this is a child who actually seeks small, confined, dark spaces, so it was fantastic to see her immediately find something that fulfilled her need.
Simply putting window seats next to windows mean that when children sit and gaze out onto the playground, they're sitting in the space where they can maximise their exposure to natural light inside. But when the lights go down outside, we've got artificial lights within the space. We've used dimmable LED lights so they can control the lighting levels. And in the interactive feature, we've got different colour changing levels of light. So when they press an interactive feature, lights change and noises come out of the speakers and the amplifier. There's all sorts of ways that biophilic design can be introduced into education spaces. It's not about spending lots of money, it's simply understanding and recognising the opportunities that we have as designers to improve that connection to nature, be it a direct connection, be it indirect in the use of materials, but also understanding our human spatial needs of the spaces that we're living and working in. There we go. So now moving on to this idea of the socio-psychological approach. We looked at the work of Stephen Kellett, the godfather of biophilic design, and we combined that with the work of psychologists Macmillan and Chavez. We were interested in how elements of nature could bring people together. It sort of stemmed from that moment of sitting around a campfire and looking at the sort of significant physiological and psychological effect that that had on people, and thinking about how we might harness those ideas and bring them into the built environment. And I think particularly right now in a post-pandemic world, when we're all struggling to recognise how the problems that exist from, how easy it is to work at home, and yet how important it is to get people to come in, to get to an office or a building, to get them to meet and talk and share ideas. And when we do that, when they share ideas, it has the ability to, be much more sustainable in the way that we can kind of meet the challenges that we face. We can share knowledge, ideas, skills, resources. We can start to innovate. So when we think about bringing elements of nature into the built environment, what we've done is we've created 7 features that allow us to bring these natural features in to create spaces where people can meet, talk, share ideas. Maybe there's sort of incidental spaces where they may not even realise they're being kind of forced together. It's like a meeting space by the side of some stairs with somewhere to stop and talk. There's an enormous opportunity to think of design as a way that helps people kind of just come together and to form these stronger communities which have enormous benefits for businesses and communities. And this is something that we've taken into the work that we've been doing more recently with John Lewis and Partners, who are creating what's called build-to-rent apartments. So to their credit, very early on, John Lewis recognised that in order to get people to stay in rented accommodation, they needed to create some tangible benefit. So not only is that about creating amenities like, a cinema room and a gym, they also recognised that nature had a very sort of beneficial effect at bringing communities together, to putting people in a better state, to creating what was very clearly a thriving, flourishing community where people would start to meet and talk and create stronger friendships. So what we're doing now with John Lewis is we're working across a range of different professional silos, whether that's kind of urban planners, landscape designers, architects, interior designers, even facilities managers who are starting to listen to us, and to think about that entire nature connection throughout the occupant journey, not thinking about the kind of the siloed approaches between these different professions, and thinking about how these benefits will be both good for the likes of John Lewis, but also the occupants, and of course the ecological systems that exist in and around those buildings. Now, as we know, biophilic design is an evidence-based approach. It's based on 30 years of empirical research. And of course, that research is really important to pique the interest of our clients. However, it's worth noting that, as Paige Hodsman says, I think Paige is here today, without evidence, you're just another person with an idea. So we've got to back these ideas up. Many of us are doing projects. There is the opportunity to build on this data, and it's important to be doing that. We need to be thinking about not just the quantitative things that we can measure, the temperature, the light, the indoor air quality, but also talk to people, see how they're feeling. In the project that we did with the BRE, we were asking people how they felt when they walked into work, if they were able to focus. Are they able to have conversations with people? How do they feel when they got to the end of the day? Did they feel like they were productive? There is a really important need, not just to look at the things you can measure, but also some of the more intangible qualitative aspects. And this is something that we did with surprising amounts of success for a project we did with Knight Frank Investment Management quite recently, where we undertook an office refurbishment project with a really, really small budget. They did a pre-occupancy evaluation initially. They recognised that people weren't happy with the space. They then used that as a brief to give to us. We identified that there were a number of problems with the space, that people weren't meeting and coming together. There was a lack of social space. So we used our very, very tight budget to think about relaying out the space to create areas where people could come together around nature, incidental meeting spaces where they could just sort of touch down and kind of have a meeting and talk. And then once they'd sort of moved in, 6 months later, we did a post-occupancy evaluation. And we found incredible levels of improvement within the building. Individual productivity went up by 13%, meeting productivity up by 21%, a general sense of pride of the office up by 26%. So this kind of accumulation of knowledge is not just good in terms of us building a relationship with our client, it's about us developing the world of biophilic design. Now, this is really important as we look into the future. Now, it seems like an incredible missed opportunity that when we talk about sustainability in the built environment, all too often the success of the things that we implement is measured in carbon, whether that's embodied or operational carbon. But we're living in such a complex time with so many different crises, whether that's the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, social, economic and health crises. These are really complex problems that do need joined up thinking. We need to think much more holistically, to think across these professional silos, across supply chains and value chains, and to apply nature-based solutions so that all life can flourish. And this is something that we explored recently in an exhibition at the Rocker Gallery in West London called the Biospaces Exhibition. So essentially, we were exploring nature-based design solutions, looking at biophilic design, bio-based materials, biodiversity, biomorphic, and biomimetic design. And in each, we identified what the subject was, what the problems were, but also how we could bring all these ideas together to essentially create a more bioregenerative approach. Now, we identified these issues and looked into this in much more detail recently with a white paper through the lens of what's called life-centered design, which looks at the built environment more holistically. Now, it requires us to go beyond the human-centered quality of biophilic design and to ask ourselves, how can we contribute to a thriving future for all living things? Life-centered design helps us broaden our understanding of nature, to recognize that nature is more than just individual physical elements such as plants and animals, but that is actually the interconnected series of systems that support the diversity of all life on Earth. And human beings are very much part of that system, not separate to it. So we need to design across the material and value chains to look back and forward, both in space and time, and to understand how we can regenerate our environments rather than simply sustain them in an already depleted state. Now, all of these white papers and more can be found here. If you've got a phone, you can quickly take a picture of that QR code. You can download all of these for free from our website. These are written with interface, so very quickly, you've got about -5 seconds to do that. Loads of knowledge here that we've written over the last 10 years. Hope you got that. If not, you can find them at Oliver Heath Design /white papers. Now, although I've been working in this field for nearly 15 years, I believe we really still are in the infancy of biophilic design awareness, adoption, and application. But even at this stage, it's worth nudging the needle on and to develop it. So I'd urge you to question the practice, to be a magpie, to borrow from other adjoining bio-based practices, to cross professional silos, and to use data and to create your own data. There is so much scope to explore so many benefits of enhancing nature-based connections in the built environment, be that to the building owners, to business owners, to occupiers, to us in the design community, and of course, to the biodiversity that we are so ultimately completely reliant on. Now is the time to apply the principles, to measure and truly value the role that nature plays in our society and cultural and ecological societies too, and to create happier and healthier spaces where all life can flourish. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've completely overspoken, so no time for questions, but I'm here all day, so do come and find me. Thank you.
Yeah. Make sure you do go and collar him, because, and with all your questions, even the difficult ones, actually find the most difficult one, then ask him, because he'll have an answer. So I don't know, we've now got the healthcare sessions coming up. I don't know if Matthew Page, is he here? Is he in the room? Matthew Page, are you in the room? Yeah, if you can make your way to the stand, thank you very much. This session is kindly sponsored by Mark McDonald. They're one of the world's largest employee-owned engineering management and development consultancies. From planning and design to delivery and maintenance, they apply technical expertise and digital innovation to manage critical systems. They support clients' growth through promoting accessibility, inclusion, empowerment, resilience, and well-being. And here we have Matthew Page. He's Chief Operating Officer of Avon and Wiltshire Partnership, NHS Trust, and also a visiting fellow of the University of West England. He's a mental health nurse and advocates the evidence-based practices to improve clinical outcomes and people's experiences. Over to you, Matthew. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ness. It's great to be here today. I too have got 45 seconds a slide, I think I've worked out, so I will be rattling on a bit as well, and thanks for that lovely introduction. I won't dwell on it anymore. Suffice to say that I've been working in mental health care a very long time, and over the years been more interested in how we start to think about nature in some of the things that we do in mental health care. My focus has often been on institutional mental health care, which is what I'm going to talk about today. Thank you. Next slide, please. Or do I do that? Sorry. It's a good start. So in the beginning, a colleague and I recently wrote a book chapter about the history of mental health care, thinking about where it all started. And I've got a theology degree as well. And I said, I know where it started. There's an account in Mark's Gospel. So AD 30, there's an account of how the mentally ill were cared for. It's a very tragic story. And basically it talks about a man who was chained up outside town. So he was kept at arm's reach from his community, chained up amongst the tombs of the dead. Those of you that know that story or know it unfolds, and it's a sad story that ends with a good ending. But nonetheless, that's how mental health care began, as far as we can tell from recorded history. So fast forward then through to the 18th century, Bedlam, you'll have heard the Bethlehem and Maudsley Hospital, I think it's somewhere in London. The Bedlam Hospital was run by monks. It was the first kind of institutional care, but obviously it didn't offer a lot in the way of treatments. But it was the Victorians who really got organised, like they did with everything else, with sanitation and housing and all sorts of other things, they really started to think what organised healthcare needed to look like. And this is where it gets quite interesting from the point of view of this conference. This is Horton Road Hospital in Gloucester. This is where, this is my local community. You can see that wonderful design with that great arc at the front of the building, and then you can see the space around it. If I move on to my next slide, that you can see on the right there, that's that hospital. So this was the hospital boundary wall that the Victorians built. That's half a mile there to there. So you can see the scale of the space that they had around them. So there was a farm here, there was a brewery here, there's a church here, and then if you look, this is basically present day. That's the mental health unit for all of Gloucestershire now. So that gives you some sense of the scale. This is now District General Hospital. That's Gloucestershire Royal there with theatres and umpteen different wards. But the mental health unit is literally that bit there and that bit there. So you can see how we've changed our aspirations of how we create space and greenery around people with mental health care needs. Moving on a little bit more. This is a design that we included in this book here, which is the second edition of the Psychiatric Intensive Care book that I was involved in writing. You can see a really utilitarian kind of structure there, unimaginative, sight lines everywhere, so there's glass panels between all these rooms here, so you could see it everywhere. We created basically a panopticon, and that meant then that all the nurses spent a lot of their time sat in that office because they could look out. So we decided that wasn't exactly where we wanted. It does have a garden there, but it's not a lot of green space. And then concepts move on a little bit. So this we included this design in the current book we've just published this year. This is a more contemporary intensive care unit. So you can see there that it's got a completely different kind of functional shape. All of the hard lines have kind of been softened. It has still got a garden, and there are quite a few windows looking out across the site. We've tangibly changed how we think about wards just in that 10-year period. And a lot of the this is both on the same site, a lot of the learning for that design was what didn't work in the design I showed you in the previous slide. I realised when I was making my notes for this talk, thinking, does everybody know what the inside of a psychiatric ward looks like? And then I thought about televisual and film representations and thought probably not. They're generally not too bad environments. There are no bars. There are no lots of locks and chains and all that type of stuff. This here is what we call a multi-sensory room. You can see there is a biophilic picture on the wall. Lots of our wards have this type of facility for de-escalation. That's a rather utilitarian type of ward corridor. That's in a medium secure unit. You can see shiny floors there. Everything has to be wipeable. But we've also got a cafe. That's our medium secure unit, the cafe, run by the patients at our hospital in Bristol. So the hospital designs have moved on quite a bit. But now we're doing something else. So my colleague Emma that's here today is leading on a project to design a whole new learning disability unit in Bristol. So on one of our larger hospital sites with medium secure and other specialist wards around it. But we've basically levelled an old ward, and we're now building a completely new structure. And one of the interesting things when I was asked to get involved was thinking about how nature is at the centre of the project. We've included a lot of learnings from work that we've been involved in. I'm involved in the Green Social Prescribing National Pilot. Bristol is one of their 7 pilot sites, and we've learned a lot around including nature in the clinical practice of our services and working out how we embed that in an inpatient ward design. So the very centre of the ward here is actually an outside space. We're hoping it'll be more green than that, but that's sort of CGI came up with when we asked for pictures. More interestingly, every single bedroom will have its own garden. So wherever you are in the ward, you'll be looking out from your room into a green space or back out into your own individual garden. This isn't very easy to see, but basically the bedrooms here are cloistered around the green space here, and then there is green space every single individual garden around each individual bedroom, so people have got their own space they can go to, a bit like some of the principles we heard about earlier. So just a few things in terms of the difficulties including nature in design. There are so many things that we also need to think about when we're designing hospitals. So security is obviously a primary consideration. By that, I mean all aspects of safety, not just locking doors to keep people in. Observation, so being able to see around the unit so that we can provide good sense of safety for patients so they know that they're being looked after. Robustness, these units take an absolute beating and the patients can often damage them as well. You know, it's the staff bouncing around with meal trolleys and that, they really get eroded really quickly. Infection prevention and control, you'll have remembered in 2020 we had a bit of a thing happen in the NHS. Completely changed how we viewed mental health care. We'd never thought before about donning and doffing areas for wards, so we now have to build in shower rooms, locker rooms and everything for nurses. When they come on duty, they can change into their clean kit and change out of their dirty kit at the end of the day. Access for treatment space, both therapeutic space for talking and medical treatment. Accessibility, noise, single-sex accommodation is a massive consideration for us as well. So just in my last minutes, a few things to just say, things that we've learned about from the Green Social Prescribing pilot in particular. We've got really good empirical evidence on this, published by Sheffield Hallam back in September. We know that it increases happiness and decreases anxiety. One of the fascinating things for me as a manager of 5,000 people is practitioners and clinicians are always enthusiastic about it. It's really cost effective, so 900 people can get a course of nature-based treatment for one patient staying in hospital for a year. And we also know that we can provide access for people in underserved groups who our traditional service models are really poor at engaging. So the main thing that I wanted to, that I try to embed in what we're doing is helping people find their fascination with what's going on in their environment and around them, and in that fascination then really creating that space in their own minds to alleviate their own distress. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Matthew. We're going to be doing follow-up events next year, so we and obviously ask questions in the break. We've got next Siobhan Wyatt. She's Director of Property of Maggie's Care Centres. She transitioned into construction from art history, fine art and interiors before joining Maggie's. She worked with high-profile projects, including the Tate Modern and also the Westminster Abbey's Queen's Diamond Jubilee Galleries. So welcome to the stage. Siobhan Wyatt, please. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'm conscious I've got quite a few slides, but hopefully they're slides that are big enough and submersive enough that you'll just be able to look and relax and enjoy them. I feel very at home here, so I'm going to start by saying I read the first page of the journal, Bio and Philia, Love and Life, and it just reminded me of the quote that Maggie Keswick-Jenks herself started with, which is, above all, what matters is not to lose the joy of living in the fear of dying. And that, in essence, is the motivation and the genesis of everything that Maggie and Maggie's, the charity, try to achieve. It speaks to our birth, our growth, and our future, and we will always be part of the biophilic design. Maggie always noticed, and this was the first thing, the small things, the tiny things, and it's from those small things that this big movement that we're also part of in the last 30 years has grown from. Maggie Keswick-Jenks was a landscape architect, married to Charles, who was an architectural historian, who probably a lot of you know this story, but she was diagnosed with cancer in her 40s. And during that process, just her experience of the NHS and her experience of her treatment, she was overwhelmed with how wonderful the treatment was, but felt such a sense of disappointment and upset that they couldn't do everything they wanted to do. There was a moment in her final diagnosis, she had been for treatment before, and when she came back when she was diagnosed again in the consultant's room, the consultants had given her very devastating news and then said, unfortunately, I've got to meet other people. And so the nurses showed them out into the corridor. And while she was there, she would see nurses that she knew through her treatment who were like, hi, Maggie, how are you? And just the sense of trying to digest and come to terms with the information you've got while you're sat in the corridor with strip lighting over the top of you and trying to respond to that. It was that sensory overwhelm came to her, and then through her treatment, noticing the small things like she couldn't get up out of bed to look out of a window. When she was in the toilet, she could see a gap at the bottom and a gap at the top, and the gowns didn't close. Those small things, they were the impetus for her to look out of her window and see what you see on the top left-hand corner, which was a little disused stable. And this provoked her and Charles to have conversations with their community, with their rich architectural friends and artistic community, to see what could be done. And so, as you can see, this is our first centre in Edinburgh, which has been transformed into a beautiful space. It was small to begin with, it's had 2 extensions since, and it's just an example of this is the blueprint. So every time that I'm starting a new project, I go back to Edinburgh to really try and get the feel and the sense of what was there. But it's really important just to see what we're reacting against. And, you know, this is an old slide. This is Charing Cross Hospital. It is indicative, but I will say that in my time, even at Maggie's over the last 6 years, those conversations you have with the NHS Trust and possibly post-COVID, we're pushing at an open door. People are understanding this more, so they want to be part of what we're doing as opposed to, and they want us to come and influence not only the site that we're given, but additional spaces. And we are advocates in, if there's any green space going that they want us to influence, we will make that happen. And so this is our West London Centre. Let me just get to my right one. Yep, West London Centre. So this was Richard Rogers, 2007, so one of our early ones. But it was really, we had Dan Pearson working on the landscape design, and this garden that you see at the front here, which again you can see here, the journey that happens. So when Maggie came out of that consultation room, what we wanted to do was enable the consultant to go, do you see that orange building down there? Go there, they can help you. And then that is the start of the literal journey as well as emotional. I know we overuse it, but it's actually relevant in what we do. And so Dan actually managed to convince the trust to give us a section of land under license, a sort of a shrub area out the front that isn't part of our demise, to create a meandering path all the way through with pause points, because we recognise the moment you get the information to the moment you get to the door, you're not sure of yourself, and there is a massive step to overcome to actually admit that you need the help. And so those pause points to us are essential. Those sight lines when you get to the door, which details I've got to show you later, is one of the most important things that we ask the architect to design, because it's the first physical moment you're admitting you need help. And that goes through from the outdoor to the interior, everything biophilic related. We've subconsciously and done throughout the 30 years, and it's wonderful that you can actually articulate this thing that we do with words now. So the inside and the out, the moment where you're trying to digest the information, you have spaces for your eyes to wander while you're considering everything. So a bit like perhaps a Rothko exhibition, I'm hoping these slides allow you to digest the detail that you may have heard in the last 2 sessions. And you can see here with our Aberdeen Centre, there is a literal relationship between landscape and our architecture. The concept of the pebble on the grass. I will admit it's a slight nightmare to upkeep in terms of maintenance, but apart from that, which is one of the learnings that we do. I think this is the conversation that we're having today is really to help me as well as other people on how we can do this better. And as custodian of a building like this, I need to understand how to look after it. But the sort of shell-like structure creates an archway over the entrance, which in our beautiful Scottish weather gives a moment for you to be able to access the outdoors in a climate that enjoy it in the rain as well as the sun. And as one of our centre heads said, if I need to get work done in this centre, I've got 2 days in June to do it, and that's it. Those natural forms that you see on the outside are reflected inside. Everything we do, that transience between outside and inside, I've seen it in my time grow in importance as we've developed, and that you'll see that in some of the other centres that I show you. Dundee, our wonderful Frank Gehry, this playful building, and it's sort of juxtaposition to the landscape, but also the way that Maggie's has those conversations with people that we're involved with and how we relate that to the human condition. And we worked with Anthony Gormley to bring his piece of artwork, Another Place, to this, which is really how the human is trying to understand themselves in the context of where they are. And we hope that it's a thought-provoking piece. Again, it kind of distracts you on your journey to that centre when you're actually trying to ask for the information that you need. But we hope that it's kind of reflective. The answers that they get, we hope they get in the Maggie Centre. Our wonderful Manchester Centre, so Norman Foster. The building is built on the north section of the site. The garden is predominantly on the south section. There is a beautiful wrap-round porch, which again, a bit like the Aberdeen Centre, allows people to enjoy weather in all its glory in Manchester. And I've often seen visitors asleep under the sheepskin rugs that we provide on the stairs when it's pouring with rain. There's a fire just inside the door as well. Another extension of this design was quite late in the design process. We were all convinced that we needed a greenhouse. And so we really pushed and worked hard to make this happen. And what you see is it facilitates an interaction. What we want is visitors to have agency and understand their own power within their own diagnosis. And so this enables them to do. Many of you probably know Leeds. Leeds is our wonderful plant pot. I'll just let you, they speak for themselves in terms of where we are with biophilia and the wood and the plants that we try to engage inside and externally, and that view all the way through to the kitchen so people can really understand their sense of place. Southampton was a wonderful example of Amanda Levette and Sarah working in harmony to try and make the building disappear, to use materials that are reflective of and of nature. We have moments within, this is the Edmund Duval Poetry Corner, where you can sit, contemplate and appreciate the outdoors. And these are just some slides of that beautiful. It was lovely to see it change from high vis reflecting in that to actually greenery when the building was complete. Oldham is one of my favourite. I remember going there in a dank, dreary day, and the orange of the space just elevated you with this warmth. It's the physical experience that you get in all these places. There is an academic and theoretical application to some of our designs. This was the cells dividing, and the nucleus is the light in the centre. But I like to think of how we can overcome the academic to actually feel the physical input or the physical improvements that these buildings give. This is our Stephen Hall. I will skip through some of these because I've only got a minute left. I knew I'd overtalk. And Swansea is one of these. I'm going to see this on Thursday. So, as I said, I know that this is of the cosmos. What I'm really interested in seeing on Thursday is watching people come in, because you can physically see their shoulders drop when they come into our centres to see how they respond. This is our wonderful Cardiff Centre with our cwtch, the Welsh for hug, and the embrace that we create. Finally, this is our final centre that I was going to show you. This is Abe Rogers Marsden. It's a large centre, but the details that we put in place go from the grand, we've got the Frank Gehry beautiful roof, but down to the very detail of the door handle that you see on the toilet, the colours that we use. The toilets are as important as the landscape. We need spaces where people can shut the door and have a good cry in comfort. And that's really what I want to say. The extension, biophilia, as you said in one of your slides, goes out from the particular to the building, to the national, to the region. It's everything that's involved in the human experience. These are our two new, this is Royal Free, which opened in 2023. And just as a sneak preview, this is what I am building now. So this is Steve Marshall's centre in Northampton. And just sort of looking ahead as my final comments, you know, the legacy, the responsibility that we've got with these buildings, I feel very much on my shoulders to be able to maintain them, be custodians of them, enable them to live. And part of that is also collecting the data on how these do physically improve, our visitor experience, and Maggie's is working on that at the moment and are developing a lot of that. We always know anecdotally, talking to visitors, that is the case, but we want to also back it up with that empirical evidence to be able to prove to donors and because this is fully, this is self-funded, or this privately funded, every single one, and they're not cheap, as you can imagine. And we don't shy away from that because we know that the excellence that will bring. So I hope you enjoyed looking at those. Thank you very much for having me. I'm here for the day as well, so do come and talk.
Yeah, wouldn't it be amazing if all healthcare was built like that? You know, really? So thank you so much for coming. I just feel so honoured that you came, so thank you. Is Higgs in? He is. Okay. Do you want to go next? I know we were going to have actually. Sorry. Do you want to sit down first? Come here. Sorry. I think we've got Laurie next. Is that right, Maggie? Is Laurie next? Or is Higgs next? I don't mind either way. If you change the slide, Laurie. Laurie next. Thank you. Well, Laurie's from Third Age Design. She's there. She couldn't make it today, but she wanted to.
I'm Laurie Pinkerton-Rowley, past president of the British Institute of Interior Design and director of Parkgrove Design, specializing in healthcare, care home, dementia, and senior living design. I'm also the host of the Third Age Design podcast, or TAD. We have listeners in 63 countries, and this is an international hub for sharing best practice and also the latest innovations in care home design. I'm also a cancer survivor, and that's where I'm going to start today as the user of somebody who's been in a facility when they're feeling vulnerable, but there's biophilic design inside. The Macmillan Horizon Center in Brighton is such a facility, and I have used it. And they recently completed a survey of over 3,000 users, of which I was obviously one. I can describe it to you briefly. It's got very large open windows, views over Brighton, plantings outside, trees and foliage both inside and outside. It made me feel supported. It made me feel actually uplifted when I was using the facility. Let me tell you about some of the other quotes that they were kind enough to give me for today's talk. It feels like a big hug. It feels like a sanctuary. It feels like a safe space at a time when you don't feel very safe in your own life. Now, what did you notice about that? No one was saying the seats were comfortable, or the windows were big, or I liked the plants. They were talking about how they felt. And that's why biophilic design is absolutely critical. It's like good dementia design. You don't put up a banner that says, wow, we've done dementia design, or yeah, we've done biophilic design. It's good design, design as it should be. Now, today at the conference, you're going to be learning about how to explore and deliver on biophilic design. But I want to give you a very tangible example from a recent podcast that goes back to May of 2024, when my guest on the podcast was Professor Paul Eshelman of Cornell University in the United States. And he and his students had just completed a very long study on end-of-life spaces and what made them successful for the patients, but also for their family members. And what do you think were his two biggest findings? Number one, big windows, views to the outside that you can see either from the chair or from, in most cases, the bed. Number two, windows that open, so that rather than the smell of hospital cleaning products, you had the smell from nature, from outside, from the plantings that were outside. Now, obviously, if your facility is located in the middle of a roundabout, you might not do that. There would be other approaches you could take. But as my brother Steve says, none of us are getting out of here alive. My point is that we can make the journey so much more meaningful by not separating ourselves as a species from the world at large just because we can. I took a 3-month sabbatical in Japan a few years ago, and one of the things that I noticed is you'd be walking down a hallway and there'd be just a small oval or beautifully framed window inside. And you'd think, well, I must look through that. It's what people do. You'd look out and there would be a courtyard of maybe a half a meter, beautifully framed by the window. Stones, the odd tree, you know, the Japanese look, some sand. It was stunning. It was also very, very biophilic. I'd like to give you another example from Japan. Whereas we might take a bay window and put some seating in it, a sofa, maybe some chairs, the chairs might even swivel around. For the most part, where we have windows, our furniture in the West looks in. In Japan, you're much more likely to get a countertop with some stools or some seating of some kind looking outside and a foot bath underneath. Nice warm water while you're enjoying the views of nature. Now, where would you rather live? Biophilic design has come of age, and attending today means that you don't want to be left behind. And that can only be a good thing from which ourselves and future generations will benefit. It's how we're supposed to live. And remember, it's like a big hug. Enjoy the conference.
So thanks to Laurie. She specialises in third age design and dementia design. So I do encourage you to look on there. There's all the links on the conference brochure. Higgs, now you can come up. So Higgs is General Manager and Biophilia Regeneration Expert at the Dutch architecture firm Orga. He's a historian and Living Future accredited professional. I'm not going to waffle on. I'm going to let you do your bit. So,
sure, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Hello, great to be here. My name is Gijs Brugging. I know the name is a bit difficult maybe for some of you. I'm here. I work at Orga Architect as a consultant and researcher. I'm here today to show you a couple of our projects where we used biophilic strategies to provide health benefits. First, a quick word on the firm. We're located in Nijmegen in the east of the Netherlands, and we specialize in designing natural architecture using wood and bio-based materials and biophilic principles. And the Netherlands is very much a country that's based on building with clay bricks and concrete and steel. And we're trying to, with each project, we're trying to demonstrate what's possible with bio-based materials and try to push the building industry away from these carbon-intensive materials. One of those projects is a good example. It's the school we built in Almere. It's called the Verwondering. And some of you that follow biophilic design might have seen this project gain attention when it won the Stephen Kellert Awards last year in both the European and global categories. But for this session, I'm going to show you a couple of different projects that are in the field of healthcare. And the first one is a dental practice in Middenmeer. The building was designed by Daan Brugging and Guus Degen. Daan is actually the founder of the firm and our senior architect. And he's also here today, so if you'd like to meet him, feel free to come over and have a chat. So each time we start with a new project and our team is reading the brief, we're also always looking for the challenge that lies within. What kind of potential problems for the occupants can we solve through the design of the building? What kind of bio-based materials and biophilic principles work best on that location? And in this case, I think we can all agree that going to the dentist is not our favorite way to pass the time. So the challenge was to create calming spaces that would make the visit maybe not a lot of fun, but at least a lot less stressful. Let's see. Looking back on this project, it always makes me think of a quote by Bill Browning. And he said that there's no science that shows correlation between the quantity of biophilic patterns and the degree of health benefit. So it's best to just focus on a few patterns and do those really well. And that's what we did in this project as well. We chose a small set of biophilic patterns to focus on. In this case, it was the natural light, using wood textures, providing a view and experience of nature, and giving the feeling of prospect and refuge. And this image shows the back side of the building when you approach it for the first time. It's completely covered in a living green wall, and you see the green roof. And when you go in, the first room you enter is this waiting room that has daylight coming in from all sides. And that we use light finishes to kind of emphasize the effects of the light, the shadows and the reflections. Next slide shows the employee hallway, where you can see that we specifically lowered a piece of the roof to bring in even more daylight from above. The lights you see on the lowered ceilings are actually daylight as well. They are called solar tubes. They're like holes in the roof and with reflective tubes that bring down sunlight into the interior. And you see here in the middle section of the building is a series of treatment rooms. Those are indicated by the wood finishing. This is the employee side. And on the other side, you see this slightly curved hallway. That's how the patients reach those treatment rooms. And it's flanked with these 3.5 meter high windows that provide a lot of daylight and a great view of the surroundings. The type of wood we chose is specifically chosen because of their striking textures it has. And we use natural oils to bring that effect even more. So once you're seated in the patient chair, you have this view through the tree line across the typically flat Dutch landscape. So that way the patient feels safe in the confinement of the room, but he can enjoy the view of the landscape and be distracted by it at the same time. The privacy of the patient is protected by a one-way film, a one-way filter on the glass partition there that allows people to look outside, but people cannot look in from the outside, so you're not being seen while you're sitting in a chair. This building design has also proven to be quite successful in the building sense. The dentist tells us that he's able to treat an additional patient per room every day, so that's a lot better than in the practice before. So either the people in that area have really bad teeth, or investing in biophilic design worked for the dentist. In this case, you can see that like focusing on a few biophilic patterns can really give a successful effect. Especially in this case when people are visiting the building for a short time, so the exposure time is relatively short. If you compare that to, for example, the school that we saw earlier, the children there are there every day and they spend 6 years there. So there a multi-layered approach with dozens of different principles work better. So those are different kind of strategies you could use. In 2021, let me see the next slide. And that's from the outside. You can see like the one-way film inside. It's all white if you look in from the outside, so you can't look into the rooms. And there are these adjustable solar, what's it called? Sun guards, not sure the word. But those can be slided in and out, so they can protect the whole building or be open all the way. In 2021, we reached the final of the Stephen Kelt Award with this building, but unfortunately we were up against the fantastic Maggie Center that we saw earlier. So that one, the one by Hedwig Studio, and that one so beautiful that took the main prize, justly so. So on to the next project. This is another building that has to do with healthcare, and it focuses on preventing mental health issues in office workers. So nowadays, many of us work in offices all day behind the computer screen in these like high-pressure environments that are made from concrete and steel and are really far removed from nature. And this retreat in Westbrook is designed as a place for the urbanized professional to come and recover and reconnect with nature. It was designed by Daan Bruggink and Aafke van Dijk. And this slide shows the view from the street. So when you first approach the building, you see this facade. In this case, similar to the dental practice, we choose again to focus on a small set of biophilic principles. View of nature, using the green roofs, like a minimalistic design, and again the prospect and refuge effect. Because we wanted to make this retreat a place where people could stay comfortably, but not too comfortable, because the whole idea of the retreat is that people go outside and recover by being in nature. So we try to kind of push them to do that through the design. So the design directs attention to the natural environment and gently but firmly nudges the visitors to just go outside. So on this side, you can see there's not a whole lot going on in the building. On the other side, that's totally different. You can see the small, like yellow square in the corner there, and this is the landscape behind it. It's a huge area of rewilded farmlands, and the location, the retreat, kind of unlocks this whole variety of nature experiences behind, in the orchards, in the fields, and the canals and the lakes. And this, you can see, is the back side. It's completely transparent, and really it completely opens up to the landscape behind the building. There's an old haystack there that offers a sheltered space where you can have breakfast or dinner, or just sit outside, have a chat, and enjoy the view. From inside the building, it looks like this. You can see how the transparent facade offers a great view of the landscape behind, and kind of tells people to go outside and go into the garden and sit beneath the tree next to the lake. One of the key features of the building are these like steeply inclined green roofs that make the buildings part of the ecology and kind of blur the line between what's nature and what's man-made. You can also see a piece of the garden where visitors can take part in gardening courses. That's one of the things they offer there. Sure. So there's a certain level, that's the contrast between the roof and the facade serves to bring out the greenery even more. The dark colors come from this Japanese wood treatment, where they burn the outer layer of the wood, and we finish it with oil to give it this beautiful shiny gloss. This is the main room of the main building, where you can have group sessions against the panoramic view of the gardens in the background. And this is from the smaller building, the second building, where there's small bedrooms, and there's this little office where people can have one-on-one sessions, or where an author can work on a book while enjoying the view of nature. So testimonies show that this design has had real results on the human level. People say that after the visit they really felt like they recharged their batteries, that they discovered different sides to their colleagues that they didn't notice in the office. And the team managers say that after their team came back, they really noticed that the social dynamic in the team has shifted, and the communication is a lot better. So it has a certain effect. Yeah, that was it for today. I'll be back a little bit later today with an exciting new project we're working on. But that was it for now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name's Mark Catchler from Millennial, and it's my delight to introduce our next speaker, someone I know very well, and hopefully you do, Dr. Nigel Oseland, an environmental psychologist, a workplace strategist, a change manager, a researcher, international speaker, and published author. And he's going to share with us the psychology underpinning biophilia. Welcome, Nigel, to the stage. Thank you.
So was it L'Oreal that used to say, "And now for the science"? So that's me. I'm the Jennifer Aniston of the conference. So now we all know, hopefully, Edward Wilson's definition of biophilia from the mid-80s. But what I want to do today, as Mark said, is just tell you a little bit more about the psychology that underpins our innate affinity to nature. And this started for me back in the late 60s when I was a teenager. And I was fascinated by the books and TV shows of Desmond Morris. Hands up if you remember that guy. Yeah, oh, great, a few of you. Yeah. He was a zoologist. And what he did, he noticed how some of our modern day behaviours are actually hark back to the days, our origins as great apes. So things like our social interaction, our connection with other human beings, our relationship to animals, and our urge for exploration. And I think some of those principles actually overlap with the newest theory in psychology, the newest field of psychology, which is evolutionary psychology, formalised in the 1990s, although being around before then. So obviously Darwin, he told us that humans evolved over millennia to survive and flourish on the African savannah. And what the evolutionary psychologists say is it takes a similar time, it takes eons for our brain to evolve. So actually we're in a situation where the brain is kind of out of sync with the industrial developments over the last 300 or 400 years. Now, obviously we can adapt. We're humans, we adapt our behaviours and we adapt our environment. And actually, we evolved to adapt. That's one of our survival instincts. But nonetheless, we still have this kind of innate preference for nature. And that's based on our time, the 2 million plus years spent living in the African savannah in nature. But I'm going to go today just through a few kind of core elements of nature that I think impact us both consciously and unconsciously, and also that we can incorporate into office design. So we've heard about workplaces. I'm going to talk about offices. And as I say, we've also seen some wonderful examples so far, but I'm going to focus on the theory. So when it comes to daylight triggers hormones in our body, cortisol and serotonin. Cortisol reacts to sunlight, and it's our stress hormone. It's what wakes us up. It's what gets us ready for the day. Whereas when there's lack of sunlight, melatonin is stimulated, and this calms us and prepares us for sleep. So we need daylight, we need sunlight to regulate our sleep patterns. And also, we need sunlight to help us with the passing of time through the day and through the seasons. So in these kind of deep plan environments, offices, with tinted windows or no windows. My son's girlfriend works in a basement with no windows. Every day she has to be in the office with no windows. So in those environments, you might find that towards the afternoon, and I recognise we're in a windowless environment, you might notice that towards the end of the afternoon, melatonin kicks in, causing slight drowsiness, particularly after a big meal when we're focusing on digesting. Our blood goes to the stomach to digest foods. So be wary of that, guys. But also, I don't know if you've noticed, if you go outside those environments, you also feel a little bit disorientated, a bit like when you come out of the cinema during the day and you're like, what's going on? So this is all affecting us unconsciously. Now, the other thing is our ancestors like to sit with their back against a tree or a cave or a rock to protect themselves against predators, but they like to look out over the vista, over the views out. So I don't understand why in a lot of office environments we see people with their backs to walkways, to primary circulation routes. And this is, again, quite unnerving because we're constantly seeing movement in our peripheral vision, and it just puts us on edge. It's not good design, folks. And then if you look at international standards for offices, they recommend constant temperatures and constant ventilation rates. And yet as humans, we like variation. When we go outside, we either seek a sunny patch, we sunbathe, we enjoy the sun, or we might prefer a shady, dappled, leafy area where we can work with not too much sunlight. But it's our choice. We like that variation. And yet when it comes to offices, it's constant 22 degrees C and a fixed ventilation rate. When it's hot, we love that kind of feel of the breeze against the sun, against the skin. But we don't like a draft down the back of our necks from a misplaced ventilation shaft. So be careful. So if you can, and it's already been alluded to, we prefer natural environments. We prefer natural ventilation to being sealed in an air-conditioned box for 8-10 hours a day. And then when it comes to sound, we prefer sound levels indoors similar to the sound level outdoors in nature, not in a busy road, in a natural environment. We don't like complete quiet because complete quiet means danger. It means there's a storm coming or a fire or a predator, so we like a background hum. And the kind of sounds we like are obviously natural sounds, soundscapes. We like to hear the rustling of trees. We like the lapping of water on the shores. We like birdsong. And all these can calm us and also re-energize us. And we're social animals. For eons, we've been gathering around fires. We've been sharing stories, we've been sharing food. This is how we learned, we communicated before we could write and type. It's how we communicated. It builds social connection, it builds social interaction, it builds trust. It just helps us communicate. You can incorporate these kind of spaces, social spaces, into an office quite easily. You may not have a fire, but you can put those outside, and I've seen artificial fires inside as well. But we kind of love coming around, and we love that kind of sharing food and telling stories. And if you've got a breakout space and no one's using it, just put a plate of biscuits down and watch the animals gather around the watering hole. They come. And we're also inquisitive animals, as Desmond Morris said. We like to explore. And again, it's something that's helped us survive over the years, this urge to want to find out more and so on. And so, again, don't design offices with rows and rows of desks. At least kind of plan them a little bit more organically and create those nooks and crannies. Create different walkways so people can explore and kind of have fun and excite them and so on, inspire them before they even get to their desk. And also, we are contemplative creatures. We do need time out to chill. So again, provide spaces where people can have solitude and just get away from the busyness of the office. And of course, we have this affinity to natural landscapes, to greenery, and also to animals. We've, over the years, again, we've had many symbiotic relationships with some animals. They're not only our work colleagues sometimes, but they're also our companions. So again, we've seen lovely examples of that today, bringing nature into the inside. And as I said, nature, well, these kind of landscapes, they are great for calming us. If you've come across Shinrin-yoku, forest bathing, as they call it in Japan, and again, studies there have shown how it can lower cortisol levels, the stress hormone I mentioned, and also it can lower pulse rates. So very, very calming for us. But they can also re-energize us. So we've already heard about Kaplan, but Stephen Keller, as well as Kaplan, they kind of tell us about how these natural environments can restore our concentration. And I have to write this phrase up because I can never remember it. I'm going to try. Non-taxing involuntary attention. So what they're saying is that natural settings provide an opportunity for non-taxing involuntary attention. And what that actually means is we're directed away from directed attention, which is concentration. So these environments restore us. They help us re-energize by providing that facility. And then there's lots of studies as well showing how nature can help improve creativity. I always say, if you're struggling at work, if you're sitting and you've got a problem and you're staring at the screen, or you're writing and staring at the screen, which I quite often do, just get up and walk away from the screen and walk amongst nature. And you'll be amazed how those ideas come through. And again, this is part of that non-taxing involuntary attention. It just allows the sparks, those creativity to come through. But I love this study by Kansas University, where they looked at the kind of lateral thinking tests, and they got people to conduct them before and after they'd spent time in the wilderness in the States. And what they found is their lateral thinking capability increased by 50%. And of course, we can bring nature indoors. And then another great study, which I think was on one of the slides of Oliver's, is the study in California of a call center for the Energy Commission there. And what they found is when they gave their contact center employees not only views outside, but views of greenery and really good light and views out, they found that their call center, so this wasn't subjective, objective measure, their call center processing increased by up to 12%. So amazing reaction just for something as simple, which is almost a right, isn't it, of giving people access to daylight. So Bill Browning's been mentioned a couple of times already. And I think we might hear from him later as well. And I'm a big fan of Bill Browning. And if you haven't got a copy of his 14 principles of biophilic design, now 15 principles, they've added one. You can use that QR code there to grab it. But I'm not going to go through this complicated slide, but I just want to say that what I'm really impressed by with Bill's 14 principles of biophilic design is the evidence he collated to underpin it all. It's an absolute brilliant resource of evidence showing that this is real, guys. Biophilic design is so important. It has all these wonderful benefits. But I also have to say that it's also, someone just said it, it's good design, isn't it? It's common sense and it's really good design. The evidence is there. So please go out there, spread the word and help us design some wonderful working environments. I've just seen too many bad ones during my day. If you want to find out more about how environmental psychology, I'm an environmental psychologist, and how evolutionary psychology impact on workplace design, you can read more in my latest book through the QR code there. And also, if you go to the other QR code, I've written over 100 papers. I don't count them anymore, and most of them are available for free on that website. Thank you for your time.
Superb. Thank you. Nigel's done a lot of work for us, and it makes me look good when I share this really intelligent research. So thank you very much. And another psychologist next who's done a great lot of work for Mill&All, and we're honoured to have her in our showroom tomorrow if you want to visit us. Dr. Sally Augustin, extensive experience integrating insights from neuroscience, social, physical sciences and project-specific research to inform the design of places. And we're going to hear now about the financial benefits of biophilic design. Sally, over to you. Thank you.
Well, now we're going to be moving from the science bit to the even more challenging bit, the math bit. So, right off the bat, it's important to accept that there are financial models, systems, and processes that can be used to rigorously establish the financial value of biophilic design. Also here, before we go further, I want to say that this work that I'll be sharing with you today, it aligns with and is informed by work that Nigel Osland, who you just heard from, has done in this field. And I'm speaking to you on this topic today because my PhD is in psych, but I also have graduate degrees in finance, which makes a lot of sense when you're talking about establishing the financial value here. Now, just to set the stage, to give some background information, let's think about how any sort of design can add value. And we're going to move through this very quickly. And this set of ways that design can add value was originally published by the Commission on Architecture and the Built Environment. And when we think about each of these, we find that each of these ways that design can add value has potential financial implications. So let's just, in a sentence, describe each of these ways that value can be added. Exchange value really relates to sales price, how much money you get for something. Use value relates to the design in use and how it affects things like organizational performance in general, more specifically. And this is where we're going to spend most of our time today. There's also image value, which is how design can really have public relations type payoffs, and all the public relations people actually have formulas to calculate all this. There's social value, which relates to connections between people, and it's really sort of encouraging positive mingling. This can also be quantified. There's environmental value, which is really how kind something is to the earth that we live on, and people like the Living Futures Institute have ways to quantify this. And finally, we can think about cultural value, which really relates to community development, doing things like affecting morale, cultural value, things like that among a group of people. Now, as Nigel mentioned, there have been a lot of studies that have been done that relate to biophilic design specifically. And since we have 10, count them, 10 big minutes to talk about the financial impacts of biophilic design, we're not going to go through the details of these studies, but we can mention that in terms of workplaces, biophilic design has specifically been shown to increase analytical and creative cognitive performance. It boosts job satisfaction, which has links to performance also, and will affect intention to stay within an organization, in other words, to not go off and look for another job. And if any of you have any contacts with human relations departments, you know that one of the banes of their existence is how much it costs to replace an employee. In terms of schools, design can directly affect academic performance, rate of learning. When we're thinking about stores and retail applications, biophilic design can affect revenue directly, shows time after time. Hospitality, all sorts of effects, even, for example, willingness to pay a premium for space. It can be tied directly to biophilic design, just to give you some examples. But in general, we see that biophilic design will improve mental health. It will lower stress when that's measured quantitatively, physiologically, etc. Definitely lowers stress. While it's increasing well-being, resilience, increasing mental freshness, encouraging more positive social interactions between people, and also sustainable behavior. So today we're going to be thinking about workplaces in terms of financial implications, and we're going to go here. I don't know why, I guess I was in a mood when I put this together, because workplaces are really like the toughest nut to crack here. In the old days, old days, people tended to do work that you could count. They don't do that anymore, which makes determining any sort of payoff or implications in a workplace context much more difficult. And that's why we'll talk about it, so we can get a little bit into the process either now, or you can talk to me later when we will have a chance to talk one-on-one. So, now you get right down into it. And there have been a number of studies that in real-world situations have looked at the actual performance of actual living humans that are in biophilically designed spaces, and compared that to performance in other environments. And I integrated that information to reach the conclusions we're going to share here today. And in some of these studies, one aspect of biophilic design was looked at individually. Other times, there were sets of biophilic conditions that were analyzed en masse. And for the purposes of our conversation today, I'm also excluding the effects of views of nature on biophilic impact. Obviously, views of nature are really important, but if you think about a building and what you can do to a building often is where it is, and it looks out over whatever it looks out over. So let's think about the value of changes inside that structure. And again, I'm only looking at direct effects on performance, not indirect effects that would come through enhanced job performance. And so I look at these studies, and I did a project customized, modified meta-analysis to get some idea what would happen when you biophilically design from a financial perspective. Is the expense building? There we go. Ta-da! Turns out, when you integrate all this information together, you see that that biophilic design has a potential to very conservatively affect performance by 0.75%. I want to, we're talking about 0.75%, not 75%. But we're also applying this to all of the human performance in a structure. So if you have like some Bitcoin, something, whether churning away, obviously, those machines, their performance, not affected by natural light, all the different things that Nigel was talking about. So, and I'm talking about a 0.75% change if you go from what is generally a relatively typical office today with a few plants and some natural light, not the office, the awful office that Nigel's son's girlfriend works in, but a place that has a few plants, some natural light, and compare that to a space that has more biophilic influences, like an appropriate use of natural materials, soundscapes like the one we're hearing today, a few more plants, natural lines, forms. You notice in lots of the images we've seen today, there's curving shapes and lines, which are very biophilic. And I want to make the point also that we're talking about comparing a space with not too much going on before biophilically to a place that has an appropriate amount of things going on. Because believe it or not, from a scientific neurological perspective, neuroscience perspective, you can have too many plants and too much wood visible. So, can happen. So, and also I want to make the point that where you start depends on how you finish up in terms of what your initial conditions were like. A change from that to the new, will vary. Also, there is a law of diminishing returns in terms of for each additional biophilic element that you add, there's slightly less impact than if you added it alone. And we're not going to talk about, things that finance people talk about a lot, like internal rate of return or net present value of money or anything like that today. But we can talk about a return on investment. And let's think about a fully loaded return on investment when you're thinking about the financial impact of what you're doing. You have to think about all the additional revenue that will be earned and all the additional costs that will be incurred to get that revenue with the biophilic design. And something that people in the practice world don't necessarily think about that much is how a change like this affects some of sort of the hidden financial things that go on in a company, like the taxes or depreciation rates for what's owned. You have to get into all of that to establish the true return on investment of what you've done. I wanted to make the point in a few minutes that, if you're thinking about value, you'll want to think about why you undertook a project to start with, particularly in terms of what sort of values you think about when you're determining the final impact. Like if you're thinking you have to do something in your space because all your people are quitting and you're thinking about those replacement costs and all that, then make sure that those financial implications, how much it costs to recruit people, et cetera, goes into the financial calculations that you do. Also, in terms of recruitment, that was mentioned in the blurb. People, after they have a little bit of experience, know the places where they'll work well, and they will select biophilic organizations to work at. The recruitment data shows that because they have a feeling that they will work well there. Also, in terms of energy use, biophilic environments create positive impressions, so people are basically positive feelings, so people are basically a little more tolerant of the situation around them. You can fiddle a little bit with the heat, the air conditioning, etc., which can have financial implications. So again, to get down to the number, because in the end, it seems everybody always wants the number. If you think about moving from a typical workplace today to one that's appropriately biophilically designed, you can expect about a 0.75% change in performance. We're done. I'm sure I'm over because 10 minutes is nothing. It seems to fly by. I'm going to be here all day. I believe it or not, even though this is math and all, I do like talking about it. So come up with it and we'll talk. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. It is break time now. We're going to move back to the garden room. Please take the opportunity to network with each other. If you've still got business cards, still exchange them. Do visit the exhibitors as well. Please be back for 11:15. If you're not back for 11:15, you will miss the video from Bill Browning, which is going to be really important. Go network. See you soon. Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers for this morning as well. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We should play some music and like musical chairs. And see whoever gets last, but don't get the present. You have to do something like, I don't know, like a forfeit. Should we do that? Should we have like the last one in gets a forfeit? Something suitably biophilic. I don't know what that could be. Walk the plank. There you go. That's biophilic. As long as it's a wooden plank. Right, I'm gonna start, so bear with us. I just wanted to say, make sure you go outside in the conservatory over lunchtime and have a look at those phenomenal trees. Has anybody seen them yet? The trees in the acoustic trees? Anybody seen them? Nah. Well, you get your bums or your legs and your feet down to the conservatory to have a look at the printed trees. They're by Osmond. So give us a wave, Guy. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday to you. I know he hates me for doing that, but make sure you've got to go and make his day now. So you've got to go and wish him happy birthday and have a look at his trees. Okay. Right. So we've got a talk by Bill Browning. Everybody's mentioned the Terrapin Bright Green 14, 15. How many patterns have we got up to now? 15 patterns, 16 patterns of Biophilic Design. And unfortunately, they couldn't be with us today, but they are giving us their blessing. They're watching us from afar. We're going to be doing stuff with them next year as well, which is amazing. So this is like one big international biophilic family, and there's people that have come from all over the place today. So are we ready to roll the Bill Browning video? Tech? Cool. I don't know. That's like some scape.
Greetings.
Oh, greetings. He's there somewhere. Yeah, he was gutted that he couldn't be with us today. While we're trying to find the video, I'm just going to say as well that after this session is going to be the salutogenic conversation, and it's kindly sponsored by Saint-Gobain Ecophon. Okay, Saint-Gobain develops, manufactures, and markets sound-absorbent ceiling and wall panel systems to contribute to good room acoustics and support a healthy indoor environment, with a focus on offices, education, and healthcare. And their promise is a sound effect on people at the core of everything they do. So, Paige is going to be here. Mark's going to be doing the thing, but we're going to listen to Bill first. So, that's it. Right, go.
Greetings to the participants of the Biophilic Design Conference. You have a fantastic agenda with a really impressive set of speakers and topics. I regret that Katie and I won't be able to join you there, but we thought we might share some thoughts. Some years ago, when working with Stephen Keller to raise funds for a conference to bring together researchers and designers to discuss biophilic design, we received a rejection letter from a foundation that said they were not interested in funding research into the intuitively obvious. Now, 20 years later, we are still investigating the intuitively obvious and innate connection of humans to nature, asking how different experiences of nature impact us psychologically, physiologically, and emotionally, and how we can translate those experiences into the built environment continues to be a focus of our work and your work. We can predict which nature experiences help with stress reduction, cognitive functioning, elevate moods, and promote more pro-social behaviors. This translation of science into biophilic pattern language for evidence or outcome-based design is an effective way to make places where we live, work, and play better. It can have profound results, such as better healing rates in healthcare, better academic performance in schools, increased sales in retail settings, and higher productivity in offices and factories. We are seeing research that these benefits of biophilic environments don't diminish over time, but in fact, the psychological responses and physiological responses improve with repeated experiences of those spaces. These are significant and important benefits of biophilic design. In some ways, an even more important outcome would be if biophilic design could make us more aware and nurturing of the natural environment. There's some evidence to support that, and we see this in particular in how awe resets our perception of self within the context of the larger world. And so, this is an exploration that we're all on together, and I wish you the best of luck today, and I hope it's a fantastic experience for everyone. Thank you.
What's that? Okay, hello everybody. We're about to stage a discussion about salutogenic design. We're always going to pick words that we can't say. Now, salutogenesis is a very, very interesting topic. We're not going into a deep dive about it today. We're looking at one specific aspect of it today. We're hoping that we're going to have 5 or 10 minutes at the end to ask questions. So, you know, please challenge the speakers if that's what you want to do, or embellish what they're saying. That would also be great. So the two speakers are Professor Harriet Short, who is Professor and Head of Knowledge Exchange at Bath Spa University. And she also, we're going to work our way through this. I'm Mark Eltring, by the way. I publish Works Magazine, In Magazine, and WorkplaceInsight.net. And she also works at BIBO, which is a placemaking agency in Wiltshire, as Head of Visual Engagement, which is a very, very interesting title that I need to find out more about. Paige is the workplace specialist at St. Gobain Ecophon, who have sponsored this particular session, and has a background in psychology, environmental management, and office design. And I've known Paige for a while. In fact, I've known Harriet for a while, but this is perhaps the first time we've met. You know, they really, really know their subject, so this is going to be a really good session. So, okay? Yes, we're already.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and start. Thank you, Mark. We had our introductions. So I just wanted to give kind of a brief definition of salutogenesis, and then I'll lead into just kind of just a couple of slides to set the stage. And what I'm doing here is drawing this connection between salutogenic design, biophilic design, and environmental stewardship or environmental responsibility. So salutogenesis is essentially, it's a theory that focuses on the origins of health and the factors that promote well-being. So salutogenic design, and Harriet will go, she'll get into more of the specifics, but I think that salutogenic design requires an understanding of human evolution. So thinking back to Nigel's presentation in particular, and this including our links to nature, the psychological and these physiological processing of environmental stimuli are kind of the foundation points of beginning to understand this connection between nature and these spaces that we develop. So, as we gain this deeper knowledge of who and what we are, this is enabling us to create environments that actually aid and promote good health. So essentially what we're doing is we are taking the external environmental factors that aid our survival, and we're reinterpreting them in the interior environments to optimize the functioning of the body. That's at the base of what we're doing. So, as an example, my background is in acoustics. So one of the things we know is that we can mimic nature. So we can mimic aspects of the external environmental acoustic factors like absorption and insulation, and we can aid and reduce stress. We can increase or enhance communication ability. We aid healing, learning, and cognitive performance. So I propose that without an understanding of this human evolution and the way that we process the environmental stimuli leading to healthy environments, we are going to continue to underperform in our efforts for environmental stewardship because they go hand in hand. So salutogenic and biophilic design, for that matter, because absolutely linked together, keeps bringing us back to the beginning. The more we learn about these subjects, the more we go back to where we evolved, how our sensory systems evolved, and how we process this world around us. The better we can understand this, how it shaped us and our perceptions of the world, lead us to healthier people who understand the importance of nature, and they're more capable of caring for it. So I'll just leave you with this. in essence, when we prioritize our health, both physically and mentally, it makes us more resilient. We can address broader issues, and then we can create this balance between human health and the environment. And then I'll hand over to Harriet.
Hi everyone, thanks Paige, thanks Mark. So we thought in this session, so this is a sort of in conversation, chit-chat kind of session, we hope, it would be useful to have this prompt around how we're understanding salutogenic, you're right, there's a word that we can't all say, salutogenic spaces, but also just to get then down into some examples. So thinking about what does salutogenic workplaces, and I'm a workplace sociologist, if you like, I'm interested in people and the material world of work. What does salutogenic workplaces really look like? And this comes from research that I've been involved with both in my academic work and as part of my consultancy work as head of visual engagement, which hopefully that title will become clear in a minute, at BIBO. Where to understand people's experiences and lived experiences of workplaces and to really kind of get under the skin of what is it like to live and work and breathe and talk and engage with this place is to ask people to show us how that feels. So I specialise specifically in visual arts-based creative methodologies in research. So largely that means I'm asking people often to take photographs of their experiences and talk to me about them. And this is often known as photo voice or participant-led photo elicitation techniques where people are capturing everyday life. So the really mundane, everyday, messy, normal aspects of working life. And so hence the title Head of Visual Engagement. In the engagement work that I do on any kind of placemaking project, we're often asking people to take photographs and tell us how it feels to be in that place, in a nutshell. So one of the things that myself and other researchers have been interested in recently has been post-pandemic working environments. How much do we really know about working from home? What does working from home actually look like? What does it actually feel like from or through the eyes of people who are actually doing it? And so all the photographs that I'm sharing with you today come from participants that we've worked with. And in a couple of projects that I've been working on recently, mainly with knowledge workers working in this sort of hybrid space, a very, very clear link to biophilia, very clear link to salutogenic workplaces has come through. And it's interesting to see how people are mobilising the resources around them, the stuff, the material things, as well as the non-material, so we go back to acoustics and the more sensory elements of work, and really taking control. There's a lot of agency in how people are manipulating things around them, the material and non-material, to curate, and I use that word specifically, which I'll come back to in a minute, to curate a workplace, largely at home because they can, to really create a place that they feel well, they feel happy, and they're able to do their best work, which is largely what organisations would like people to do. So shaping this space in a way that makes them feel well and enables the future of workplace to be considered and for us to really start to unpick what it means for people to thrive in a workplace. And I'm just going to go through some of these themes here that have come out to explain a little bit more. So when we ask people to take pictures of their hybrid experiences, largely people took photographs, and this is a sweeping generalisation across 3 research projects recently. The issue that people have, the more challenging parts of hybrid working, are in the office, and when they come into the office, and largely the really great part about hybrid working is at home. So funnily enough, I'll be talking about the home-based spaces, and the images today are from home-based spaces. People took photographs and described these particular workplaces and how they were able to curate a sense of comfort. The words comfort, cocooning, which I think has already come up today, a sense of coziness, these are the sorts of words, this is the sort of language people are really using to describe what it's like when they create this space for themselves. And largely this is connected to feeling well, so creating a salutogenic space. So this is the opposite of pathogenic. This is not something that's going to make you feel ill. This is making something that makes you feel well and healthy. It's personal, it's people feel relaxed in these sorts of spaces, but always there is a connection to being creative, productive, and producing my best work. So this is just an example of the many, many hundreds of photographs that we capture in these sorts of projects, where people talk about things like light that we've come up, lots of photographs around windows, but particularly what are they seeing outside their window? They're talking about bird feeders and hearing the sound of birds. They're looking at washing hanging on the line and blowing in the wind, and they're finding some joy and engagement with that. So lots of views of nature. We've got lots of photographs of people's dogs and cats on keyboards. Lots of conversation around the natural fabric. So photographs of throws that people have got on their chairs or cushions that they've plumped up behind their backs. And resources that people are able to have at home. So this particular lady who took this photograph talks about having magazines and books on hand just to flick through to enable her to feel more creative, because we seem to have lost magazines and books somewhere in the workplace. And I can say that as an academic working in a university, because they all seem to be in the library. Why aren't they elsewhere? That's just a personal bugbear. The other part of this is curation, and the word curate we use specifically in the write-up of these projects, because there's a very, very careful sense of organising, marking, rearranging, selecting and positioning. I'm kind of interested in the future to read a little bit more about curatorial practice, the actual practice of curation. So we might go to museum literature, for example, or galleries, to understand the decisions that people make, specifically to put this here and that there, because it matters to me. That's how I'm anchoring my sense of self. This is how I am creating my sense of identity in my workplace to make me feel good and well. And that kind of makes sense now, because we've got a lot of experience in working at home. We've moved through, we're into this post-pandemic era. So really listening to staff, really listening to people and engaging with visual methods like this, those voices are strong, and there is a sense of agency and control over this. People know what they're talking about because they've practiced it for years now. So they're curating their spaces quite specifically and moving things around. And this quote here in relation to this image, there's always stuff around me that I feel connects to and from my past. My weird tat, I like that. I use it for my well-being, a reminder of all the different contexts I live and work in. If I'm having a particularly rubbish meeting, I can look at that and be reminded of the joy my other stuff brings. So there is a sense of well-being carefully curated on that space. Talking about this particular shelf. Interestingly, it's not just about the personalisation, it's about the depersonalisation of spaces, now working from home. And this was an image taken by a worker we were talking to, and he said, I don't want people to see my shit behind me. I don't want someone to see inside my house, particularly referring to being on Teams calls, of course. But there's a real sense, again, of that curation and shaping of a particular place, and depersonalising or adjusting to a particular work identity that we want some people to see and not other people to see. So in that next quote, people using, this lady was using a physical screen, room divider behind her for particular meetings with some people and not with others. So there's that careful thought about what can be seen and what cannot be seen. So deciding what we show, what we hide in front of what sort of audience is all part of this curatorial practice that people have to enable themselves to have an environment that makes them feel well. So what? I think it's important to think about what does this mean then for the future of workplace, and thinking about how people can thrive, how people are well, and going back to Paige's kind of a broader idea of what does it mean to be able to engage with nature, to be able to engage with our environment in this way. Well, the term homing at work springs to mind, not in the context that it's traditionally talked about, where we talk about homing at work, which is, I think, something that relates to the suggestion that you might be doing your Tesco shop online whilst you're at work, or sorting out your insurance or something on work time. Actually, homing at work, we argue, is something along the lines of the creative act of taking sensory, aesthetic and biophilic elements of what we enjoy in our home working spaces, because people have got that down, they know what they like and they know what makes them feel well, to the office. And why can't we? Because people take care and they have a great consideration around what makes them feel comfortable, finding the right space for the right activity at the right time. We've got many images that show people moving around their homes during the day. As Nigel was saying, you know, they've got a sunny spot at one point, they've got a dappled spot on another bit, they're spreading out on a dining room table. And so by using these visual methods, asking people to capture that experience, we really get a sense of what it is to move around, to find that comfort in different sorts of spaces. And mobilising those resources and finding ways of moving objects and stuff around, or indeed to find different light, air qualities, the acoustics. I want to hear the birds at this point, but I want to be silent at that point. They are really, really nuanced. So homing at work, then, we could take all of this and home at work. We can move that through into the workspace so that people can really thrive. I'll stop talking there and then, yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, let's.
I'm going to find out if these work. Do they work? Have I got it on? Very good. Can you hear me, Clem Fandango? There's about 3 people got that. Okay, the thing that struck me, and please, you know, we'll open this up to the floor as soon as we can, was in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, Leesman, who people will know that, you know, they collect data on workplace experiences, and their main issue for quite some time was that people's experience of work was better at home than it was in the office, and there's obviously a problem there because the office is theoretically designed as a place in which work happens. And I think they carried this on for quite some time. I'm not sure what the current state of the data is now, or is there anybody from Leesman here? Probably not. Now, that sort of thought was in my head while you were talking, Harriet, because, you know, you're saying the firms now need to allow people to take the lessons they've learned from working from home and bring it into the office. So my question is, how ready are firms for that? And in terms of salutogenic design, I think there was certainly a problem with things like ergonomics. Guy might disagree with this as well. I think the traditional problem with ergonomics is it was about not doing harm to people. So it's the pathogen, rather than taking a positive approach about sort of actually making them well. And so the question is, after all of that, are firms ready for what you're suggesting?
That is a good question. Is this working? That's okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know whether they are, no. It depends how open they are to genuinely and authentically embracing the voices of workers. And you need to be ready to do that if you're going to... and it also, I guess it depends whether they want to have Mac in the office. I mean, this is the thing. So many organisations have tackled this in lots of different ways. You know, you've got organisations who have got rid of loads of real estate and think, well, you know, everyone can work at home. And I think there's some challenges there. I mean, I've presented the positive parts of working at home, which is largely what we get. There is a question about how comfortable people make themselves at home, but how good is that for them physically and ergonomically? And what responsibility does the organisation have to look after that, I think is a question that I can't actually answer, but I think it's an important one to think about. You know, we've got photographs of people working in bed and how they love working in bed, and it's really great to be able to have bed days and duvet days and all that kind of stuff. And you know, I know, and we've talked a lot of Bibo about this, and that's come out of our projects. You know, and to what extent are we going to have a lawsuit brought to an organisation from somebody who's now hurt their back, you know, by working in bed, you know, because they've been able to flexibly work. So I think there's some challenges on that side. How ready organisations are for people to bring the home-based elements that I think will help them thrive depends very much on whether they're willing to listen and engage with methods that allow the voices of people in the organisation to help co-design those spaces, and what it means to bring people back to the office. Do they want people back in the office?
Paige? I think some do and some don't. We're seeing a mixture, aren't we? Having to do with the culture of the organization, the type of work that people do. Some people have to be in the office because of maybe levels of security or the type of work that they do. I'm wondering, too, how much of this goes back to how well we understand. So, for example, some of the principles behind salutogenic design. So coherence is really important. So that coherence to us psychologically, meaning that our environments are predictable. And I'm wondering how much of that plays into why we're comfortable at home, because that predictability is part of the comfort. And maybe this also explains why we're starting to see a shift in office design. Have you noticed that a lot of new offices look a bit like hotels? Because hotels are comfortable. They understand a lot about human comfort. And there's an awful lot we can learn by looking kind of from a cross-disciplinary approach, even across design. So I'm wondering how much of this is, and also this point of if we understand cohesion, we understand the human drivers behind why it's important, we can put good arguments forward for why we might want to make these decisions in the design process. And I think a work around that area could be helpful too, you know, starting to which I think you've done, is looking at kind of quantifying what's happening, but then why it's a good idea to make those decisions.
And I think it's, because I know we've talked about control before, haven't we, as well, that element of control and agency that you have over your workplace, which, you know, we've been arguing for years, but, you know, we can see how that curates comfort and feeling well. I think I agree with you about the hotel situation, because having run some workshops about with various senior leaders in various organisations about you know, what does the future of workplace look like? Well, it doesn't look like a traditional workplace. You know, there's all sorts of and so many natural you know, tons of plants and natural materials that come through that. They look like libraries, and they look like cafes and restaurants and hotels and dining room spaces, you know, and they don't look like traditional offices.
We're not going to use a certain portmanteau word, which I know Mark Catchlove hates, as a matter of course. Funnily enough, we were in Orgatech recently, Guy and I also had a conversation with a few other people about the issue of well-being at home, because in theory, at least, firms should be checking on at least the ergonomics of people's setup at home. And that, I think, they're largely ignoring. Somebody might tell me differently, but I get the impression that they're riding it out at the moment, and it might end up being sorted out by courts and insurance companies, which is not the way to do things, because that kind of gets away from the purpose of this presentation, doesn't it? Which is you've got to look at it in a different way. Don't just try and make sure they don't end up with some, you know, a bad back or upper limb disorder.
I think that's kind of my point around you know, how much we know about what's going on at home, because, you know, organisations post-pandemic are wildly making working at home hybrid working policies, you know, and we're doing a 3 and 2 day, and this is what we can do. But how much do we really know about what it looks like at home, and how can we enable people to do that well, feeling well, and sort of physically and mentally? So, like I say, you know, obviously I'm biased with the use of visual methodologies, but they lend themselves well to opening our eyes as organisations to understand what does home working actually look like for people. And when we worked at Bibo, we did a large project with a large housing company to understand their workforce experience of hybrid working, and they were when we presented to the senior leadership team, they were like, oh, there seems to be a lot of people working in their cars. I was like, yeah, and they're like, but that's against policy. And I said, well, we've asked them, and this is what they're saying. And actually, it was enabling them to, I love working flexibly because I can work in my car and go and pick up my kids. I can take them to the cinema. Here I am working on the move because I can make it, and so that flexibility piece is really important to people, but it does mean they're working in odd and mobile and different sorts of spaces that the organisation were like, well, okay.
Yeah, if you were doing this in the office, we'd be having a word with you.
Yeah.
But there's a reluctance, isn't there, with people, I think, to, and this is just anecdotal, what I hear is, people don't want to say anything in case they break the spell. I think there's something in that. We've probably got about 5 minutes or so for questions. 2 minutes. Blimey. Anybody? Ah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I should have used the photograph of the locker where somebody has got a specific mug, a picture from his child, and we've got some photographs like that where your identity is essentially hidden away, but still a lot of enjoyment of that. So even though it's not on display, that it's there and the ability to have it there. There's a really nice book chapter by Jan Betts that talks about hidden identities at work, or the material elements of the hidden identities at work. Knowing that it's in a drawer or it's in a box underneath or in a locker, there's still value sometimes in that for people. And yes, I've worked with people in the service industry, mainly hairdressers. Done a lot of work with hairdressers working in hair salons and how they construct a sense of identity in the workplace. And that's still really important. The homing at work thing is slightly different. Obviously, it's a different type of work, and I'm very conscious as a sociologist that this is like a bit of the population. There are many, many other people who do lots of other important work. So hairdressers, as an example, construct their material identities through things that we wouldn't necessarily see or read as personal. So, for example, if we look at, if we see stains on a floor or a stain on a chair, a scuff mark on the side of a desk, they are all important to hairdressers. That's a sweeping generalisation, but in my research, they are all important to hairdressers because they represent a memory. I had a very lengthy conversation with a hairdresser in London who talked to me about the scuff marks on his desk. And he said that represents 25 years hard work. So I don't want a new workstation. I don't want it to be all pristine. And he's in a really high-end salon in London. Actually, the messy and the knocked and the scuffed, that makes me feel good because I know that that's the only evidence, because hairdressing, right, just goes, isn't it? He just walks out the door. That's the evidence of my hard work. So it's similar, but it looks different.
Okay, and unfortunately, I think we've got no time for others. But the conversation can carry on later in the day. So thank you, Harriet, Paige, St. Gabain, Ekifon, and we'll talk later.
Well,
Thanks. Thanks so much. Thanks to Ecofund Saint-Gobain for sponsoring that session. We're now moving on to Biophilic Design in Community Spaces. And this is kindly sponsored by Rebalance Earth. So thank you so much. Rebalance Earth invests in nature as essential infrastructure for resilience, funding projects that mitigate climate risks, restore biodiversity and capture carbon. It's actually the UK's first boutique asset manager focused on nature. They aim to mobilise £10 billion over the next decade from long-term asset owners to invest in the UK natural infrastructure. And I do really encourage you to just click through and have a look at Rebalance Earth, because what they're doing is going to be like fantastic to restore landscapes and seascapes and delivering vital ecosystem services. We've got presentations now from David Mooney, who's CEO of London Wildlife Trust. He's been a leader in urban nature conservation, forging key partnerships across public, private and charity sectors. You should have a chat to Rob Gardner about that. Kenton Rogers from Tree Economics. He's a chartered urban forester and environmentalist with a master's degree in forest economic management, and also Simon Needle from Birmingham City Council. He's worked at Birmingham for over 34 years, focusing on land management strategy and policy. So I don't know how we're going to do this. I think, David, do you want to go first? Yeah, okay, I think that's the order we've got it in on the slide, so let's see what happens. Come up.
So I'm going to do something pretty weird here. I'm not going to talk about design at all. So I don't design anything. We have a history in the nature conservation, nature recovery movement in the UK that goes back centuries. I'm going to give a short modern history of nature recovery in London. I promise at some point you'll get the point that is why I'm here, rather than just a sort of kind of random guy speaking like a fox in a hen house. So the Wildlife Trust is an organisation that's been going since the turn of the last century, and it's a sort of campaigning organisation to try and save nature as it was depleted through the Industrial Revolution. We're part of a big million people strong movement across the UK. London is one of 46 wildlife trusts. We also have other sister organisations or brother organisations in the form of RSPB or Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust or National Trust. So we're a big group of over 4 million members, and probably about 25% of the population of this country are associated to some kind of nature conservation organisation, London being one of them. So that's context of what we do, and why am I here? Well, let's find out. We kind of, yeah. That's us in a nutshell. We're an organisation of people who just were sick and tired of seeing nature being depleted and ravished and crushed across London. So this is Sydenham Hill Wood and Dulwich Wood in South London. Believe it or not, it was going to be taken over by development or whatever, Sainsbury's home base or something in the 1970s. This is a photo from 1981. These are some people battling to save spaces in the early 80s, volunteers, local community groups. They won some battles, saved some green spaces, saved some nature-rich spaces, and lost some. These are photos of people campaigning to save reservoirs, which I'll talk to you about in a minute. And this is a woodland in Enfield that was lost to development. These people then started to realise in the 1980s that no one really knew where green space was. No one really knew what green space needed to be saved. So they went around with pencils and paper and started mapping green spaces across London by themselves, jumping over fences, scratching themselves on barbed wire, being chased by Alsatians. But in order to map London's green spaces, it was done by volunteers. This was then actually formalised into what we now know as the sites of importance for nature conservation. This was then funded through the Greater London Council, or the GLA as is now the Mayor, and we now recognise the mapped spaces of the 1980s and 90s as over 1,600 green spaces of variable importance for nature, so either the triple SIs, the sites of special scientific interest that you might all know of, or the special protection areas, right down to the local nature reserves. There are over 1,600 of them. So this is London Wildlife Trust, right? It's building an understanding of green space in London. Then starts the design process. So this is really important, this history. I've done this in specific order. We then start getting design guides and design plans and biodiversity by design, design for biodiversity, designing for biodiversity. Believe it or not, these are all three different examples of the different design approaches that were then written about. So I suppose my talk here today is about policy and design following practice. So we are the practice people. We're the people that just do stuff, and then people kind of, I suppose, analyse what we've done, or the history of the work that people have done, and then put it into a kind of a bit more clear legislation or strategy or design guidance. So that's what my speech is about today. I just decided it's about policy and design following practice. There you go. I'm not saying that design and policy aren't important, but practice comes first in our experience. I don't really believe that. It's a cyclical thing, but anyway. This is an example of something, though, that we've done recently. This is a reservoir, which was, I referenced earlier, saved in the 1980s. This is actually a reservoir that's 200 years old. It is in Hackney. It's called East Reservoir. And no one really knew about it until 2016. It was wrapped in barbed wire around keep out signs. It's actually owned by Thames Water or the Water Board before. It's a functioning operating reservoir that provides drinking water to North East London. This has been there for 200 years. No one knew this, not no one, very few people knew this existed. I live sort of maybe a mile and a half that way. I was brought up in Finsbury Park. It's about a mile and a half from here. I thought I knew my area, and I didn't know this existed until I was about 33. So this is the East Reservoir, sorry. We turned it into a site that's now called Woodbury Wetlands. What we did was open some gates, took down some barbed wire, took down some fences, and planted some reed beds with some volunteers. We didn't really design it, but we did stuff like this. Which kind of says everything, I suppose, about practice. Let's get some horses, just because that sounds cool and that's a good idea. And let's just cut some reeds with some scythes, because that's what people have always cut reed with. So let's get Obi the horse and Darren and Dan to just take the reed away, and then the reed grows up really strong. But in the background, can you see the development? That's new development. That's built in 2020. This isn't a scene from Norfolk. This is Hackney, and this is just some local people doing some stuff, and not really designing it, as you might be able to tell. But this isn't kind of new. This is not new stuff. It goes back to the point about practice, right? This is a slightly zoomed in photo. I'm sorry, it shouldn't quite be that zoomed in. But it kind of gets the point across, right? This is an old fly tip. It's a fly-tipped abandoned site in the middle of King's Cross. These are some school kids in the 1980s walking around it, because we were campaigning to try and turn it into what you might now know of as Camley Street Natural Park. This is an early photo of Camley Street, King's Cross in the background there, the gas holders. We sort of, this is designed on a piece of paper. This is sort of people just going around digging out bits of ground, letting water come in from the canal, letting things happen. We might call it rewilding these days, but it certainly wasn't particularly well designed. It was that brick wall there, that stone wall is still there, and it was built by those kids, and it just kind of evolved, and then we did some more stuff, and now that's Camley Street today. Really enthusiastic about it. Thank you. That's Cammy Street today. And again, not really that well designed or not purposefully designed. I'm undercooking the design thing here. I'm trying to really go hard on the practice idea, but this is what we've done over the last 30 years, and kind of with communities and with enthusiasm and kind of probably a bit of amateurness. But it is biophilic design. I don't feel really out of place here. I do feel at home. I do feel like you know what I'm talking about. I can't really explain it very well. I don't put theory to it. I haven't written anything about this. It's all very sort of, can you come and talk? And I say, yeah. And it turns out this is what I talk about. But what's up next? Well, it's more stuff. Probably a bit more design. This is CGI design, in fact. But this is an old gas works in Southall. This is a site polluted beyond any imagination. And we're working with really big developers now who are like, how did you do that stuff? Can you come and do some of this stuff? And we say, yeah. And I go into meetings and people look at me slightly confused because I probably swear too much or come underprepared or over-prepared or say stuff that they don't understand. But we evolve into this, and this is what happens. So this is what's happening now in Southall in West London. So it's sort of turned from those people in the 1980s chaining themselves to trees to CGIs in Southall. And long may it continue, that kind of practice leading policy and design. I think that's all I'm going to say.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Do I need to be a bit closer? Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's a wonderful venue, wonderful people. I've learnt so much this morning already. Hopefully now I can share something back. So, yeah, I'm co-founder of Tree Economics. We're a social enterprise. Our mission is sustainable treescapes for everyone. And to do that, we work on collaborative projects with local authorities like Birmingham City Council, going to be up in a minute, and NGOs and communities on things like tree and woodland strategies, urban forest master plans, and where to plant trees and how to manage trees over the urban forest. This is where I'm from, Exeter, but we work all over the UK and Europe. Actually, I started my work right in the background there on the far left, doing traditional forestry, where the key output is timber, growing trees for timber. Now, all of my work is in the urban forest, where the output is benefits to people. And this is super important because our towns and cities are where most of us live. Trees are super cool because they deliver all these things all at the same time at very little cost. And they appreciate as they're doing it. And they don't take days off. The common international classification for ecosystem services lists around 100 things that we get from our natural environment, benefits to us as people, ecosystem services. Urban trees do around 20 of these that are here on this diagram. And there's around 10 or so that we can sort of quantify now. So we can look at the UV index provided by different tree canopies, for example, or the air pollution they filter. And then there's around 5 of those we can actually value as well and put a price on. This is Torbay, where we did our first project looking at valuing trees and looking at understanding the urban forest as an asset rather than a liability, which is how they are or were normally managed. And urban forestry is a very new discipline. The first urban forestry textbook was only written in 1978. Forestry textbooks have been around since sort of the late Middle Ages, and we only got a definition of the urban forest that included people in 2022. People, of course, are the biggest part of any urban forest. And of course, this is how we think the urban forest, how we'd like it to look, right? Buildings and trees and water, lots of nice old trees planted by the Victorians, providing benefits, because it's all about the canopy size, driving those things, filtering pollution, holding up stormwater, etc., etc. But of course, not all of the urban forest looks like this. Getting trees, trees are very good at planting themselves, but actually we sort of step in and mess it up from time to time. It's an early discipline. It's not been going very long. And so, yeah, these scenes, unfortunately, also are not uncommon, as are these kinds of scenes where development and trees meet. And why is this? I think generally it's because urban forests are an overlooked and undervalued resource, and this is at a time when more and more of us are moving into urban centres. So around 80% of the global population now in towns and cities. Of course, in the UK, it's more than that now. You know, we don't have to wait to 2050. We're already around 85%. Also, at the same time, we're losing urban trees at an alarming rate. So the USDA Forest Service estimate 36 million street trees are lost every single year. Just to put that into context, there's around 8 million urban trees in the entirety of London's urban forest. And there are many other challenges. And the interesting thing is, it doesn't matter where you go, these challenges are quite often the same. But it's not all doom and gloom. There's a whole range of interventions that can be done, represented on this infographic. Lots of different things. I'm going to look at just a couple of them now because I've only got 5 minutes. And key point, underlining all of it, is stakeholder engagement. And the biggest stakeholders of the urban forest are the communities, the people. But they're so often overlooked. So we do workshops with local authorities and communities, getting them together to look at finding your way through the urban forest, unblocking all those challenges. What can we do? There are things, free tools like iTree. So iTree's free to use, there's no license. It can be used by communities and local authorities. Torbay was the first one in 2011, and it's done another one in more recently in 2022, and the cool thing about this is you get a baseline for looking at what you're managing. And so, for example, tree numbers have dropped, but actually the tree canopy cover, the driving force of benefits, has increased. So that's interesting. We also included seagrass as well, so a lot of Torbay's urban forest is actually underwater. And we've got some values there too for some of those things, like the replacement cost of the trees and the capital asset valuation for amenity trees and outdoor recreational values. They can all be factored in. This is really good leverage to get funding to do more cool stuff like tree planting. Some of you may have heard of the 330-300 rule. So this is a rule proposed by Professor Cecil Koynendijk from the Netherlands. You should be able to see 3 trees from your home, from your window. Decent trees. There should be 30% tree cover in every neighbourhood. And you shouldn't be more than 300 metres from a decent-sized park or area of green space. And this has been adopted now across every city in Norway. They're measuring this and working towards this. There's a £10 million fund in Scotland, so where they're hoping all cities will work towards this 330-300 rule as well. In the UK, we've got tree equity score. This is really cool because tree cover quite often isn't in the areas where people need it. It's always the most deprived in society that sort of have not so good housing and they don't have the tree cover. And that's important because trees improve, as we've been learning about the Biophilic interventions, they improve our mental health and well-being, and they reduce stress. But quite often the trees aren't where people need them. So this is a tool to help you plant trees in the right places. That's homework. And it's not just about this big stuff, this stuff you can do. If you use Google, you can download iTree. One of their products is called MyTree, free to use. You can just check a tree species, measure around the base of the tree. You can put up a tree tag and then invite the newspapers down, save a local tree. And this is a great way not just to value those headline figures, what trees are doing for us, but actually that intrinsic value as well, and get some really good community engagement. This has been picked up by tree nurseries as well, so you can get an EPC rating for your tree based on how much carbon it's storing, but also how much air pollution it's filtering, how much stormwater can it attenuate, and it just helps people choosing trees from this nursery to choose maybe something a bit more meaningful that can grow into a larger stature, longer lasting tree, so that we can leave a legacy like the Victorians and Edwardians did for us. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Fantastic to be here, to see so many people today. I'm going to have to try and follow on from David and Kenton and talk a little bit about what we've been doing in Birmingham. And I think hopefully you'll see that this relates to what they've both spoken about, and also a lot about what we've been talking about this morning. So, so my name's Simon Idler. I'm Strategic Lead for Urban Forestry and Nature at Birmingham City Council. And so this picture here is actually Victoria Square. So if anybody who's been into city centre, the council house is right here. This was a temporary installation that we had in 2022 at the end of the Commonwealth Games. And it went down really, really well, and loads of people wished it could still be there today. I think it really brought the sort of a feel of natural environment into what's a really harsh environment. Just like many big cities, I'll put a little bit of context here around Birmingham. So we've got a big population. We've got 1.1 million people and rising. Like all the other big cities, we've got challenges around the age of our population. We've got one of the youngest populations in Europe. We've got a significant number of our wards in the top 10 percentile of indices of multiple deprivation. We have high levels of years life lost as well between different wards, so up to 10 years life lost between adjoining wards, and a lot of this is down to environmental factors and access to green space. We have things like air pollution, high levels of urban heat island, pluvial and fluvial flooding. So unlike although Birmingham doesn't have a major river, we do have a huge amount of surface water flooding. And this comes from the 250 miles of rivers, brooks and streams that we have, but also all the hard landscaping that's gone on. So a very urban environment. And we've also got a massive need for additional homes as well. In our last local plan for development, we needed 80,000 additional homes, and we had about land space for 53,000. So real big pressure on there. I think we're all aware as well about the pressures that the COVID pandemic has brought to the fore, and particularly around that inequity of provision of green space. So in thinking about how we're taking the city forward, we've looked at a lot of the current drivers for change and how we've been able to use those to implement changes in our planning policies and in our policy and practice documents. Some of these are a little bit out of date now, but so things like obviously the Natural Environment Plan. So we've got the Environment Act now, which has brought in the requirement of things like biodiversity net gain through development. It's placed additional duties on local authorities and other public bodies to have a greater regard for biodiversity, to see how they can improve and increase biodiversity through their actions. We've looked at our existing local plan. We've been revising the policies in there, thinking about how we can strengthen those, including elements like things like biophilic design in our Birmingham design guides. That's setting out the expectations that we want to see from developers coming to the city. We had the declaration of the climate emergency in 2019, and so on and so forth. So we've come through the Birmingham design guide, master plans and SPDs, and coming down to things like the nature recovery networks and the Biophilic City Network, and also Tree City of the World, which we've been successful in retaining for the last 5 years. So all of these adding impetus and I suppose status to the natural environment of the city. These are just a few of the plans that we've been working on recently. As Kenta mentioned, we worked with them on our Urban Forest Master Plan for Birmingham. That was taking that 30-year view of the urban forest. And so, yes, that picture is Birmingham. It's not all just a grey, dull place. It does have some trees. We have around 20% canopy cover, which is quite high for an urban environment. But as we mentioned, it's not equitably distributed. Thinking about equity of environmental justice, we also had our City of Nature plan, which we produced in 2022, and that actually looked at environmental justice. We measured across the whole city where people were living, what their access was to green space, was that quality green space, how much was there, what were all of the what were the indices of multiple deprivation, what were their climate risks, and we pulled that together into a an environmental justice map, and then we're using that to think about how we're delivering the natural environment, how we're influencing development and change within those areas. Thinking about the biophilic principles as well, we've set it around 5 key themes as well. So a fair city, a green city, a healthy city, a valued city, and an involved city. So thinking about how we increase biodiversity, increase people's connectedness to nature. Thinking about do they have that fair and equitable access to green space? Thinking about have they got access to the benefits from that green infrastructure as well. So Birmingham has something like around 4,800 hectares of public parks and open spaces. That delivers around £600 million in value of natural capital services per annum, and of that, £134 million is in health and wellbeing benefits to the residents itself. So it has a huge value. And thinking about that sort of the valued city there, although in these times of, for Birmingham, we're in a pretty shocking financial state, I have to say. But we have to sort of put that against the fact that for every £1 that we invest in the management of the natural environment, it returns £34 in benefits to society. So it's a massive, it's a very small investment really for a massive return. And if we think about if we stop doing that, what are the impacts on other parts of the council or the organisations, the NHS, etc., if we don't make that investment? So it's a hard sell for when we've got things like commissions in, but it's something we have to try and do. This was just looking at the urban canopy of the city, and we actually mapped this out down at lower super output area. So you've got your constituencies, which your MPs areas. We've got our wards, which are local councillors, but this is the neighbourhood level. So this is around 650 households, 1,500 people. So it's got 639 of those in the city, and you can see from the sort of shading on the map there that we've got some areas which are very dark green, which have very high levels of canopy cover. So we're up around 50%. But in the centre, I don't know whether that's, will the lens point, oh yes it does, there we go. The city centre area and through East Birmingham here, we've got much lower levels, somewhere down to around 5-6% canopy cover, but that's also where we have quite high levels of residential occupation, but also those high levels of deprivation as well. Part of the work we were doing, and as Kenta mentioned around community engagement, and so did David, we worked with our Birmingham Tree People, which is our sort of urban forestry group, to look at where our urban canopy was and look at the impacts on society of all of these factors. So here we've got a mapping which shows all of those indices of multiple deprivation, the urban climate risks, and also the lack of canopy. And when you overlay the two, you can see that those red areas are those priority areas where people have least urban canopy, have least access to green space, have the highest sort of health and well-being issues, and suffering from urban climate challenges as well. So this is how we're starting to focus our action around tree planting and urban greening, whether that be thinking about how we connect those spaces up by remodelling those streetscapes. So part of our Birmingham Transport Plan is to reallocate road space away from private vehicles, and so look at multimodal shift. Can we introduce green infrastructure through those routes? And through development as well, can we increase green infrastructure through those routes? This ties nicely with our nature recovery network as well. So the map over there on the on the left-hand side is, I suppose, indicative of our major green spaces, our green corridors, how those stretch through the city. Thinking about how we improve those, how we make those bigger, better, more joined up. Thinking about how we use our other green spaces as stepping stone sites as well. Increasing the biodiversity on all of those, giving people access to biodiverse, rich spaces, improving their nature connectedness is massive impact for their mental health and well-being. And one project we've rolled out this year, it's not sort of, I suppose, really new if you think globally, if you think across the national context. Other people have done this, but we did look at our main road network, so our A roads, and we started our A to B roads project, which was looking at those roads that have central reservations on them, thinking about where they travel to and from, how they might connect up other green spaces. And so we changed the mowing regime on those. We did 100 kilometres of verges this year changed the mowing regime, and we had flowers come out. We had over 30 species of flowers come out into flower on those that hadn't been seen on those verges before because they'd been cut. There was quite a big, I suppose, acceptance of that. A lot of price. Thank you. A lot of support for it. Still a few comments that it looks untidy, and I think we need to overcome some of those perceptions that sometimes the natural environment doesn't always look neat and tidy, but the benefits are there. I think this is, I think I'm coming back probably to my last slides now, so this is just going back to that further enhancement of our planning policy. So down here in London, in the sort of Mayor's Plan, you already are looking at have the urban greening factor, but that's something that we're introducing into the city through our local plan review. We can see this as a real sort of a positive way of bringing urban greening into the city centre, whereas biodiversity net gain, mandates that developers should deliver 10% net gain over a base level. In a very urban environment like ours, where the baseline is 0, in a lot of circumstances, 10% of nothing is nothing. So we're not going to be levering in new green space through biodiversity net gain through the planning system that way, but by using the urban greening factor, we can do that. One example that we've had just recently where the biodiversity baseline was probably just only a few units, the 10% net gain was very, very small, but they actually used the urban greening factor in their designing of their layout, and actually when they put that redesigned layout through the biodiversity gain metrics, it was delivering something around 1,600% net gain, so real major change for that. And then the other picture there is just from our future city plan. I have likened it to a bit of a post-apocalyptic cityscape, something from like I Am Legend or something like that, with all the trees. But this is, I suppose, it's interesting to see that even just in the last sort of 10 years or so, our urban designers, our planning, our assistant directors and planning managers are being very much more upfront about how they see the city of developing, looking at the doubling of green space in the city centre, looking at increasing the canopy cover on there. And all of this is linked back to that the natural environment benefits, that health and wellbeing benefits, climate resilience, nature connectedness and biodiversity net gain. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, if we needed more reasons why we need biophilic design and why we should implement it, I think just by combining all these tools and and all the evidence to how it supports everything, I think, so bless you guys for speaking. And also, just so you know, we're going to be having events next year with a load of collaborations with people like yourselves to talk about how biophilic design in the built environment and how we can invest in nature as we're actually doing the design. We've now got a panel that's kindly supported by the British Institute of Interior Designers, and here they come, kind of like downstairs. So lovely, thank you so much for doing that. Yes, and we've got the chair is Matt Freeman. We've got a panel with Preet Anand and also Rajashri Chakraborty. So I'm going to leave it for you to do the introductions, and thank you so much. Cheers, from outside to inside.
So hi, good afternoon. The panel today is the British Institute of Interior Design and Biophilic and Wellbeing in Interior Design. I'm Matthew Freeman, Director of Freeman Studio and former President of the BIID. The BIID is a membership organisation, and we cover all levels of education from student through to sort of very senior industry figures, working across multiple sectors. And we consider many things within our role as interior designers. So does form follow function? Impact of colour, acoustic, sustainability regulations, and most of those can have an impact on biophilic design and do have an impact on biophilic design. At the BIID we have a Sustainable Specifiers Guide which covers biophilia and sustainable materials, and there's a massive crossover between those two subjects. And we have a project book which also describes how to run a project from beginning to end, which touches on both of those subjects as well. So I'm joined today by Preet Anand from Mood Interiors, who's part of the care sector, specialising in sensory needs and focusing on neurodivergence. Rajashri Chakraborty, yeah, got that right, good, from Design Scheme, and Raj will be providing a perspective from an employer with sort of 2 decades within human resource experience and as a career changer moving into interior design. And we were due to have Chloe Bullock with us from Materialise Interiors, but she had a family emergency. So she said that it was okay to tell you about that. And the fact is that she's in a hospital with visiting a family member that has biophilia within the design of the hospital. So she said that she's currently enjoying feeling more relaxed by being in that environment. So we'll start. Oh, I will do. Thank you. Hopefully she's watching. Hi, Chloe. So to start, Preet, could you explain about how we ensure biophilic design is sort of top of the agenda and part of the sustainable journey that we take clients on?
Thank you for that introduction, Matthew. It's very nice. Yeah, I think it's part of the briefing process, and also when a client chooses the designer that they want for their spaces. So for myself, my brand ethos is about well-being and creating environments which improve the outcomes for whether it's in your own home, whether it's in the workplace, whether it's in a healthcare setting. So the ethos of my brand is to improve the well-being and wellness journey that people go through in their spaces. And I think you would choose a designer that obviously follows the different importances that you have. So, for example, if you were to go to Chloe, she's very much about the biophilic design and the environment in commercial spaces. So it's choosing the designer that's right for you and how they work in a sustainable way as well.
Yeah, and I suppose I talk as a narrative to clients about health and well-being as a primary starting point rather than the climate emergency and the giant, enormous subject that is. It's easier to talk about health and well-being and talk from a point of view that they understand, and then what they can do personally to make things better. So yeah.
I really think, just sorry to add, I think they always come from a design perspective as well. When you are talking about interior design, usually the client will come from a perspective of, well, how is that going to look and how much is that going to cost?
Yeah.
So yes, it is our responsibility, which I know we will discuss through this discussion, to ensure that they're making sustainable choices. But really the client's priority, unless they've come to you and said, I really want an environmental friendly home, can you help me? And they'll choose that designer that will help them. Majority of the time they're saying, can you make my living room look fantastic on a low budget? So it's our responsibility, I think, usually to direct that conversation.
Yeah, and then we have the stealth of sneaking in or only presenting sustainable options and
yes,
providing those first and then
yes,
seeing where that gets us.
Yes.
Raj, you've been, I suppose you're early in your interior design career, a couple of years in.
Yes.
How are you finding your material library is growing or has grown through those couple of years?
Thank you, Matthew, for the introduction. I am a career changer from human resources to interior design, so I work accordingly to what my employees needed and what my clients wanted. So in terms of material sourcing, my journey is very evolving. Whenever there's a requirement from a client or anybody I'm working with, they start with some concept. I improvise on that concept after communicating with them what they actually want. And it's not that at the very first stage you just come up with certain materials and you say, oh no, you know what, we are going ahead with this. Clients can, make another decision. Things change. It evolves over the process, and they can suddenly come back and say that, I want a material which is more sustainable. And that's when you input your knowledge that I believe in this kind of space you should use this kind of materials, because by example this has happened and this has become a positive outcome out of that. So my material bank over the years, has evolved. I've never started with a set of materials and I've said, you know what, you need to do this. I need to keep myself well researched and understand what's happening in the environment, what is there to offer us, and accordingly I go ahead and suggest to the client that this is what you can do. And actually, by that, I have seen a lot of interest coming from them. They want to know more. And when you see that they want to know more, you tend to, come up with more different varieties of materials that you can use in that space. So, like as I said, it's a very evolving process.
Okay. And then, Preet, when we did our sort of exploration call ready for today, we also talked about instances where biophilic design isn't the priority about what you're doing because of the nature of your work. If you could talk a little bit about that would be good.
Yeah, so when I'm thinking about the healthcare setting, so specifically children and adults home with special needs, challenging behaviours, autism, neurodivergence, and also dementia care, the priority is finding furniture which is fit for purpose as a prime priority. And that's more around the mental health and challenging behaviour side. If a chair is going to break during a high energy situation, with all due respect, doesn't matter how sustainable it is, it's going to damage and it's going to cause accidents. So when we're designing these homes for a range of disabilities and needs, the primary is the functionality, the design-led aspect as well, which is getting better and better. Suppliers are bringing out designs which are actually looking less institutional. They look design-led, they look really cool in a space, they've got a range of colours. I think we spoke about those sort of plastic chairs that you get in sort of mental health and prison settings. They're coming in a tangerine now, so they're great. But it's really the way that they function and they empower the end user. Suppliers of these furniture, fabrics, it isn't just furniture, it's fabrics as well, that also need to be antimicrobial, they need to be waterproof, they need to be easy to clean, there's another word, and fire resistant, crib 5, rated, you know, all of these things that you have to think about. But it is nice that suppliers, especially the big players in the game, have pushed the sustainability and their marketing on that. So it's the suppliers that dictate that, really. We can choose only from a select when we're using these environments as our projects, and if those suppliers are supporting that journey, then yes, we will select them. And it's even more of a incentive as well, because companies, the healthcare providers, also need to have a CSR, a corporate responsibility of we're using environmentally friendly materials as well. So it's all, everybody needs to work at it really, but it's the functionality and the usage.
And do your budgets allow for flexibility, or do they allow for like to meet the need? Is there much budget scope for you to choose from varying levels of products?
Completely transparent. It's very expensive, and that's where I find there is such a disconnect, especially with local authority budgets. Being able to make beautiful environments that are user-friendly and are improving the outcomes of people, young people, adults, elderly in these environments. These products are expensive and budget doesn't always allow, and that's where the disconnect comes from, and interior design becomes a less of a need. And it is, because it has proven that it can improve the outcomes of these end users, but they're expensive.
Yeah, like you're saying with the technical finish, there's only so many manufacturers that offer those finishes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And Raj, you mentioned, I suppose, and throughout today we talked about the scientific proof that biophilic design actually works, and being your role, your previous role that you were in for a couple of decades, does that really affect what employers deliver in terms of interior design? The fact that there's scientific proof that biophilia has such a positive.
I'll start by saying how I felt today. You know, I was listening to all of your conversation this morning. It was very enriching, very informative. Went down to the cafeteria, had a cup of coffee, went out to the greener side. I instantly felt a sense of calm, you know, and I felt ideas started flowing in. And if I go back to my experience, I can say that I was fortunate enough to be a part of the transition process which happened just after the COVID, when our offices changed. And our previous office did not allow much of natural ventilation, lightning movement around space. And I was fortunate enough to go to a space where we designed in such a way that we had retractable windows, use of good natural ventilation, using of biophilic materials in terms of having carpet tiles around the kitchen area, you know, different levels of seating where employees can interact with each other, quieter spaces where people can just have a talk. Even the conference rooms were like glass walls, obviously with the semi-transparent film on it. But the main thing, what I've noticed as a human resource professional, when I'm in charge of addressing employees' concern, or if they're reluctant to come back to the workplace, was when we were just transitioning to the workplace, there was a sense of stress, anxiety and how the air quality will be like at the office space. So how did we work around that? We actually explain how the workplace changed, what elements of nature we have brought in for them. And on the very first few, when they entered the space, they automatically felt energized. There was greenery. Even the pathway to the conference room was more like, frosted or preserved moss walls, lot of natural lighting, even a small plant. Small things make a difference. A small plant on their desk, and use of good lighting and all of that. So over the months, we could see that previously, which we feared was, people will not come in. There will be a lot of sick leaves and absenteeism will be high. We didn't see any of that. We had employee assistance programs where people can call and request for counseling or report any issues. That's totally confidential. But we see a marked decline in that. People actually welcomed that change. They came into office and interacted with each other. There was high productivity. There was more creative juices flowing in. And also when we had to represent our business or brand to the client, it was more like they also saw, wow, this office, this brand has really worked on sustainability, really worked on wellness in their office environment. And it helped our ESG groups, which you call the environmental social groups, thrive more, come up with better ideas. And last not but the least is like our employees felt a sense of pride, and they were happy to work for an environment which focuses on wellness and sustainability and use of natural materials. And some of the elements have gone back to their home office also. So I have seen pictures from their home office as how they could introduce a bit of natural elements of nature into their office.
Okay, so that's sort of reducing absenteeism as well and beneficial to their health. And that affects productivity as well? You think that they're more productive?
Yes, I see a lot of, I would say, new projects, idea started coming in. There was a lot of focus on creativity, problem solving, increase in productivity. And as per the research, which says that, there is always a 15% increase, at least 15% of productivity expectation, expected productive rise in productivity when you have an environment where people can thrive. There was a lot of changes in terms of productivity. More ideas started flowing in. We had innovation labs where we focus on product innovation, ideas, and as people started feeling confident coming in, I think more people, they started communicating with each other. We in fact have a green space, outdoors space, where people can go and give presentations. It doesn't have to be in the conference room all the time. So we could actually enable that. And I was one of the listeners in one of the meetings one day, and I could see the positiveness and the way they were talking to each other, and they were discussing the environment, how it changed their thought process in the office. It was quite a good feeling, actually.
Wow.
I'm going to say something quite controversial given the conference that we're in, but I'm just going to do it, and I'm going to leave after this. But is this just good design, or is this biophilic design? Because as an interior designer, creating well-designed spaces, whether they use natural materials, sustainable materials, FSC-rated woods, if it's well-designed and the space aids conversation, aids sensory rooms, co-working, lone working, safe spaces for neurodivergence, isn't that just good design as opposed to biophilic design? And I think that's where the strength of interior design comes from. Yes, we need to promote the world's situation and we need to promote climate change. That's our responsibility to promote that. But if the budget doesn't allow, the resources don't allow, we can still improve people's lives and well-being through good design as well.
Yeah, I suppose it's the budget-related point of that, because if it's the change of colour, and you look at colour therapy and how that affects people in spaces, that's probably an attainable point to make something more biophilic.
Yeah.
were going to say something.
Not really. Actually,
You're going to throw something at me instead.
No, what I was, I actually agree with Preet's point here. You know, ultimately, it's good interior design. And of course, if you can introduce, if the budget permits, and if you can introduce biophilic elements into a workspace, I think that adds up to it. You know, but first and foremost, the layout planning, the how the functionality of the space, all of the things are very important. It might mean that you don't need much, but you can still have a very functional space. So, of course, 2 and 2 together will work great, but not every time you can have biophilic design everywhere. Like we were discussing about confined spaces like factories, where is it possible to have biophilic elements of design there, then what can you do? What can you do more, to make these employees feel that, they are at a place where they feel nurtured, taken care of.
Yeah, that's maybe where the home environment is more important than our public spaces, rather than it being a place of employment. And I suppose we've been talking about general office spaces, but you're more into the realm of neurodiversity and more specific spaces for the mind and mental health. Could you talk a little bit about that?
I'm sure a lot of the conversations have covered the topic that it's bringing the outdoors in and getting people more connected to nature. It has significant, I think around 95% mood improvement if people are outside, but not everybody is able to get outside, whether that's because of a disability or whether that's because of the fact that they're working in a factory. So I think access to sort of the circadian lighting system is very important. It's a hot topic with dementia care, and that's where I first learned about it. But actually, I think it's now impacting our everyday lives with our iPhones and the way they're changing to sort of that blue light in the evening, and it's improving our mental health and our well-being. So circadian lighting, diffused natural lights. We've discussed plants as well. These are just making me feel great right now. They're just, but it does, and that's not a sarcastic comment. It really does. Well, it is a sarcastic comment, but it does feel a lot more holistic and a lot more considered. And it's not just a grey room. It's really organic, and the form that we use in terms of curved walls and archways, and we're lime washing. And when I walked into this room, you do start to identify, okay, what's making this space feel good right now? There's a grey room with grey walls, or there's form and there's texture and there's colour, which really helps add that dimension, which is where the profession of interior design comes from. It isn't just about picking pretty fabrics. It's a very considered profession. And, I think we're going to discuss earlier, bringing the interior design on early into a project is important. I don't mean to sort of skip into your next question, but it means that you don't just add that interior design layer on after. It needs to be considered as part of the build. So are we going to do curved walls? Are we going to do archways? How's the natural light going to fall? Where is the natural light going to fall? These conversations, where are these conversations between colleagues going to happen? These private conversations, these sensory spaces, all of these things need to be built into the architecture of the building, as well as just the icing on the cake. Interior design isn't just the icing at all. I think it's a real integral part of the structure.
I just want to add something on there. You mentioned about interior designers getting involved from the very start. Like we were discussing, that there is always that opportunity is always not there, that an interior designer is involved from the very first stage. After a time, a lot of planning process happens, architecture comes in, building planners, everything is done, and then the interior designers are called in. And how can interior designers go to the start? And that's where I feel that interior designers should come up and say that what they can offer, what they can do, and really ask and really let people think and question them that, oh, you know what, tell me more about that. And then the interior designers, with their well-researched knowledge, they can come up and say, you know what, you should have done that, or you should have done this. Okay, now that's done. Now what we can do? I can introduce this, I can introduce that, and I will keep your budget in mind. So it works both ways.
Yeah.
It's more person-led. It works both ways, and interior designer also has to establish their credibility in front of the client, so that the client feels that, you know what, I should have involved the person from the very start.
Yeah, because I suppose that input is almost invaluable at the beginning of a project. It doesn't necessarily need to be high-value work in terms of fees and costs, but the actual influence it can have on a project is massive. Okay. My next question.
Just throwing you off there,
I know you have. You've ruined it now. I'll just read my question. So change is coming, Preed. Sustainable materials on the market, biophilic design is becoming more prominent. What are your thoughts on the speed of this change, and can we increase it?
So it's a two-pronged approach. So we are working with what the client wants and what the client streams are, and then we have to then recommend the right products. But then there's a government change that actually suppliers and workplaces and people who have significant responsibility need to have an element of sustainability included within their processing, their products, their supply, the buildings that they're creating. So I think if we went from a top-down legislation point of view and from a bottom-up saying, well, we can make a suggestion like Raj was saying, you know, here's a suggestion on an eco-friendly product, or that bathroom you don't actually have to rip out, we can just change the taps, or maybe you can paint tiles nowadays. You can paint the tiles in a VOC-friendly paint. You know, you can upgrade this bathroom without having to rip it out, throwing it into landfill. You know, you can really upscale things. Reupholster is huge. Reupholstering furniture. Some furniture now, you don't actually get that quality as you did, you know, back down. It's that fast furniture, it's fast fashion. It's the same thing. So if you can reupholster, reuse, make design suggestions, which are still adhering to their brief, you're working from the bottom up, and then top-down legislation is, well, actually our environment needs to have X amount percentage of sustainability in our environment to improve, you know, climate change, essentially is what we're discussing here. That's how we can speed it up, I think. We all need to work together.
I suppose we talked at the beginning about your furniture selections having to be robust. Do you find on projects that there is an opportunity to reupholster what's there, or do you know, you were talking about damage, and sometimes
absolutely.
are they actually in a position where you can reupholster them and
if you've selected
second
the
life
correct
them?
tuft furniture, the frames are built to last. It's, you know, the wear and tear of the fabric, whether they've been picked, whether they, you know, different things happen with different people on the scale of where their sensory needs are. Yes, you can use the wooden frames again, of course.
Okay. And something we touched on a little bit earlier, and was earlier in the conference, was, I suppose, about the patina of materials and wear and tear, and that we're all getting old. Seconds tick by. And Instagram is making us want to be all shiny and new all of the time. But isn't that we've got to see the value in the aging process of materials, because otherwise we can't keep replacing everything. We need to sort of fundamentally change how we see what we specify.
Yeah, I think that's why we need to be more accepting of reupholstering and reusing and mending. You know, we don't get taught how to sew at school anymore, and how to do the things that we should be doing in order to make things reusable again. It's, just chuck it, we'll get a new one, because, you know, X.com are selling it for 250 quid, I'll just buy a new one. And it's not right. You can just buy a new one. And that thought process of, no, actually, I might just try and sew this together, I might just try and get a craftsman to mend it and make it last longer. I've completely forgotten the question and gone off on a tangent, but it was the old comment, it's the aging process.
The patina of time.
Yeah, the patina. But things can then look beautiful, and if we accept that those things are aging with time, and that's the beauty in it, and the memories of that desk that you were saying that the hairdresser has, I think that's beautiful, and it's true. And if we can sort of mend it to still have those marks in there, but still make it usable space, I think absolutely, and it's the beauty in that.
Yeah, that's what I suppose things like Repair Shop on TV, that's a really good program that sort of highlights it. Yeah. But I also think the cost of actually doing the works to the pieces is exponentially more than the item would have been in the first place. So I get the idea and concept of it, but
that's
in reality,
legislation comes in.
that's
it. And that's it. The more people do it, the less it's going to cost. It's because it's a luxury right now that to find somebody who what's that word that restores furniture. It's almost a luxury now, whereas if it was almost on every high street that there was someone restoring things, it wouldn't be such a luxury and it wouldn't cost so much. It's because it's a novelty now.
Yeah, you're right. Not at the high street you'll get somebody who's going to do, restorative furniture, upholstery. Because from my personal experience from clients, I've seen the cost is relatively quite high, than buying a new furniture. So, we have to do something around that if you want to, look at a greener world in the few years, So.
Yeah, so I suppose my next question was about interior designers and do they understand the impact of their decisions on human health? I suppose in Chloe's book, she's not here, but that starts by talking about the sort of air that we breathe, the water we consume, the food we eat, and chemicals, the amount of sort of nanoplastics, microplastics in water. There's massive health benefits, or lack of the worst kind of health benefits. So it's how interior designers can try and avoid those things, and that is the recycling, circular economy, natural materials.
Also what visually they see, visually they see in the space when they're in a space which has been designed, how's the movement like? Is there free flow movement of, walking area? So what do I see? Do I see the garden from there? What do I see on the walls? What do I see in the ceiling? So whenever somebody's at a space, how does it impact my mental health? Have I got the ease of movement to pick up something? All of that comes into place. So definitely, I would say interior design has a big, impact on human health, mental and physical.
Okay, right. My was supposed to be final question, but
sorry.
No. So we're here today. This is the first year, and I wanted to ask you to imagine the 50th anniversary of this show, and where do you think Biophilic Design will be, and how do you think it will evolve based on what you know and what you've experienced in the last 20 years? Where do you think it would go, or how do you think it's going to develop?
I'm very positive about it. If you understand the basic principle, we all come from nature. We thrive, we feel calm, we feel energized when we are in nature. Along with good interior design planning, for a space, biophilic aspects of design can change somebody's mood to do things much more in a better way. Now, be it a big building or a small office space at home, or be it just a living room space, including elements of biophilic or sustainable interior design can have an enormous impact. I would say this has gone from history to now, and it will grow more. I can give you some examples. There are temples I know where they have been designed in such a way, it's like a biomimicry of architecture. They have there's Lotus Temple in India which has 27 leaves, which helps in natural ventilation, air purification, temperature control. There are buildings like the Edge in Amsterdam, which ranks very high in BRIM Sustainability Index of 98.4%, which offers an area which has natural lighting throughout the atrium space. And you spoke about having good food, having good food habits and all. I have seen in that building, when employees go back home in the evening, they are handed out recipes. You just click on the recipe box and they're handed out recipes of what to cook healthy for dinner. Making those small changes in our lives, in our workplaces, as well as in the education sector, healthcare sector, and hospitality. Education sector, why? Because my son, he's an avid reader. He loves reading, I took him to a library where there is a lot of green there, and he found his safe spot there, started reading his book. So from children, from teens to, bringing biophilic elements in education and visually making them see what's on offer, instantly changes your mood. So I can give you many examples of the buildings which have gone for, vertical balconies. The buildings in Milan, which has got vertical forests, So there is already work started from history, and it is continuing, and it will continue. And if we have interconnected green corridors, green spaces, open spaces, accessibility, to see, visualize, and with all our senses, I would say in next 50 years, this will be it. This will be the most important thing of any kind of nature landscape design.
Very good. Reed.
I hope so. I do hope so, because it sounds beautiful, that world. It does. And I think
be positive.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
Here, aren't I? But I feel like teaching our children, like forest schools are big now. I never went to a forest school, and they're all at forest school nowadays, these nursery children, which is fantastic. So yes, incorporating the natural environment into their everyday life will help make them more aware, but it shouldn't be, like we're saying, it shouldn't be such a luxury. It shouldn't be that there isn't on every high street something to do with something renewable or change. It should be an everyday thing as part of our change as humans. I just hope that this isn't a trend. I hope this isn't just a buzzword that people are talking about now, and actually and then, you know, in 15, 20 years' time, it's all about incorporating loads of tech, because tech isn't environmentally friendly either. The way, I think someone was saying, the amount of energy that these big units use to hold these clouds.
The
and all
data
these things.
centers.
Yeah, I'm going to go into AI now. I'm not going into AI.
I was just about to go into AI. I was just about to go into AI.
We don't have the time for that, but but it isn't, and I hope that it isn't a trend. And it just needs to be a part of everything we do. So it isn't actually a word that we're using anymore. It's just, well, it is. Of course there's this. Of course there's that. What do you mean? It isn't a word we're having to have a conference about. It's part of everything we do. That's where we need to be.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Just to say thanks so much. Really, thank you for that. It's lovely to have the sort of perspective of interior designers as well. So now we're going into lunch. Please eat all the sandwiches and all the wraps and everything else and put it in your bag, whatever. And make sure you go and say hello to Guy and wish him happy birthday, because I haven't forgotten. And also look at his trees in the conservatory. There's also forest bathing with Amanda Bond. So please knock yourselves out and give yourselves biophilic hugs as well. So see you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was
Come and experience the magic of nature. Your mind deserves to slow down. Your soul deserves to be nourished. And your spirit deserves to be free. Nestled in the Cambrian Mountains in the heart of Wales, enter Soul Voyager into the dreaming. Book your place now.
Right, hi everybody. Hi everybody, sit down. Good. Right, lovely. Everybody wave in the air like this. Give me a little wave. Bit of like after lunch. Did you eat all the sandwiches? Excellent. That's what we like. Great. Right. So we're really excited actually. So we were going to have a recorded message from Jojo, but she's actually here today. She's blown out the cop and she's come to us instead. Jojo Mehta is co-founder and executive director of Stop Ecocide International. She's going to tell you about what it is, so I'm not going to do that. So Jojo, please, there you go, massive picture of yourself. Yeah, so you can, off you go. There you go.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay. Now, when I get given a very short slot like this, I actually have to work from notes because otherwise I know I will just keep talking. So, it's lovely to be with you here today. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm here to tell you about a legal initiative that is gaining huge traction around the world right now. One that feels hugely compatible with the work of this audience, which is all about creating, building, and living in harmony with nature. It's all about recognising ecocide as a serious crime, even an international crime, so that crimes against nature can sit alongside genocide and crimes against humanity at the International Criminal Court in The Hague. And as I'll be explaining to you, this is not only possible, it's on its way. I mean, we generally think of criminal law as a framework for punishment, and indeed that is how it works, but that isn't what it's for. Criminal law is there to deter, prevent, and protect. As a society, we use it to define what is unacceptable. Now, biophilia means love of nature, and the meaning of love, according to a definition that really resonated for me when I heard it earlier this year, is to take the interests of the loved one as one's own. Now, ecocide means, literally from the Greek and Latin, to kill one's home. It refers to mass damage and destruction of nature. Now, if we were to take nature's interests as our own, we would absolutely ensure the prevention of such harms. However, existing environmental regulations are often ignored because it's cheaper not to tick the boxes, nobody's checking, and there is no real moral stigma attached to breaching a regulation. And this is fundamentally a cultural issue. Our economic system is based on a mindset that separates us from nature. We have treated the earth as an infinite bank of resources, and that is quite obviously not what she is. And scientists have been telling us so for decades. Indigenous leaders have been saying it for centuries. And when we damage Mother Earth, there are consequences. That is simple fact. But until now, our legal system has not reflected this. And so genuine action on sustainability is a constant uphill struggle against a default flow of finance to business as usual, simply because nothing is genuinely deterring it. And in this context, naming the worst harms, ecocide, as crimes brings in a moral imperative and really helps to level the playing field and to reframe our relationship with the living world. We begin to understand that it is just as bad, just as wrong, just as dangerous, in fact, to destroy ecosystems as it is to destroy people, and ultimately comes to the same thing. So, what exactly do we mean by ecocide? According to the definition recently proposed at the International Criminal Court, ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there's a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. Now, most environmental laws, regulations, make long detailed lists of what is and isn't permitted, a system that is often gamed by companies. They recategorize their activities, or they go right to the wire with toxin limits, or even, and this does happen of course, they balance off compensation against profits. This law, by contrast, focuses on consequences, on the level or risk of level of harm that results from an act. So it requires a real reality check. What is actually happening on the ground? Will this project create severe harm? This, in turn, requires assessments based on the best local and scientific knowledge. The definition is therefore applicable to any context and remains relevant over time as new technologies emerge. It helps to steer high-level decision-making, which is why it's important to hear about it while it's coming over the horizon, so to speak. Because the time between now and adoption of the law, which we predict will be before 2030, is the window for strategic positive change. So, where are we now with this initiative?
Well, things are actually moving very fast. Ecocide bills have now been proposed in a number of national parliaments, from Belgium, where it's actually been adopted, to Scotland, to Brazil, and the EU has just this year adopted a directive covering ecocide-level crimes. As of September this year, a proposal is also on the table at the International Criminal Court itself, proposed by 3 Pacific Ocean states, Vanuatu, Fiji, and Samoa, all, of course, at the sharp end of the effects of climate breakdown. Government discussion on ecocide has therefore gone from zero to EU legislation and an ICC proposal in 5 short years. For international law, this is verging on rocket speed. It's a concept whose time has clearly come. And I invite you all to be part of this conversation, because legislating for ecocide will support every environmental campaign and business on the planet, as well as profoundly shifting our cultural relationship to the earth. And we strongly believe that in times to come, this shift will be looked back on much as we think of the abolition of slavery now. A real fundamental legal and cultural shift. Because it's time that our legal systems began to show a little more biophilia. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jojo. That was amazingly heartening to hear that. Really fabulous to hear it. And I hope that you will all go out and talk to, even if it's not your MPs, like just people around you about it, because that's the way that these things get spread and become part of our culture, I think. So the first person, I should introduce myself. I'm Eleanor Young, editor of Architecture magazine, RIBA Journal, and I'm taking you through the next 3 sessions, which takes you to the next break, which feels very soon, but don't worry, we've got a lot to pack in before then. And the first session is Future-Proofing Cities with Biophilic Design. And the thing that I was about to run away with is that we're starting with Rob Delius, who's sustainability lead at Architects Stride Tregowan. And he himself has a way of making waves and headlines with dramatic installations and events around ecology and the environmental crisis. You may have seen pictures of around a kind of a dramatic Georgian circle with kind of people kind of like this, sort of for a funeral for nature. Yeah, really dramatic moments that actually bring these issues to our attention. So he will be starting us off, and then we will move to Robert Gardner, who's CEO of Rebalance Earth and has 25 years of sustainable finance experience. Again, this is really important. Law and finance are at the heart of making a change. He's mobilising 10 billion for nature restoration, and that's nature with a capital N, and treating it as an investable asset. So I look forward to hearing more about that. Then we'll move on to Tom Dolan, who is of the UK Collaboratorium, oh, fantastic Collaboratorium, what a great word, for research and infrastructure of cities, based at UCL. He's got a background in engineering and describes him as a system thinking researcher. You might have read in the book he's got a penchant for asking awkward questions, so sit on your hands, expect to be uncomfortable, I hope. And then we have Higgs Brugink, who some of you may have heard talk earlier, of Dutch eco-architecture firm Orga, who's going to talk about floating homes. And he's got a really interesting background as a historian and a Living Future accredited professional. So, first, Rob 1.
Thanks very much, Eleanor. So, I'm wondering if this is biophilia's moment, whether its time has come. Is it time to radically rethink and reimagine our built environment around biophilic principles, and to do so on a big scale? So I'm very fortunate to live in the beautiful city of Bath. It's surrounded by nature, and in some cases, like this picture, the buildings are in nature rather than nature in between the buildings, if you know what I mean. And looking at this picture, the city's almost sort of more arboretum than city. Compare this to many cities around the UK which are completely nature depleted. This is Newport, for example, where our practice is helping the council with a placemaking plan to improve it. And you can imagine how bad this environment is for health, not just for nature. So, as Eleanor mentioned, this is what we did in Bath. This is, and the picture of nature globally is not good at all. In fact, it's pretty catastrophic. We need to be radically changing the way we do things to reverse current trends. So this was us in Bath doing that back in April, trying to shake things up and send an urgent SOS for nature. Because the stats are not good. There's been a 69% global drop in nature since 1970. Just let that stat sink in. It's a pretty frightening trajectory. And what about the UK? Take flying insects, for example, butterflies, moths, bees, etc. We've lost 60% of them in the last 20 years. So based on all this evidence, we decided to hold a mock funeral procession for nature and carried a Mother Earth figure through the streets of the city to very visually and powerfully convey exactly what's happening. We also invited Chris Packham and others who joined hundreds of mourners dressed in black, one of 1,000 people who took part in what was a huge street performance to shock people and to raise awareness that the UK is now officially one of the most nature-depleted countries on Earth. But it's not just nature that's in trouble, we are too. Many of us are not in good physical or mental shape, and it's actually getting worse. As well as the stats above, the use of antidepressants, for example, has risen by 284% in just the last 10 years, and it's all putting huge strain on the NHS. And it's not good for the economy either, with UK businesses suffering to the tune of £100 billion each year because of ill health. So what is the solution? Well, the Wildlife Trust think that it's actually spending more time in nature. They've calculated that the NHS alone could be saving £656 million a year if people spent more time in nature. But spending time in nature doesn't actually mean sort of heading out of town, not least because our countryside is hugely nature depleted, but changing our towns and cities to create environments that can be good for our health and also good for nature, like the picture on the left, which is basically, I think, what we're talking about today, creating biophilic environments. And they don't look like this. The government is planning to build 1.5 million more homes. So we should be asking, what sort of environments do we want to be creating? Will they be like this newish development in Somerset? Good for people and nature? I don't think so. Or do we want to adopt a radically different approach? This is one of my projects in Somerset Levels, just a few miles away from the previous photo. Is this the sort of place that we should be creating? With buildings made from natural materials and a garden at the heart of the development and cars tucked out of sight. And inside, light-filled, healthy spaces that are connected to nature, where the boundaries between inside and outside are blurred. So what about on a larger scale? In Paintworks in Bristol, we've created a whole new car-free neighbourhood, where the streets were sized and designed for people and plants, not for cars. Instead, residents opened their doors onto a quiet, safe, car-free space filled with nature, where there's a sense of community, who can come together for barbecues and other social stuff. Isn't this the sort of place that we should be creating? And what about on an even bigger scale? What if we planned whole parts of cities or towns around nature? This is what we did with this nature-inspired proposal in Letchworth, where we've done away with streets, but instead proposed a series of interconnected spaces, each one with a garden or a green space at their heart, and a linear park or nature corridor connecting them all up. And as we start to rethink streets as spaces, we create places, like this cluster of timber shingle-clad homes we did in Totnes, which is part of a larger development. We designed it with a co-housing group to have a garden space, and frustratingly, in the 11th hour, the developer decided they wanted car parking in it as well. So a lot of the planting was removed, but it's still a great space. And that idea of rethinking cities for nature and people is something we've been exploring in Bath for a while now. We held a therapeutic city festival a few years ago exploring how cities could actually be good for the mind, body and soul. We worked with the council to persuade local businesses to let us close the main high street to traffic for one weekend. And we thought it would be better for their business despite reservations from some of them. And this is what happened. And it's actually led to the permanent closure of that street to traffic. But maybe we can change the whole atmosphere of a city. And I was lucky enough to win an RIBA competition a few years ago called Imagine Bath, with an idea to introduce water features throughout the city to celebrate its water heritage. Exploring the idea of the whole city being reimagined as a spa, with every public space like a treatment room, incorporating water and nature. In the 19th century, people came to Bath to take the cure. What if our towns and cities could still be curative if they could actually make you feel better? Because tests have proved that contact with water makes us healthier and happier. Water's predictable but also unpredictable movement is hugely restorative, lowering blood pressure and triggering endorphins. Imagine hearing and seeing water everywhere in the city and how transformative that would be on the atmosphere of a city, but also on our own health. We need this sort of joined up thinking at this sort of scale to have real impact. We're now exploring an even bigger idea with the council, the city redefining itself as a wellbeing city. With the whole city planned and managed around nature and water and health and restoration. So we need a new narrative. And you don't need to look much further than next door to the Barbican Conservatory, where nature is not just something in between the buildings, it's actually part of the buildings. Imagine if more of our cities looked like this. You're probably thinking, we can't do the Barbican Conservatory everywhere. It's inside for starters. But take a look just down the road at somewhere called Bonington Square. A few years ago, it was a typical hard, nature-depleted place that looked pretty much like everywhere else. But this is where it gets really exciting. It had a determined community who came up with a singular, inspiring vision that they called the Paradise Project. And in a few years, they created this, an amazing and a radically different place that truly does resemble a paradise now. And if I could take every architect, developer, engineer, council person, decision maker here to show them what's possible, then I would. Because this is what we should be doing. Because it's the sort of place we need to be creating that's good for nature, good for people, and also good for business. So this is the message that I want to be concluding with. We need to be challenging business as usual. The usual grey, car and road-dominated, soulless, biodiversity depleted and often soul-crushing state of much of our built environment. We need to be much more aspirational. As Buckminster Fuller said, it's not about tweaking the model, playing at the edges, but coming up with a whole new model that makes the old one obsolete. We urgently need a radically different vision for nature and for our own health. So my call to action for us all is to think big, unleash our collective imagination, and sell to everyone else what an exciting vision of a positive biophilic future could look and feel like. And that's what we need to do right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm Rob too. I'm not an architect. I'm not a designer. I was a geographer and had that sort of beaten out of me, but I'm a proud geographer again. But I spent 25 years working in the pension fund industry. And the thing that connects everyone in this room is we all have a pension. Pension is our deferred pay. And the cool thing is, it's the capital in capitalism. And did you know your money, if we add it all up for 70 million people, is £5 trillion in the UK? £5 trillion. That's why Rachel Reeves is about to do a speech on Thursday to talk about how can we mobilise some of that capital. In the next decade, our money will grow to 10 trillion. And that money right now is pointed at building the bricks, the roads, the stuff that Robert talked about that we don't like. And what we try and do at Rebalance Earth is just say, take just 2% of 5 trillion. That's £100 billion, and start to invest it in projects that look like Robert's. Although we look at it in a slightly different perspective because we think about nature as infrastructure. And so what I wanted to point out is we had COP16, we've got COP29 right now, and lots of people have been talking about this huge gap to fund nature. And there's carbon credits. We have this system in the UK called biodiversity net gain, but that's not going to shift billions of pounds to nature. And back to creating a new model, we want to create a new model where you can derive value from nature. So just as Sally was talking about earlier, we need to put utility value on nature. In fact, if we give legal protection to nature, if we treat it like an asset, we think about nature differently. We think we do that through climate adaptation. So normally people talk about climate change and climate mitigation, and that's all about CO2 and carbon. But climate adaptation is all about water. Too much, too little, or too dirty. And it doesn't matter whether it's in Valencia or that's going to happen in the UK. Here's the crazy thing in London. By 2050, we're not going to have enough water. We're going to have flooding, coastal flooding, and there literally won't be enough water for our homes and businesses by 2050. On top of that, we have a serious issue with our rivers and water. We cannot even let our animals swim in our rivers. And that's because of what we've done. In the UK, we've straightened and canalised 97% of our rivers. In fact, Bath is pretty lucky in terms of how river is run through it. But what if we could reposition nature as infrastructure? Instead of building more water treatment plants, what if we got nature to do the work for us? Because actually nature's really good at it. In fact, earlier on the panel, I think one of the ladies was talking about Milan. And not only do integrating nature with those buildings capture CO2, but it massively helps with cooling the building and promoting biodiversity. But at a much bigger level, Bangkok in Thailand, that wetland restoration cleans over 8 million litres of water a day. The investment rate of return, which is what Sally was talking about, on wetland restoration projects to clean water, just think of all the embodied carbon we don't need to build something to clean water, all the energy and all the chemicals, we just get wetlands to do it for us, is somewhere between about 18 to 20% rate of return. Think about it, we might get 4% on the bank. So it is a huge rate of return, let alone all of the carbon sequestration, all of the environmental benefits, all the places for people to go and walk and hang out. Same in Sanya in China. And if we want to talk about value, has anyone here been to New York? Yeah, so this is 1.5 miles of old disused railway line that got converted. Apartments along here are now between $6 and $10 million. The business case for this would be it would create tax revenues of about $250 million. It's created $900 million. It's created over $2 billion of value to that kind of West Chelsea community. So exactly like the case study. Like if there is not a clearer economic argument, I know I'm talking to the converted here, but unfortunately we need to convince people out there using pounds and pence and dollars to say this isn't woke stuff. This is just total financial common sense to do this. In Singapore, they've re-wiggled their river because they understand that having a straight river is just dead. You can hear a healthy river. You don't need to know anything about rivers, but you can literally hear a healthy river. When you see a dead river, it's straight and it's devoid of life. And look, we've talked about planting trees. I mean, this is just such an obvious climate adaptation thing that we need to do. So I was in Barcelona a few weeks ago, but it's the same issue in Paris. Their issue is just going to be too hot to live and to work. The number of heat days will become unbearable. They have this thing called sort of tropical nights, where at night the temperature doesn't cool enough. And there's this concept called heat poverty. It's not a poverty to heat their homes. It's a poverty not to cool their homes. And by planting trees, we can dramatically reduce the temperature in these urban environments. And exactly as the person said earlier, each one of these is an asset. We need to flip it on its head. A council sees trees as a cost. Someone has to go and maintain those. But each one of those trees is worth about 5,000 to 8,000 euros to the city of Paris or Barcelona, because not only does it sequester CO2, but it actually helps reduce the temperature, which is critical, but also addresses runoff, which is a huge issue to do with flooding and massively contributes to sustainable urban drainage. So exactly as the person was saying, how do we plant 100,000 more trees in Plymouth? How do we plant hundreds of thousands of trees in Barcelona? Do you know the sad thing is this summer, because of the droughts, what do? They stop watering the trees and they die. And 10 years from now, millions of people in Barcelona will pay the price of that. But we can flip it on its head. We can treat trees as infrastructure and as an asset. And this is exactly what we're doing with Plymouth. We're trying to create the exemplar where we're trying to address an issue. By the way, rivers aren't meant to look like that. That is a highly straightened and canalised river, the River Plym. But all along there's a Sainsbury's, there's a Screwfix, there's Princess Yachts. And we're going to go up catchment, and we're going to go to those businesses and say, we can reduce your flood risk by 80%. Because, by the way, those businesses can't get flood insurance. They certainly can't address their business resilience, so they're losing hundreds of thousands of pounds, even millions of pounds a year. And that's locked in for the next decade. They can't move. Their insurance costs are going up 15% a year. So we're going to go up catchment. We're going to re-wiggle rivers. We're going to restore peatlands. And we're going to pay farmers to farm their land differently, because it means they use less pesticides, less fertilizers. It restores soil carbon, which massively increases the amount of water it can retain. And we can model all of that and significantly reduce the amount of flooding. Plymouth has declared a climate emergency and wants to be nature positive as well, and you get all of those nature benefits as well. And for us, if we could just get 2% of that £5 trillion, we can mobilise £100 billion, certainly to make a UK worth living in. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Dolan. I'm from University College London. It really is great to be following such great examples of systems thinking in action, such great vision and ambition. My slides are going to seem a bit depleted of images by contrast, but I'll try not to dwell on them too much. So, we're on a transformative journey, or at least we need to be, towards net zero or a donut economy. And this journey will create opportunities for the application of biophilic design principles and biophilically inspired ways of thinking. That is the real thrust of my message to you today. So the climate emergency is a wicked problem of problems. Okay, so this is just an academic talking, but it's an inevitable and so our inability to respond to it and the fact that it's occurred is an inevitable long-term consequence of our deeply embedded but erroneous mindset. So it's this mindset that you mentioned around the eco side, the earth not being this infinite source of resources or remediation services. We have assumed in our path of industrial development that we have a not zero mindset, where greenhouse gas emissions and other polluting emissions are externalities for which the polluter need not pay. This is what makes it a wicked problem, because this assumption has become so deeply embedded in everything we do, everything we build, our tried and tested ways of working, that it takes real heroics to come up with ideas and programmes and projects such as those we've just seen. And really we need to get the governance structures more accurately aligned so that we can achieve what all the innovation and imaginative spirit that I see in this room has that potential. So infrastructure directly or indirectly enables all aspects of our modern societies. It influences the level of greenhouse gases and other polluting emissions we produce in the supply chains, societal and economic activity it enables, and the built environment and places that it serves. It is a system in need of transformation. And its transformation into a net zero enabling, resilience enhancing, sustainable supporting system is an essential component of any successful climate emergency strategy. It's nationally significant and it's globally replicable. It's a leverage point. It has to be transformed. If we do so, we alleviate a barrier and we catalyse progress towards net zero targets and other climate emergency priorities. We must simultaneously aspire to make it more resilient. We need to transform it. This is an opportunity to make it more resilient and to align what we want to do with other societal goals. The Paris Agreement and net zero targets, they're clear signals of an intent, and they signal a rejection of a not zero mindset. For the first time, they create pressures against greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry. There we go. So that's our not zero mindset. And the conclusion from COP28, the global stocktake, stated that the parties are not yet collectively on track towards achieving the purpose of the Paris Agreement and its long-term goals. So getting to an agreement was an amazing achievement, but delivering it is going to be even harder. And at the heart of it, I would say, it is about mindset. It demonstrates that we need more than net zero targets. So we've got our net zero mindset, and from it has followed, with no legislation against greenhouse gas emissions, we've gotten into a society where our system goals and our system rules, so our governance structures and our laws, all assume that there's no cost to greenhouse gas emissions, that it's an acceptable externality, a trade-off which we're willing to accept. It's a trade-off we can no longer accept. So we need to change, but we've got as far as thinking towards a net zero paradigm. We've got targets, but targets are on their own not enough. We see this everywhere across the globe. Nowhere is yet on track, as the Paris Agreement stated. So we need to back targets up by trying to establish a mindset. So the work that we've been hearing about, I think, already embraces that mindset. But how do we make that mindset mainstream? That's the challenge we need to look at, and I think infrastructure is a good way of doing that. And how do we banish the not zero mindset, so that we... And this is where we are. We need to get rid of this. We've set net zero targets, and we need to get rid of the mindset. Sorry, I wasn't going to have any slides. Now I've made too many slides. So it's important to acknowledge that whilst reaching net zero, it will limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. But that's only a partial response to the climate emergency. The climate emergency is bigger than that. It needs resilience to the 1.5 degrees that we know that's coming, and it's an opportunity to do things more sustainably. So if we transform infrastructure into this net zero enabling, resilience enhancing system, it creates an opportunity to reimagine the purpose of national infrastructure and establish an aspirational vision of the full range of outcomes and the qualities we want society to possess enabled by infrastructure. So I think the donut economy model, which is on one of these slides, animation seemed a good idea at the time. So yeah, the donut economy model, I think, is the perfect framework for reimagination of this type. It outlines 12 social foundations which everybody should have access to. These are additional environmental, societal or economic outcomes in addition to economic growth and net zero. And 9 planetary boundaries which indicate the type of challenge we need national infrastructure to be resilient to, avoid exacerbating and ideally help to mitigate. Therefore, I firmly believe to maximise our chances of completing the race to zero and the race to resilience, referencing COP that's happening at the moment, we need to embrace the donut economy model, and we need to get into a race into the donut. This will help our chances of getting on the race to zero and the race to resilience, and it will allow us to simultaneously exploit the infrastructural transformation that has to take place to establish an infrastructure capable of providing universal access to these societal foundations without exceeding those critical boundaries. If we get that destination in place with fit-for-purpose governance approaches in place, then we can launch a moonshot. We can scale up our ambition. We need a diverse, long-term, collaborative, dynamic, multifaceted, multi-scale, cradle-to-cradle synergistic portfolio of systemically targeted interventions if we are to reach our destination. All of which, and I know it's a biophilic conference, all of which I believe will create these opportunities for the application of biophilic design thinking. And these opportunities include, but are probably not limited to, new biophilically inspired ways of thinking about how to conceptualise how to address infrastructure-related challenges, or to address challenges that we've traditionally solved by grey infrastructure, when really green infrastructure, blue infrastructure, biophilic thinking is a better way to approach them. And a biophilic, climate-positive reimagining of the roles of the landscape, the built environment and infrastructure can play, as we've seen, in resistance to flooding, resistance to heat islands, addressing other surface water issues, dealing with sewage discharges, which is a particularly big UK issue, and the provision of potable water, mitigating urban heat island effects. So we need these design principles to be used to ultimately create infrastructure systems that and built environments and landscapes that are biophilic and climate positive across the landscape. So the opportunities abound if we can get the governance right. And to do that, we need to change the mindsets. So that, in a slightly garbled way, is what I wanted to say today.
Hello again, my name is Gijs Buggink. I work as a consultant and researcher at Orga Architect, which is an architecture firm in the Netherlands. There's my slides. Our firm is specialized in designing natural architecture using natural materials and biophilic principles. A great example of that is this school building in Almere called the Verwondering. And in the topic of this session, future-proof cities, I think it's important to mention that we designed this building to make sure that the younger generations are on board with the importance of nature. So all throughout this building, children have contact with nature and grow up with the idea that nature can be beautiful, useful if you nurture it, it produces, and that it's important to care for. Oh, sorry, I'll stand a bit closer to the mic. So I'm here to talk about a different project, a new project we're starting, and it's a practical example of future architecture, building on water. So after winning an architecture competition in the city of Nijmegen, our hometown, we recently started working on this new project. It's a floating district of 30 houses called Oosterhoutse Baai, which translates to, thank you, which translates to Eastwood Bay, I guess, in English. This not only presents us with loads of biophilic potential, but these type of buildings, floating buildings made from wood, low-impact buildings might very well become a popular type of residence in the future. After all, our country is called the Netherlands for a reason. 26% of our country is below the sea level, and those sea levels are still rising, so that percentage might very well go up. And at the same time, the Netherlands is the most densely populated country in Europe. So there's not enough room for nature. Nature is constantly under pressure from new development, and many people in the Netherlands live in places where there's no nearby access to nature at all. So this led to the plans for this floating district. The stretch of land you see in the top, that was designated as a residential area and was about to be turned into a building site. And with the new plans came the idea to move the residents onto the water and create new area for new ecology, new nature for the new people that are coming to live there, and the locals from surrounding neighborhoods to enjoy natural life. Together with the Stroming, is a landscape architecture firm who made this sketch, by the way, we're going to parallel design both the landscape and the residences. So this holistic approach to design allows us to keep the existing nature, to protect the existing nature, keep it intact, and let it grow and evolve. And at the same time, no, I was about to say that this whole, next slide, this whole area is, except for the residences and the service vehicles, motorized traffic is not allowed here. And also to avoid all the building traffic in the nature site, we're going to build the houses on the outer end of the stretch of land, using a small production facility where prefab wooden building elements will be assembled, floated onto the water, and then driven across the water to the location. the design of this area will start like 10 meters under the water. So we're going to start to look at the underwater ecology and make sure that that underwater life will be protected and is allowed to grow. Moving on to the banks of the lake, where the right type of plants can reinforce the sides of the lake and protect it against erosion. Onto a park that's behind the residences on land that will have patches of forests and fields. So we want to use these low impact interventions to set the right circumstances for nature to nature itself to kind of grow and evolve a great living environment for both natural life and humans, which is also natural life, but so they can coexist together. So some of the examples are that we're going to like sink all trees into the water for places for birds and water animals to live. And we're going to use the specific type of plants on the banks that have strong roots and reinforce the banks. The houses are going to be clustered together in groups of 5. And we call these waterhoven in Dutch. So it's like water gardens, water yards, something in that sense. And these are going to be communal spaces with aquatic greenery that you share with your neighbors. The platforms will be specifically engineered with flexible joints, so they can handle the movement of the water from the waves and also from the different water levels throughout the seasons. We're going to design 3 types of floating houses, all of which have these slanted green roofs and have each house has its own private water terrace. These are going to be made from prefab timber frame elements, all with natural insulation to keep the houses light, but also to reduce the carbon impact. With the park on the one side and the lake on the other side, these houses are going to provide a really rich and varied biophilic experience. One that will only improve over time as natural life evolves and grows. And for me, one of the more interesting things from this project is that we can, it's like a testing zone for new regenerative innovations. And some of the examples of that are these, like the bees product, which is a reinforcing mesh. You can see the top 3 pictures. Reinforcing mesh that gives the plants a foothold to start growing, and their roots will grow down and reinforce the banks of the lake. Another product is the biodegradable. Oh, that's a difficult word. Biodegradable reinforcing slope tiles by Omlab. So they will put into the ground to reinforce slopes and paths, so they won't get worn down by erosion. Both of these products actually contain nutrients in them, so they will slowly dissolve into the soil and provide the soil with nutrients. And the third one is like an organically 3D printed reef that will be sunk down into the water where animal and plant life can live. So our team is really looking forward to working on this project. It promises to be a really interesting job, and if you'd like to stay up to date, you can follow us on the website or social media, and we'll regularly post updates on this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of interesting examples and things to come as well, which is very heartening. Next, we've got Professor Geoffrey Profit, who I haven't managed to locate, who was just there. I could have talked to you before, who's from the Department of Biosciences at Swansea University. He describes himself as an applied ecologist, and we're about to hear about a fascinating project in Swansea where some of that application is taking place. And I think we've got 15 minutes from you and maybe a chance for question and answers if we're lucky.
Well, it's been quite inspiring. If we could have the first slide. Oh, sorry. Okay, that wasn't my first slide, but this is my second slide, but here we go. Just for those of you who know, we're talking about this area here, Swansea, in Wales. And I'm also going to talk slightly about Llanelli, which is right next door to it, which is where I happen to live. But this is a picture taken 30 years ago. Okay, so this area has had, an amount of industrial development, shall we say. In Llanelli itself, there were 27 tin plate works and steel mills. There's now 1. So it's changed very dramatically. And this area was all built out of the marshes. And what I'm going to do is take you through a bit of a story across time and across distance from Llanelli into Swansea and into the industrial heart of Swansea City to look at the Biophilic building. So this is what we're dealing with. Okay? That is taken about 30 years ago. So this area on the marsh, on the edge of the Bury Inlet, which is a Ramsar site, an EU bird protected area, a triple SI, was a massive industrial complex, producing more tin plate than anywhere else on the planet. Okay? And coal mines all over this area. It's changed somewhat in the last 20, 25 years. And somebody asked earlier on, what do I think the world will be like in 50 years' time? Well, I'll be pushing up the daisies for sure, but this is now what that area looks like. This is a golf course that has taken shape across that industrial complex. These areas here, there's a picture of it as it used to be. This golf course is now an international golf course called McInnes Golf Course. You'll note that there are no trees there or anything. It's full of lakes. It's designed because we designed it to be next to the Ramsar site. So the birds flying in onto these lakes. Somebody asked me once, will we have to manure the lawns? And I said, no, you're going to have about 20,000 waterfowl over there. So manuring is not going to be an issue. And then all of this here has changed. The coastal area, which was covered in slag, here they put in these fishtail groins. Those fishtail groins stop the silt in the river, and it starts to build up the coast again over and above the slag that was pushed into there. The county council hoped it was going to be a nice sandy beach. It's actually turned out to be very fine muddy silt, so it's great for invertebrates. It's great for polychaetes. I'm a bird man, so I think it's great because there's loads of birds there, but there's no sandy beach. So if we go on, just look at this area here. This whole area here, degraded farmland. It's a difficult picture, I'm sure, and this is where the golf course was, or golf course is now. All of this was industrial development. That's what that is now, and that was my last project on this site. It's a reconstructed wetland on a site that was very degraded, had 2 coal mines running across it. The Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust system is here. I worked for the Trust for 20 years. My colleagues, if they're still here from the wildlife trusts, will know of our work. This is in Llanelli again. All of these lakes and pools are freshwater, but there's a lot of design in this. Although we just decided to do it, this site is tied into this water treatment works. The water treatment works puts UV disinfected water through here, through constructed reed beds to treat the water. Then it goes into 5 separate, hydrologically separate areas. So we can move the water around on this site, flood areas, drain them down depending on when the birds are coming back. When they need the water, it's there. When it needs to dry out and the reeds to grow more, then that's what we can do with that. So this is Llanelli, and I'm rushing through this because there's lots of things we could talk about here. But there is detail in this. The power of a wetland system, of a recreated wetland, is not within its total size. It's in the length of the edge. Okay? So the more convoluted the edge, the greater the space for nature to get involved, if you like. And interestingly, there was nothing of great wildlife value on this site except the hedgerows here. So the main artery through this site, which is public access only, has followed the line of the old tree line. So nothing was taken out. It's all been evolved to fit or designed to fit in with all of that. This here and that were 2 ditches in a complete 80-hectare site. They were full of water voles. So these poor water voles went to sleep in the winter, and when they woke up, they were in the middle of this. I hope they're still there. They probably died of shock. But the point to be made is that we assessed all of the things that were of wildlife value on this agricultural site before we started, and then we did all of this and worked around them. Okay. But there is detail in the design of this. As I said earlier on, the length of the edge is the important thing. So these strips full of water done with a V bucket and a digger massively, massively increased the edge of these lake systems. The result was that we went from 2 species of breeding dragonfly to 23 in 2 years. That could make this site a triple SI in its own right. And remember, this is a degraded ex-industrial site. Now then, what's going to happen here? There we are. And we have put this is an observation hide. So it looks out across the lake. It was designed by an artist called Mick Petts. This is made out of oak. It's designed to look like a heron with open, stretched wings. The head of that is actually, you can't see it, it's a weather vane. It turns around with the crest of a heron on it. And this is picric acid here, painted onto there, which eventually goes grey with time, and so it starts to look even more like a heron. This is the view from inside that hide. Okay, and it looks out across its 80-hectare restored wetland site. And that's the view of the shingles, if you like, the oak panels that clad this whole building. So I'm going to go to Swansea now. I'm moving quickly on. Swansea, next door to Llanelli. People in Llanelli don't talk to people in Swansea. They hate each other. It's just like the valleys. Nobody in the valleys likes to talk to one another, but they prefer anybody from Wales to anywhere else. So you've got to get that in mind. But this is the ex-Havod Steelworks. Again, a huge, huge complex. At one stage, 300 miles of its own internal railway line to transport steel and slag and all sorts of things. This is what it was like. It's now being renovated. But this whole area had copper fumes. It produced more copper in the Havod than anywhere else on the planet. And the phrase copper-bottomed investments comes to mind because they produced the copper sheeting that underpinned all the British sailing ships at the time to stop them rotting. So that's the old rolling mill, and that's what it's been turned into. It's now a distillery for Penderian whiskey, and the only 2 similar things about it are the double L's in the name. But the rest of the site, this is the site of a massive copper works that started to be built in about 1750 and went on until the 1950s. And the result of the fumes from this works destroyed everything on this hill, Kilvey Hill. Completely destroyed it. This river, the Taff, was azoic. There was nothing living in it at all. There was nothing living in Swansea Bay. And the only other place on the planet that was like that was New York Bay. New York Bay is better now. This bay is better now. We've got salmon coming up this river. So a huge amount of work has been done here since the 1950s to restore this site. So that's the journey that's been going on in South Wales, just in these 2 towns. So now we go to the centre of Swansea, and this is a pound land. Used to be a Woolworths, 3-storey high block. I'll move on. That's what it is now. Okay, so I have to stand back to look at this with my glasses on. Without my glasses. So this is a retrofitted building. It will be open to the public in June of next year. It's gone up 13 stories. So this is all accommodation and accommodation here. This is the old original part. This is an internal or internal glass house, and these glass houses and gardens all the way through. So this will house 50 families. The families, it's a social housing scheme. It's not big, expensive houses. Pobl, the largest social housing provider in Wales, is managing all of this. They will all have access to these gardens, and there will be public access to these gardens as well. But interestingly, it's not just gardens. Down in the basement, and I'm in the university, one of the things I set up was an aquaculture, a land-based recirculating aquaculture system. So in the basement there will be an aquaculture fish production system. The wastewater goes up through the top and then down through the hydroponic gardens before it's recirculated back through the fish. So this building is providing social housing, it's providing gardens in the centre of what is a quite run-down area of an industrial city. It's providing potentially food, fresh food on site, both protein and vegetable, and it's all in one place. It's also got retail down below, commercial, residential, and then the urban farm. I'm whizzing through these a bit because I know we're always short of time. But those are architects' ideas. This building is now up to the top, and the glass is being fitted at this level, and everything else is in place. So this is a general description of a recirculating aquaculture system. Basically, fish food goes in at one end, goes through the fish, waste comes out into plant hydroponics, back in, waste plant material goes back into the feed, food, algae, algal production. We have an algal bioresearch unit. So the algae and the protein produced from algae goes back into algal paste, which gets mixed in with this, goes back into the fish. So this is a completely closed system. You have to put some new stuff in. If it was completely closed, everything would just keel over and die eventually. But there's an education unit in here. There are living walls in here which are fed from the waste from these fish. This is a company that we're working with who put in place hydroponic systems. And actually, because they're linked to fish, they're now called aquaponic systems. You can mix the names up as much as you like. Biosolar roof on the top, and then a whole range of different innovations within this. So integrated building photovoltaics into the glass systems, biosolar roof on the top, energy storage. We have a very powerful research unit in engineering in Swansea who are looking at producing power within the structure of the building themselves. So we have 2 buildings in Swansea campus which are completely off-grid. The structure of the buildings, the coatings on the windows, the coatings on the roof produce so much power that they're able to run an office for 30 people and all of the electricity needs, and have 6 electric car charging ports at the back of the building as well. So the guys who live there, go work there, get their cars charged for free. And that, if you can do that in a university context, you can actually start to do it at a commercial scale as well. The big thing about this, and the reason that Pobble are involved, the social houses, is that it's a difficult part of Swansea. It's a rundown urban area, and the whole plan with this is to re-establish a community in the middle of the city. So it's not just a wonderful thing from an innovation, biological, biophilic point of view. The whole tenor of it is to pull people together, and we have research teams in both Swansea University and Trinity St David's, with 2 universities in Swansea, who will be looking at the impact of this development on the people that are living there. So they'll be looking before and after at the way they feel their health, their well-being, their community is growing within this system. And then similarly, we'll be looking at the people who are in the commercial and in the retail space, and also the people who are going to walk past this building when it's open. So it's going to have quite an impact in Swansea, just as the retrofitted or the restored land has done in Llanelli and in other parts of Swansea. And this is my last slide. So it has a biosolar roof. This is not it, but this is the interesting one. This is Swansea. Those are all flat roofs. We could do a huge amount in Swansea if we are given the resources. We're meeting and meet regularly with the Welsh Government. And my last conversation with them is that I need 2 things out of you, or that we do. One is political support, because this could become an example, not just in Wales, but the world over. And the other one is more money. It's a standard thing, isn't it? But we could do a huge amount here. Swansea is like this because 60 years ago it was very heavily remodelled, and a lot of rebuilding took place. And all of those buildings are coming to the end of their natural life now. So a lot of work needs to be done on this site. And those are some of the partners. HASA are the developers, and Pobble. Then the County Council, the university's got different elements in, and there are different university research operators in there. So thank you very much for that. The most difficult thing of this whole talk was to get that blob to end up in the middle of the zero.
Well, luckily, you answered many questions, though you haven't told us how to get the blob in the middle of the zero. That's one way of spending your time before a conference. Thank you very much, Professor. So next I want to welcome Andrew Waugh of Wall Thistleton Architects. I know the practice for their innovative thinking, particularly on timber buildings and their RIBA award-winning buildings. We're going to hear about mass timber from them, particularly, I believe, the black and white building. Should be a really enlightening session. Andrew.
Thanks, Eleanor. Thank you. I don't know how I'm going to top the water droplet, but anyway.
That's how you top it.
That's how you top it. There you go. Cheers. In live, not even on film. So thank you very much, Eleanor. Yeah, this is us. So we're Wall Thistleton Architects. We're a practice based in London, and for the last 20 years, we've been increasingly focused on building in timber. The practice, really the kind of the setup of the practice, the values of the practice are centered around an understanding of the impact of architecture and construction on the environment. So looking at the impact of the design work that we do in terms of carbon, in terms of material use. And then as we've kind of progressed in our work and thought increasingly about the types of material that we use, also thinking about the effects that those materials have on the people that live and work, are educated, recover, sleep, function in general different ways in our buildings, and also the way in which they're constructed and the people that build them. And so we're quite upfront about that. We're quite loud about that. We talk a lot about what we do and why we do it. And one of the kind of the underlying sort of cultures of the office is that we share everything that we do. So we share all of our work on our website. All of our research work is published on our website. We publish lots of the drawings and the details that we do, and photographs of the buildings that we build. And this sense of purpose of our practice is really key to what we do. And so every year we have what we call, I don't know, rather grandly, I think we call it the Ethos Day. And it's about 2 weeks ago now where we sit down as a practice for the day. We invite a few speakers into the practice and we talk about what our purpose as a practice is, what it is that we want to achieve in the year, and how we think that we need to re-gear or to steer our practice towards certain goals. And this year, the central themes of that were really about collaboration. So this is an industry-wide issue that we need to confront. The construction industry in the UK is becoming increasingly an outlier in terms of the amount of carbon that it produces, both through the materials that it works with and through the construction process. And so really we need to address that. We need to reframe our notions of success in architecture, what we see as a successful building. And we need to do that through collaboration. So that's collaborating with materials suppliers, with politicians, with engineers, with builders, and with our clients. And that needs to be around innovation. So we need to drive new ways of doing this. We need to think about new technologies that exist. We're not about waiting for green concrete or waiting for green steel. We're about stopping smoking right now. And so that's also about beauty as well, and also about thinking about a successful architecture, which is an architecture that isn't perhaps fraught with compromise, as I think one of the problems has been for architecture which has been considered sustainable for the last few decades, is that it's always been about kind of a hair shirt kind of movement. It's always been a little bit muesli. And the idea that we could actually do something that is about opportunity and about beauty and about human well-being, I think is an incredibly important part of our ambition as a practice. And that really is centered on the design. As a design practice, we look to create the most beautiful buildings that we can, given the conditions that we have. And about research. So about a third of our turnover as a practice is research. We have 3 current projects for the European Union, the Horizon programme. We're working for Network Rail, for Department for Education, for the Irish government, the Spanish government, the Italian government, and the US Department of Agriculture at the moment. And so that's a really important part of what we do, is that constant research and innovation into bio-based materials. And as I was saying before, that is about sharing that knowledge to ensure that actually, that this as a mission, if you like, or as a kind of value-driven purpose for our practice, that this is something that we share and that we talk about. And for a lot of that, that's been based around the use of timber in construction. So these are for big buildings. These are for multi-story, multi-family buildings, for office buildings, hospitals, comprehensive schools. So buildings at scale, where we can have real effect, where we can help to create real change in the construction industry. And so we work a lot with cross-laminated timber, which is planks of timber which are laid perpendicular to each other and built up in layers, so 3, 5, 7, 9 layers of timber. And those slabs are produced in factories at about 12 meters long, about 3 meters wide, and then are cut in the factory specific for their use. So it's like a kind of a flat pack prefabricated building that then arrives on site, craned into position and bolted or screwed down into place. We also use glulam, which is same sort of thing, but timbers in parallel, and we use laminated veneer lumber, which is similar to plywood, but often made from hardwood, sometimes from softwood, and that is a timber which is incredibly strong. So the hardwood version of LVL is about 2.5 times stronger than concrete in compression. And we build these big buildings. We have projects currently in Milan, in London, in New York and Seattle, where we're building both offices and residential buildings. The tallest which is about 17 stories and about 500,000 square feet. So these are big buildings that really are working within the mainstream market of construction, but begin to talk to our clients, to global investors, about opportunities for reducing carbon. So this is a building I want to speak to you about today. This is in Shoreditch. You can go and have a look from here. It's about 5 minutes away by line bike. And this is an office building for co-working space. So it's let out on short-term lets to many different companies, about 26 different companies in the building at the moment. It's a 6-story building plus a basement, and it's about 5,000 square meters, so about 50,000 square feet. It has an energy in use, well, it was a projected energy in use of 44 kilowatts per meter squared per hour, which is, per hour meter squared. But actually, we just had our first year's evaluation in, and it's at 39. So we're even lower, which is about, God, somebody's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but around about 1/3 of current targets. The building also is incredibly low carbon in terms of the building materials that it uses, and is about half of what the RIBA targets for low carbon buildings. So we've achieved a LETI A, which is the London Energy oh God, I can't even remember. What is the T for? Transformation. Thank you so much. Transformation Initiative. There you go. So that's why we call it LETI. So, and it's a LETI A building, in the first one in central London that we know of. And so the building is made from a frame of LVL, so laminate veneer lumber frame, and then has softwood cross-laminated timber floor slabs, core, lift shafts, and staircases. So the entire building from the ground floor slab up is made of timber, all 6 stories. And on the outside of the building has a curtain walling made from glulam, and then on the outside of that, I'm probably going to talk about this in a minute, but on the outside of that, we have a solar shading that wraps around the outside of the building that's made from tulip wood, which is similar to poplar. And so you can see inside what the solar shading on the outside allows for completely clear glass on the inside of the building. Now, there are a number of benefits of having completely clear glass. One is that you can appreciate the outside world. You can appreciate the time of day, what season it is, what the weather's like outside. So you have that kind of opportunity for an understanding of the circadian rhythms of the kind of day and how they play with your own sensibilities. It also allows for a very different atmosphere within the building. It makes it feel much more domestic. It makes it feel much more of a friendly space within the building. So you're not getting any of the UV filters that you get on on regular office buildings, which have e-coatings baked onto the outside of the glass. And as soon as you bake those e-coatings onto the outside of glass, that means that you can't recycle that glass either. So that glass then becomes landfill. Whereas in this situation, the clear glass that we have around the building, which is allowed for by that solar shading, means that everything in the building, including the glass, is recyclable. I think it also allows you to really pick up on the health and well-being benefits of the natural materials, of the natural timber floor soffits of the ceilings and the structure that you can see within the building. And so you can see that this is a building of really, has a different type of architecture to it. It has a different kind of sensibility to it, not only informed by the natural materials of the timber, but also the natural daylight, but it's also an approach to architecture which is about sufficiency, which is about efficiency, which isn't about ostentatious form or kind of the tallest or the biggest. It's about an architecture which understands its impact on the environment and which celebrates the benefit of the people that work or live in those buildings. And we have opening windows in every one of the inhabited spaces. We have a completely timber staircase inside the building, which is usually thundering with people going up and down, which is lovely. And so this simple set of clear design principles are really an important part of our practice, that we think about efficiency and we think about sufficiency of design, and that we celebrate the context of the building. So we're not looking for a building that stands out from other buildings in the city. We're looking for a building that works with its position in the city, that thinks about the buildings that are next to it, that thinks about the area, the neighborhood which it sits within. And that this is a sustainable architecture, an architecture which can be adapted. The beautiful thing about building in timber is you can adapt timber buildings very simply. You can reuse the materials. You can create openings within timber floors or within timber walls much more easily than you can within a concrete structure. And so that has that longevity through the adaptability of the building. And so that this is a sustainable architecture without compromise. This is an architecture for the future, which talks about health and well-being, which talks about an understanding of natural materials, which talks and thinks about replenishable materials, materials that we can supply again, not materials that we're scraping off the planet of the Earth. Planet of the Earth. That sounds a bit weird, so. And this is actually cheekily, this is done by another architect about our building, so I thought I'd nick it off their website and put it up. But somebody just got paid for doing a post-occupancy evaluation of one of our timber buildings. And this is an office building also in Dalston in North London. And this is really interesting. We've just received this. And this is about looking at a number of different things within the building, how the building responds to temperature. So how being in a timber building, rather than being in a concrete or a masonry building where it gets very hot in the summer and the structure gets very cold in the winter, and you have to spend time and effort heating the structure up or cooling the structure down. In a timber building, the timber is always kind of the same-ish temperature. You know that we know that timber has a much slower thermal dynamic. And so actually you can see that issues around temperature fluctuation, issues around humidity, where you're using the kind of the opportunity of the timber has this kind of natural property of being able to soak up and release moisture at a very similar level to how humans survive best with those levels of moisture. With carbon dioxide levels very low, and also with VOCs very low as well. So the timber, natural material, is able to moderate lots of those situations within the building. And also just general feelings of well-being. We know from data collected by the Austrians and by the Germans that if you sleep in a timber house, you sleep better. And that if you get well in a timber building, you get well faster. In an office environment, you have lower blood pressure, lower heart rate, better concentration. You're less likely to take absentee days, and you're more likely to feel positive about the company that you work with. We know that in timber buildings, that kind of general well-being is something really quite pronounced. and that everybody that you speak to that works or lives in one of those buildings has that kind of benefit at hand. And in fact, we've just done a series of interviews for the Department for Education with educators where actually those people that teach in timber schools are giving out a very clear message in terms of the well-being of the students, the levels of concentration that they're seeing in the students. And so this is a six-story building plus a basement, 5,000 square meters. The other essential part of that is demonstrating to the wider world that this is an economically viable situation, that this is something that isn't only affordable in development terms, but is also profitable in terms of leasing and in terms of renting or selling these buildings. Because we have to be able to do that in order to encourage people to start building like this within the current system. And so we had to, with this building here, we had to track the costs of construction against a concrete building all the way up until we started the construction process. So we had to demonstrate to our client that the building would cost the same but would be faster than a concrete building. It's currently home to 26 businesses. It was built on time and on budget in 83 weeks, and they're currently letting the building at 40% higher than the initial projections. So they give me a hug when they see me. And that's the number of tree seeds that it took to grow the trees that built the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So we have just a few minutes, and I know there's somebody in the audience who has a very particular question, David, or a particular contribution around timber buildings. So I just wonder if you could share that. Can everyone hear David? Just do a sure again. Yeah?
Okay, great. Yeah, Vanessa and Sally asked me to say a few words. So my name's Dave Bell. I'm a researcher in wood and health from Canada. And actually, we've been following when I was at FP Innovation.
Okay.
Murray Grove building
for
many, many years. So I just thought I'd give a couple words on the types of research that are happening on buildings. I did my PhD too long ago, 20 years ago, on wood and health at the University of British Columbia. We took an office setting, one with wood
David,
finishing.
you've got a mic, just come.
Oh, hey. So big comical red mic.
Well, you don't have to put it on your
Is
nose,
that
it's
clown
not
mic?
that common.
Yeah, and we had offices with wood, no wood, plants, no plants. At the time, most of the research was on plants, so we're trying to replicate the same type of results. What we found, we got the same results as with plants. We hooked people up to all sorts of wires and measured heart rate variability and skin conductance, and it was quite successful back then. After that, I spent quite a few years traveling around. There are people in the UK doing some of the wood biophilia research, a lot of research in Scandinavia, even to this day, hospital research, school research. Some of that is down to cortisol levels as well as results. Interestingly, there was a slide about the Shinrin-yoku. I don't know if I can say that properly. The researchers in Japan, they're still active. They're working on a lot of research on wood buildings, wood grain, how people perceive space. Why is this important? Well, that CLT building is super important in keeping this biophilic finish in the building. When I first started 20 years ago, we added wood and natural elements at the end of the construction to a concrete building. And then it's kind of like last in, first out. When the budget goes over, all the nice finishings went away. And so with these CLT buildings, these mass timber buildings, when the structure is a biophilic material and all you have to do is expose it, you're a long ways down the road in making that a very positive environment. So yeah, just wanted to say a few words on that and look forward to seeing this black and white building someday.
David, just while you're up, would you have, you've followed some of Andrew's work in the past, would you have a question for him? We've literally got time for like 2 questions. So you could be the number 1 question if you can come up with one just like that after speaking already. Would it be about, it'd be interesting to know how you think that this kind of process can, how you can talk to clients about, or talk to people who are commissioning buildings about the biophilic benefits as well as the structural benefits.
A big focus of ours in North America has been to get the evidence so that the architects can put the evidence in front of their clients. And I'm just wondering, Andrew, in biophilia, do you have to sell that concept? Do you have to give evidence, or are people more interested in the conceptual theory of that?
That's changing very fast at the moment. And I think that if you'd asked me that question 2 years ago, I'd have said, no one's interested. But that really is changing very quickly. I think the conversation is getting louder around that. I think that people understand, especially in commercial buildings, in office buildings, and perhaps in health and education as well, but especially in commercial buildings where it's such a competitive market that if an agent, a realtor, can demonstrate that there's an enhanced value to their building because of the health and well-being that the people working inside that building will receive from being in that building specifically, then actually that's beginning to be a value that people can market, can talk about, and can enhance the value of the building. So I think that's exciting, and that comes from WELL certification. It comes from conversations post-COVID about health and well-being. It comes from wanting to bring people back into the office environment and thinking about ways in which they can encourage people to come and work back in the office. And I think that it's just part of a kind of wider social movement towards, an understanding or a kind of, a closer relationship with nature and with our own health and mental health.
So there's just one question at the back. Can we retrieve the microphone to... Thanks, Maggie.
But surely the more data that you get, the more data that we can build, the better that message is, the clearer that message can be.
Thank you, Andrew, for a most inspiring presentation. Glad to hear you're working with the Irish government. Now, I hear you that we can't wait for green concrete. However, do you not think we have to challenge the construction industry? I worked in a role in UK universities for the last 15 years, and one of the networks we worked with was the UN Global Compact. All of the construction companies have signed up to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. You go and talk to any of them about, say, the new buildings that are being erected in the UK today, and demonstrate the evidence of using non-carbon concrete, whatever. So my question to you is, do we really need to challenge them and call out the disconnect between what's stated and signed up to, all these wonderful UN initiatives? And I'm impressed that you're working with Europe on the Horizon research. Or was it you that said that?
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Okay, do you need to call them out?
Hell yeah.
The people you're working very closely with.
Oh, no, we do call them out. We do call them out. Absolutely, we do. And, the thing is that the human condition is always such that it's the way that our societies work, and especially in Western Europe, is always like, you want to keep on with the existing paradigm and just adding stuff onto it. So we build stuff the same way, our certification systems work actually just by, they're all additive. They're all about putting solar panels on the roof of the existing way of doing things, or putting windmills outside the forecourt of a building that looks like one used to look like 10 years ago, but maybe with a slightly different color. So it's what we need is a paradigm shift, and what we need is a new set of criteria for success in our buildings. And what we don't want to be doing is waiting around for new inventions to kind of get us out of the mess that we're in. It's so much about so much of the problems that we face now are about the amount of stuff that we've been using. So I can't believe that the way out of those problems is to use more stuff, is to add more stuff on top. So we make a very clear position about a paradigm shift and the necessity for a paradigm shift in architecture and in construction.
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for talking. Well, that feels like we have heard so many interesting things, and good to have a little bit of interchange. I'm sorry there wasn't more time for questions. But now is your chance over the break. Nobble the people who've been speaking. You can catch them in the garden room or conservatory, or you can hold them here, kind of prisoner with your questions. And we'll be back at 4. Sorry to those who are back at 4 for an insight into sensory design.
And then we'll do questions. If we do 7, 7, 7. And then when you finish, go and sit there. When you finish, go and sit there. Yeah? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome online again. Thank you for joining us and staying awake. Staying awake online. It's been so good, isn't it? It's been so exciting. I've learned a lot myself, and I hope you have too. Hope you've been going to go away and be really inspired. Obviously, next year we've got loads of stuff. So this is a final session. It's kindly sponsored by Saint-Gobain Ecophon. We've got presentations by Jean Hewitt, who's Inclusive Environments Technical Lead at Bureau Happold and an advocate for Biophilic Design. She authored the PASS 6463 Design for the Mind, Neurodiversity in the Built Environment. Steve Edge of Salvage Design is a distinguished, I don't know, can I say 50-year career? 50-year career, I've just dropped a minute. In architecture, interior design and academia. He's worked on the spine building at Liverpool, the Royal College of Physicians, absolutely amazing. He's also worked and advised the Adam and the Ants, which for me was like, I don't know if anybody remembers Adam and the Ants, but that was the thing that got me. So Xander Kaddish as well, he was winner of the 40 Under 40 and founder of Light Tribe by Foss, who just produced a book as well. So do suggest go on his website. So without any more ado, Jean, if you would like to take the stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so really pleased to be here this afternoon. What an exciting day we've had. So I'm going to just talk for a few minutes about the role of biophilia when we're looking at neuro-inclusive design. And one of the things I wanted to say first is just to clarify what neurodiversity is in case you haven't come across it, and I'm sure this audience has. So it is the variation in neurocognitive profiles that we have across the whole population. So collectively everybody here is neurodiverse, but some of us may be neurotypical and some of us may be neurodivergent. So it's a very natural, normal genetic variation that we can expect across the population. What it means is that we're all different, and we know that really, don't we? We think and process information differently, we learn new things in different ways, we communicate with others in slightly different styles and find our way from A to B. I'm one of those people who can't wayfind to save my life. So this complex here today has been very challenging. And how we experience the world is slightly different as well. So those are the terms that I'm using today. I know sometimes people will say, you know, I'm neurodiverse, meaning neurodivergent. It doesn't really matter. But for the purpose of the PAS guidance that I was technical author for, hasten to add, working with a steering group of superb experts. That's the way that we use the language in that document. Now, one of the key things about the PAS was hypersensitivity. So quite a big proportion of the population who have a diagnosed neurodivergent condition, such as ADHD, autism, dyspraxia, dyslexia, etc., experience, around 70% of those people will experience heightened sensitivity to the environment around them through acoustics, lighting pattern, etc. And it can cause sensory overload to a very extreme level, actually. So heartbeat, palpitations, blood pressure, etc., etc. And quite a lot of mental distress and behavioural differences sometimes. Others may be hyposensitive, so sensory seeking, or just have a kind of a very average, what we would call stereotypical norm of sensitivity. But around 70% is quite a high number. So that's what the PAS, which is this document here, concentrated on. It was 2 years in development and has been fairly successful in kind of spreading the word. But I've always said it's only a toe in the water. It's the first step, really. So the focus of the PAS really was on helping the hypersensitivity angle. And when we look at the contents of the PAS, these bubbles are kind of depicting different elements from the PAS, and you can see there that acoustics is absolutely enormous. That was the one that really mattered a lot. It's very difficult to filter out too much noise, different noise, etc. Lighting, very, very important, so I'm really excited about hearing what Xander has to say on this, because I know we're quite aligned. And I looked specifically before today to think, well, how much biophilia do we end up putting in there? Because a section on biophilic design in that guide is quite small. But when I searched for the word biophilia or connection with nature or an innate connection with nature, it came up lots and lots of times. And that's because it's spread throughout. There is a small section on it, but if you open this guide, you'll find that it's kind of woven through the whole thing. Here's some typical things that we say in there. That patterns that replicate design proportions that are found in nature are better and more calming. So fractal patterns reduce visual noise. Now, I know a lot of what I'm saying here is what's been said time and time again today, but I just wanted to kind of reinforce that for people who have this hypersensitivity, it's the same things, but it matters so much more. It has the most significant impact on people. So the areas of retreat and calm that allow some self-management of those symptoms is really, really important. Having pockets within larger spaces that you can go to kind of retreat, give you some prospect and refuge, give you sight lines and somewhere to kind of shelter away, to set, reset and recover, and good sight lines which allow preview to stop any surprises when you enter a space. So we look at sensory processing and biophilic design. A calming influence, obviously, of planting. We know all this. Natural materials, therapeutic to touch, sounds of nature, etc., etc. Maximum benefit from when you can got views outside and then you've got the nice plants inside, quite obviously. PAS 6463 also details the benefits to a degree around daylight and ventilation and, having features that visually mimic nature and natural forms. And it gives you that strong connection. So there's nothing new here, I think, for anybody in this conference. The use of forms and textures that occur naturally, such as landscapes, locally grown products. Quite often we're finding in office buildings now that people have had local stakeholder engagement, which is hugely important, but then used natural materials from the area, such as a natural stone from that area. All of this helps to inform. There are a few things that we found potentially to either be avoid or to be a little bit careful about, though. So if you've got a full height nature image, for example, and the PAS does cover neurodegenerative conditions as well, such as dementia, Parkinson's and so on. If you've got a full height picture of nature, that some people can be very confused by that and might think they're outside. So it depends on the type of environment you're doing, but you certainly wouldn't do that in a care home or a setting where people might have that condition. And then very clearly that the difference between a view out and an actual image of the view out should be readily apparent. So again, it's down to the confusion of that. Any plants are great, but plants that appear spiky can feel unfriendly and unwelcoming to some people. And certainly plants that have a strong scent. Some people have a very hypersensitive sense of smell. And since COVID, we've found that those differences in sense of smell have been vastly increased, as well as balance being affected by COVID as well. So cluttered environments can be an issue, and cluttered walls. So having some nice pictures of nature and so on the walls is lovely. But if you do it too ad hoc and too much, it can suddenly feel like sensory overwhelm. And then again with the soundscape, can be really therapeutic for some, but not everybody likes natural sort of reproduced sounds that perhaps the brain is calculating aren't quite right. So for example, if you can't see the source but you can hear running water, that can be really kind of intensely distracting or confusing. And equally, if there's a lot of repetition, say you had birdsong playing, if the repetition is too often, some brain types can actually work out that that isn't a natural sound coming through, and then again it becomes distracting. So those are the kind of things to look at. So designing for sensory inclusion then, it's basically about us all flourishing and not just surviving. And I think what's happening with a lot of people with neurodivergent conditions where they're hypersensitive is they're barely surviving and they're getting sensory overload from the environment. So the PAS is about everybody, but it does particularly try and help. And I think biophilic design, so much overlap, particularly helps. So I like to talk about the 3 C's. So we're trying to produce environments that have, the first one is clarity. So it's very clear where we're going, how to find our way around, good sight lines, no surprises, maybe a bit of a preview through a vision pane or something like that before you enter the space. Most importantly, which I know that Paige talked about, and I think Preet also mentioned it, and probably a couple of others too, about control. Giving back the user some control. Now that control could be about choosing which part of the building you want to be in or where you want your desk space to be, if it's quiet or whether it's collaborative. But it could also be about adjusting the space, so adjusting lighting, adjusting perhaps acoustics by shutting a door and so on. But last but not least, a calm space to escape to if it all gets too much. And I've got a picture of a garden here, a beautiful garden, lots of different plants and flowers. Some of those will need different watering regimes, some of those will need different feeding, some will need the shade, some will like the sunshine and everything. Why would humans be any different? We are all different, so we can't expect there to be one environment that fits all. So I will stop there. There's a few links that I put in because I know people get the slides afterwards. Thank you.
No, it's okay. I've got to face the screen and adjust the mic, probably. Okay. As Ness said, that's the spine building in the middle there. That I was a biophilic design consultant on that, which is the HQ of the RCP in Liverpool. Nearby it, there's this wonderful fountain with Roger McGough's poem, which I'll let you all read. You have to read in a Liverpool accent, mind you. He was 87 2 days ago, was Roger, Sunday. Yeah, and what this bit about water, the therapeutic and biophilic and precious nature of it, but negative ions are the thing that lightning produces and thunderstorms, and the splash of the water creates these negative ions that are incredibly beneficial to us when we breathe in microscopic elements. So we've been aware of the qualities of water for millennia. This is an archaeological dig a few years back in the Orkney Islands off Scotland, 3,500 years ago, and they discovered they used hot rocks in a pool to create a sauna. Similarly, same time in Egypt, they were obsessed with cleanliness and probably had several baths or water treatments a day, and it's been termed as balneotherapy. And this is a great painting here from Alma Tadema, who's I saw an exhibition of his at Leighton House, which I should have put an image of their fountain inside Leighton House, which is building in Kensington, South Kensington in London. But he influenced directors like Ridley Scott on the Gladiator movie. The first time I experienced balneotherapy was 1975. I was driving across America and I woke up in the car that I'd stopped in the lay-by, and there's a sign, "Welcome to Thermopolis." And I'd never heard of it, and here it was, this incredible town that has hot springs just bubbling out the road. You've got roundabouts with these hot springs that are effervescing, and they've got pools outside the town. And this one's been built since I was there, but they're all natural hot springs. And we've got something similar in Bath in the UK, and the quality of the Bath springs has recently been recognised by the Abbey in Bath that's tapped into the water, the hot spring water that goes underneath the city in these old Roman great drains that discharge into the River Avon. There's 1 million litres of hot water a day, and they've taken that and used it to heat the Abbey. They've done underfloor heating at the architects' FCB studios, and Bureau Happold, the engineers. So we've known about this low technology to naturally warm and cool the interiors for millennia. There's a great exhibition in the museum in Yats in Iran that explains these canals that they've had for thousands of years, gravity-fed underground tunnels that take the water, spring water naturally to the very hot and arid parts of Iran. And so that whole bit of wasn't just for drinking water, it was also for naturally cooling buildings. So they would have some of the water would go under the buildings, and then there'd be wind catchers in the roof that would be circulating this hot and cold air inside the building. The first time I encountered biophilic qualities of water inside a building was this Hyatt Regency Hotel in San Francisco, a similar period to Thermopolis, 1975, by architect John Portman. And that strange sculpture, water eclipse sculpture, it's got a fountain underneath it, and there's this permanent layer of water. And at that time I could sit and just run my hands inside this water feature. And it was a cavernous space, and so similar cavernous spaces like this one of Peter Zumthner's in Therme Spa in Vals in Switzerland a few years ago that he designed. And he takes you on this atmospheric journey of all the senses using local materials, water, light, sound, shadows, etc. Water doesn't have to be therapeutic in interior. This is Persona Recruitment Group in Tokyo, and they've got a paddy field in reception. This is the directors there just planting the rice, and they harvest it inside, and all these grow. The heat must be incredible from all those grow bulbs. And they've also got vertical farms inside the building as well. More close to us is this the Foster's Bloomberg HQ that it's the world's most expensively designed office, apparently. 2018 Sterling Prize winner, and it's got this incredible aquarium inside, which is a biophilic pattern visual connection to nature. And apparently the original founder, Bloomberg, was very keen on aquariums, so that's why they've got it. The extension to Changi Airport in Singapore opened in 2019. I worked in Singapore about 25 years ago, but I didn't see this, obviously. It's got the world's largest indoor waterfall, equivalent to a 7-story building, and all that biophilic landscape. And so blue space theory is working really well there, and these negative ions, as I mentioned, created by the waterfall. Okay, quiz. I like quizzes. What was the population of the UK when David Attenborough was born? Think about it. And how much has it grown in his lifetime? He's 96. It was about, in 1928, 39 million. It's now approximately 69 million. It's almost doubled in his lifetime. And the world's population is growing similarly. So the whole bit of, that's unsustainable, the whole bit of this water problem has been echoed there in this movie, Age of Stupid, if anybody saw it. It's a great documentary type movie with Pete Postlethwaite, the actor, as the sole survivor on a flooded planet Earth, reviewing climate change footage of all the NIMBYs in 2007, saying they don't want wind farms in their back gardens. And it's a sad indictment of life, but we've got to do something to stop this population explosion and climate change. Otherwise, water will be worse rather than beneficial. So forget about sewage and polluted rivers. If we go up to 2 or 3 degrees rise in global temperatures from the 2014 prediction, we could have real problems. And this is an image here of potential in the year 2100, floods from sea level rises. My area of Stroud down here has gone. Birmingham's now the new capital. London's gone. And a lot of Ireland has gone as well, which is a shame. And maybe we should recall the planet water. We've got 2/3 of it as water now, as it is. Okay, there's a little bit of mine, but this is the next one. That's the end of me. Yeah, I'm trying it. Yeah. Thanks. I'll hobble across.
Excellent. Hi guys. So yeah, we're talking about light. This is so I'm from a company called Foss Lighting. This is our sort of independent research arm, Light Tribe by Foss. Set it up during lockdown to talk about sort of all things sight. I accidentally got into lighting, like most people that end up in the lighting world. And I kind of couldn't quite believe how much I'd overlooked it my whole life. So as Ness kindly mentioned, there's a book which I've written, which is sort of as a QR code at the end of, I'll be here if anyone wants to have a look through it. But for me, it's putting the why back into the question of biophilic design. So I spend a lot of my time going to design practices all over the world talking about light. And it's amazing how much people overlook the importance of light and what it is and how important it is to the way that we experience the world around us. So this is called the 90% challenge, redefining our indoor spaces. Some quite shocking statistics. Most of these are fun facts, some of them aren't. So we now spend 90% of our time indoors. I know this is a fact that's kind of been banged on a little bit today, but luckily the key points weren't quite sort of stolen from the slide earlier, so I can give them to you now. So that's actually less than 1 hour outside a day on average. That's less time outdoors than the UN legal requirement for maximum security prisoners. So we spend less time outdoors than people that are legally locked up, which is crazy. It's about 79 years indoors. So we now have, the indoor space is now our new habitat. So this whole thing of the 90% challenge, redefining our indoor spaces, we spend 90% of our time indoors. Indoors are now our habitats. And there was a big thing which I stumbled across called Biophilic Design. You might be familiar. So what do we actually expect? And this is where the sort of lighting side of things comes in. If we actually think about the way in which we evolved to see the world, it's posited that 80% of the way we interact with the world around us comes from what we see, but it's always the first thing to get value engineered in a project. Contractors at the very end of the design process will say, I can get the same light fitting for a tenner. They can't. You value engineer, you engineer the value out. That's kind of the conversation. So when we go right back to looking at the way in which we expected to see the world around us, we actually learned to see underwater. And the first eye was sort of very basic. We used to work out whether the light was on or off. And then eventually we were able to sort of develop a lens and see distance. And we looked out onto land and saw there was a lot of sort of yummy vegetation that we could go out onto land with. So these creatures called tetrapods came out from the sea to the land and started eating all this uncontested food. Because we learned to see underwater, we had to replicate the salt water that had kept our eyes hydrated. So your tear ducts, which I think is a really beautiful example of just a physical reminder of how long we've been outside, your tear ducts create seawater because we learned to see underwater. So basically most of this is pub facts, and the book is mainly that as well. So, but the idea is, if we actually, there we go, cheeky little fella. So he came onto land, or she, and the cartilage that was normally used by fish then calcified because gravity was suddenly, putting itself on the cartilage. So it calcified, the gills turned to lungs, the heads tipped back. We created bigger lungs, we walked around, but we had to keep this seawater. So for me, it's a perfect physical reminder of how long we've been outside, this tear duct that we all have. So this basically most of this is pub facts, and the book is mainly that as well. So basically most of this is pub facts, and the book is mainly that as well. So but the idea is, if we actually, there we go, cheeky little fella. So he came onto land, and or she, and the cartilage that was normally used by fish then calcified because gravity was suddenly, putting itself on the cartilage. So it calcified, the gills turned to lungs, the heads tipped back. We created bigger lungs, we walked around, but we had to keep this seawater. So for me, it's a perfect physical reminder of how long we've been outside, this tear duct that we all have. So we often think that beetles and bugs are quite basic creatures, but we have quite literally budded out and created our own little antenna, just like bugs and beetles. So the retina is quite literally an outgrowth of the brain. We've invested huge amounts of energy to capture radiation, and this is what we see. So the Big Bang happened, and all radiation that we know in this world came into existence. We had radio waves, slow, cumbersome things that helped Justin Bieber travel around the world. Then we had microwaves, which vibrate the same frequency as water, which cooks food, which is why that works. Then you get infrared, which burns our skin, and one tiny bit over from the wavelength, which burns our skin, is the color red. Then you go to orange and yellow, there we go, he's on track. Green, indigo, blue, violet. Just beyond violet is ultraviolet, which strips paintings and kills COVID. And they put on handrails in London to kill all the the bacteria and stuff that we don't want to be touching person after person after person. So the point is, we overlook the fact that colour is energy. We've invested huge amounts of energy trying to capture this radiation. And all this radiation has different effects on us. So wavelengths enter our eyes, and we have emotional responses to them. There's actually, these are some examples here, blue can help treat depression, red can energize. Because I'm practically a child, there's a pop-up, but my brother bet I couldn't put a pop-up in the book. I said, I'll show you I can, so there is some pop-ups in here. But there's actually a colour pink called Baker Miller Pink, which is posited to reduce people's strength by 35% for half an hour. So Norwich City Football Club painted their away changing room in this colour, and their opposition were at half-time made weaker and weaker, and they got promoted that season. It's now banned in sport. Which is crazy, pub facts, right? So the whole thing here is, we've created huge amounts of energy. We've invested huge amounts of energy in capturing radiation, and now we're in a world where, so Karen Owens, who's in the audience somewhere, I think, put me on to this amazing book called The Eyes of the Skin, and you can draw a direct correlation between technology evolving and the amount of texture that we use in buildings depleting. So we used to draw our buildings. And with that, we'd feel the pencil going along the paper, we'd feel that texture in our mind's eye, and we'd apply that to spaces around us. Now that we have laptops and PCs and the world's moved 2D and we don't really hold that project in our mind's eye, we're creating these spaces that are flatter. Now, when you actually think about the world in which we evolved, millions of years ago from when our tear ducts were, underwater, we evolved in a very texture-rich world made up of fractals. So fractals, we've kind of touched on a couple of times here, are the building blocks of nature, irregular building blocks of sort of random bumps and knobbly bobs, and nothing in nature is straight, it's all sort of kinked and knobbly and bobbly. And fractals are building blocks in which our brain has evolved to expect to see. And now we're in buildings which are designed on computers, everything's flat, it's all mirrored, there's no lights, or if they're there, they're not lighting up things in a way that they should. And the really sort of thing that hit the thing that hit me was the fact that when you actually look at the visual cortex, which is at the back of the brain, if you get someone to look at a complex object, the visual cortex actually lights up more. You can physically see more electricity lighting up that part of the brain. We're now in a world where everything is flat because we're no longer designing with our haptic, proper, all-sensory mind thought process, and we're painting things in brilliant white. Most of the world's now in brilliant white, one of the only colours not found in nature, which is insane. But when you add sort of natural shapes, textures, colours, and fractals into an environment, you can literally see the brain light up. And this is, again, when I come back to light. It's so often overlooked. Light is the one thing that allows us to connect with the haptic space in the world around us. So this project here, which we did in the Philippines, I think, really leans on something which we all have called synesthesia. So it's the blending of the senses. It's the ability to look at those sort of LED strips under the bar and know exactly how that would feel. So using light in a way to expand the quality of our other senses that we enjoy in that environment. The world now, in the top right, you've got sunlight, full fat, lovely sunlight. The LED very quickly came in and turned the whole world to blue. The blue wavelength that the LED crystal emits has the same amount of energy in it as a double espresso. Creates the same amount of cortisol as a double espresso. When you actually look at it as well, barely any red, barely any orange. And what that means is all the wavelengths that we experience in the world are not really there anymore. These vibrant bits of radiation we have budded out to enjoy are being stripped. So that's what happens. You get crappy artwork. If you actually think about the opposite of the environment in which we should be healing, I would say it's the modern hospital, which is crazy. So the World Health Organization has now declared night shift work, in which doctors and nurses work at night under these blue lights that basically go, have a coffee, have a coffee, have a coffee, have a coffee at 4 in the morning. It's now been declared as cancerous. You've got a 65% higher chance of type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and everything is brilliant white, everything's sort of, unartificial. And they've shown, there are studies which, Bill Browning, who sort of helped, he's in this book as well, had permission to put his whole Terrapin 15 principles into the book. The book is supposed to be an explanation as to the evolutionary facts behind why his 15 principles are so amazingly factual and how amazing they are. Because the reality is that if you put people in, if you show an image of nature to someone undergoing gallbladder surgery, they'll recover from hospital 12% faster. So that would get them out of hospital 24 hours faster. So literally showing someone an image of pine forest for about 20 minutes before they go under the knife, that will save the NHS £75 million a year, and they'll get out of hospital quicker. Unfortunately, that's not the world in which we live. So, this is that's it for me. So I don't know if I've run over a bit of terrible track of time. But if anyone would like to join the tribe, it's sort of an independent arm of our company, which is trying to connect research to designers. We're trying to work with master's students to basically answer the questions of the design community so that we can actually try and action positive change. And you can keep up to date with stuff there. So, thank you.
Well, we are slightly over, but has anybody got any questions? Soon as they're here about sensory design. I can't actually see if anyone's got their hand up, so you might have to wave. I think someone's got their hand up at the back there, waving their hand really like in a wavy kind of way.
Hi. Thank you. I've waved in a wavy kind of way. I saw you mention hospitals, but have you done any work in mental hospitals and prisons?
I think they are, yeah. Just pick one up.
Is that directed at me? But take it as it is because I mentioned it last. So we haven't. So we're lighting manufacturers. We do kind of architectural, hospitality. We do residential hospitality, commercial, marine, that kind of stuff. We don't have. We've done a few care homes and things like that, not hospitals, but this is based on research which Terrapin and Bill Browning and Katie O'Ryan have done. So in short, no.
Would any of you others like to talk about healthcare?
Yeah, the first slide I showed with the Royal College of Physicians headquarters in Liverpool, that the lighting in there was done by one of our colleagues, Mary Rushton-Beals, and she looked at things like the circadian rhythms, photomedianism, I think, which is about letting plants sleep. So the way in which these Xander's lights that we're working on the plants and keeping them happy during the day and letting them sleep like we do at night time. So similarly with the lights that we put in there, you could adjust the lights in certain areas, or you could, as a peripatetic worker, you could go and move to another level of the floor, be somewhere on your desk on a computer readout saying it's dimmer lights upstairs if you wanted to go somewhere dimmer, or the heating was higher or lower downstairs. You could move around and hot desk. So we looked a little bit at I didn't, but the engineers that worked on it did at the lighting levels.
Thanks. It's about choice again, isn't it? What people mentioned earlier today. So, Jean, what about from your perspective?
Very quickly, it wasn't a mental health hospital, but we were approached after the PAS by a lady with autism representing the National Development Team for Inclusion, and she told us that she did a lot of work in hospitals, and they were finding that hospitals were changing to LED lights to grasp some of the government spending on energy efficiencies, with diabolical effect, because the lights were being thrown in and not crafted and designed properly. Probably a £10 light, I don't know. And there was some evidence of someone with autism going into a hospital, a high-performing intellectual inspector of a hospital, but with autism, going into a hospital and being non-verbal after 20 minutes from the light quality.
Yeah, imagine.
So we've done a technical paper, and I think Sipsy might pick it up, and I'd love Alexander to have a look at it as well, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how we are on time.
We're running over, but you got like a minute.
Worth a go.
Half a minute.
One of the big things as well, obviously limited time up here, but is flicker. Yeah. We have something called saccades. When you look from right to left very quickly, your brain stitches together a number of photos it takes. And you might see on your phones when you video a TV or a light, it flickering on your mobile. That's actually happening. So your brain uses huge amounts of energy to remove that. It gets while you're tired and you get a Mars bar craving at 3 p.m. And it's often what happens in hospitals, and it's why epilepsy, autism, ends up being stimulated by that. There's an amazing woman in America who runs something called the harmonic egg, which uses wavelengths of colour and sound, and you can actually put people with autism into a state of dramatically reduced intensity of experience in the world around just by sound and colour, just wavelengths. So people that can't even look other people in the eye can then have far more functioning and easier lives for up to 3-4 days.
Wow,
which is amazing. So it's worth having a look at the harmonic egg.
Harmonic egg. Well, there you go. Well, thanks so much to our panellists. Really appreciate that. So thank you. Just give them a big round of applause. Lovely. Thanks. Brilliant. When you obviously Biophilic Design is all about sensory experience on so many levels, and just just looking at those two things and focusing on light and eyes is so profound. We're now moving into the education session. We're having a designers talk. Actually, we're looking at school design, sponsored by Virtual Nature Walls, which is actually my company. We recreate restorative interiors using nature photography and film. We've got presentations by Claire Bowman, architect, sustainability leader, and co-founder of RZZM, known for her innovative work in biophilic educational spaces, and her biophilic classroom at Putney High School won the RHS Chelsea Gold Medal Award. We've also got Nick Atherton. He's a landscape architect and urban designer and founder of the award-winning Natural Dimensions. Notable projects include the secondary school at Mertham, Carlisle Green Market and Saltaires Riverside development. And then finally, Ian Bogle, which I saw earlier on, I think he's sitting at the back somewhere. Oh, he might have moved. He's in the front. Is an award-winning founder and creative director of Bogle Architects with international recognition for innovative and pragmatic designs over 30 countries and multiple sectors. So we're going to learn from 3 vital perspectives: landscape architect, interior designer, and architect, but not necessarily in that order. So Claire, do you want to come up first, please? Thank you.
I think I've got some hecklers. Thank you for that. Thank you. So I'm Claire Bowman, and this is a very short talk. So I've just put up here some recent publications that our research has been in, and it's an absolute privilege to be in each one of them and be recognised for what we've been doing in schools for the last 7 years. And I have Susie Longstaff with me, who was headmistress at Putney High School and now principal at London Park Schools, and she's going to be summing up for me if I speak fast and leave her some time. So we work in existing schools right here, right now. And every single time I look at a new project or I'm with new teachers, I always go back to the 15 patterns, but always the 14 patterns of biophilic design as I know them. But also in schools, these are the particular areas that our projects that I'm going to show you focus on. But I also have other things that I always have to have with me and give as gifts to people that are new to this subject, which is Walking in the Woods and Into the Forest. Those 2 books are like my best friends, and I read them regularly, and they are so important to biophilic design, as well as these 2 diagrams, which appear on an awful lot of my work. Again, patterns and patterns in nature and patterns in design are so important to biophilic designs, and particularly in schools. And also I combine that with the Flourish Wheel for Wellbeing, created by Professor Derek Clements-Croom and Marilis Ramos. When I first saw this at EcoBuild, it was the same time that I actually saw Oliver Heath speak. Within 5 minutes, I'd seen this. And he had already inspired me. And then looking at this, it was for workplace, but it was the first time I'd seen greenery mentioned alongside daylight. And I actually use it as a mind map with students when I'm teaching. We actually write all over this so they can actually start to pick out what's important in their designs. And inspired by my students, I now do that with teachers and staff as we look at schools. But what is flourish? We've heard a lot about it today. But basically it is that when we go for a walk in the woods, our alpha brainwaves are stimulated and we often come back with ideas. And we've obviously many of us are both speaking about that, but it is so important. But how can we bring that into schools? And that was our challenge. And also, how can we get children and staff to bounce back in classrooms faster? So one of the first classrooms that I was given the opportunity with Susie to do active research into the benefits of nature in learning environments. And we took a number of classrooms. This was natural analog. It was a room. What we did was we changed the layout. We worked with all the existing furniture, but we actually added a mural of Mitchell Deaver Woods. And this picture was taken by Matthew Cattell, who was an architect, who often walked in these woods as part of his healing process after illness. And we discovered immediately the students started to sit in different places. They wanted to see the mural. But also in our post-occupancy, we started to see a connection. And Susie was so vital to this because we were architects, but she was actually able to look at this in an academic way. And we started to see a pattern between the students' emotional well-being when we started to change materials and add murals, which was very different from adding plants. So in a classroom right next door, we had been studying how to grow fresh air, the NASA study, and we used the same equations and came up with a slightly different equation, which was 1 plant per cubic metre square. So in schools, you need to think about volumes. They're actually often a lot taller. So we actually added a number of everyday plants that were from the book, but we also wanted to test them. Could they survive? Plants don't always get watered. What plants thrived in a classroom? What happened very quickly was we had sensors in the room, and we also carried sensors as well every time we visited, was we saw a 10% increase in the air quality in the room. But we saw a 3 to 8% improvement, average of 7% improvement in humidity. And suddenly there was a freshness in the room. And that was the huge leap that we discovered. And then we carried on for a year, and we actually worked with the teachers and the students in this room to keep looking at whether this was a consistent pattern. And also plants in schools is 3 spider plants in a window. It isn't complicated. And also what's lovely is those plants have lots of babies. So they're really good value. What we didn't expect was the students to be so relaxed in A-level maths. And that was this anonymous feedback that we got. They would go, no, honestly, this room's so relaxed. And then they did their mocks and they moved the plants off the window and they just dotted them around the tables. The big moment came when we did our post-occupancy evaluation. Susie looked at it. We had an educational analyst look at it, which was my brother-in-law, kindly sat down with all these statistics that I didn't understand. And they started to see a connection between cognitive well-being. Students in the maths classroom were bouncing back faster. They were actually tired, but you know what, I'm going to carry on. They were just really happy. And so it was with immediate effect. We started to really actually be honest about what we were doing. And we published our research. And this is my friend's classroom, Lissa's classroom in the north of England. She was quite angry with me because she said that will never work in Macclesfield with 32 students in a classroom. But then she went, you know what, I'm going to try. So I got her to remove all of the words off of the notice boards. And it was the art department that actually placed the murals over the notice boards. She also went out and bought all the plants that nobody wanted at a particular supermarket for 50p and brought them back. And actually, again, she had this immediate response, but it was actually herself. She said it was Friday afternoon. I was really tired, but I just took time out to water the plants. And she said I felt like I really felt refreshed when I left the classroom. But she has now rolled out this design code across her school, and The teachers are given 3 plants, and if they live, they get a few more. And also, she propagates everything. A personal note as well is her husband's now teaching, and he teaches excluded children. The difference is they wanted to label their plants. So in his classroom, every single plant is the child wanted a plant, and that was really important to him. And he said these are children that don't have plants at home. And he's a psychologist as well, and he said it was really, for him, a huge step in them starting to care again. Back with Susie, this was actually during COVID. A typical shared space in a school looks like this. And during COVID, we started to look at what schools needed to look like when the pupils came back. And this was a much more intimate spaces. The students didn't want to be in crowds. This was a COVID space. It didn't need any signage whatsoever, but it was really emotional. When the girls came in, they actually said it feels like home, and it was just this lovely moment of hearing that homely feeling, which I hadn't heard before. We were invited to take that space and all of our research to Chelsea, but we were quite overwhelmed. We gave away 10,000 plant guides for schools, so we give away all of our knowledge constantly because we want to make a difference. And we then took that knowledge and we moved into early learning. Again, Susie and a lovely teacher called Jo Chu, basically we sat, and you need to work together because this was a typical year R, which is a 4-year-old to 5-year-old classrooms. They're quite busy, they look quite happy, but there's so much overstimulation in that space. What we developed was actually using the golden section. We actually placed the golden section on the room. We stripped everything out. It was COVID. We worked with what we had. We used an awful lot of our existing furniture, but we looked at acoustics and perforated blinds, so we didn't have to have the lights on anymore. This room had its lights on permanently, but as soon as we added perforated blinds, suddenly you could see. And what was really nice, I walked in a week after this opened and said, how's it going? And they said within 1 week, the children were independent because everything had a clear purpose. And it meant the children that were perhaps 4, not 5, could keep up with the older ones. And that took a lot of anxiety out of the children, the teachers and their parents. I took a little bit of a moment also during COVID to work on another project, which is for adults. So this is the Dreaming in Wales, which is a healing retreat. It's the former home of Laura Ashley, but it was created for anyone to go to recover from COVID and the effects of COVID and the trauma that created in so many of us. But we actually kept it very simple. It has just 2 lights, a few materials, and it was all about connecting inside to outside. And I just want to share this beautiful master plan of the landscape by Juliet Sargent. The landscape was completely scarred. There was so much neglect and rubble left in the site. But Ridoldog means water running. It's sort of like water running over stones in Welsh, in her interpretation. So the idea was that the new planting would just fall like rivers around the building. When you go there now, you can't see where Juliet started and nature is. The two have completely merged together. But I just love that drawing, seeing it when I was there. And that really inspired Villiers High School, where I'm still there now. We're 5 years study at this school. We studied the site for a year before we did anything, because it's a 1907 building. The trees went in, they're lime and London plane. There are 63 of them. And we actually studied the impact of those trees on this site, and it's 5 degrees. In the summer, where there's tarmac around so many schools in London, you've got a 5-degree difference. So we've created a master plan for this site, really about access to nature. But then what we are getting is that improvement in air quality. We're reducing heat island effect and improving biodiversity. What we... Sorry. Right, okay, so really quickly, basically, we use the London plan to achieve that. And we've got a forest school that's going to be created in that space now, and all the children will come through it. And I'll just quickly show you the inside of that space. And the work I'm doing with Susie now at London Parks is all about hybrid learning. These are children that are not back in school and how we're changing it. And we've got our plant guides for school outside that we're sharing. Sorry.
No, you're great. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, yeah, I'm Nick Ellerton from Natural Dimensions, and I'm going to talk about a design we did for the first DFE-funded biophilic landscape around a school. So, Merstham Park School, it was a zero-carbon modular build school, and we were appointed to do the landscape architecture. And the first image really is, it sort of captures the essence of what we tried to achieve. So, a lot of flow, a lot of sensory engagement, grasses enabled us to create this kind of ethereal ambience, and quite a complex ground layer with trees coming around immediately adjacent to the building. We tried to create a little bit of kind of wonder and spiritual connection. Oh, sorry. Merstham is near Reigate. It's about 10 miles north of Gatwick Airport, and it's on the edge of an urban extension which goes west from Merstham railway station, from the old Merstham out in towards the Greenbelt, with views to it from the Surrey Hills area of outstanding natural beauty, which is to the north of the building. And to the south of it is a kind of a former mineral extraction industry, which creates the landscape character, and we tried to mimic that a little bit in our design. So there's the old school, and quite a rectilinear arrangement, a lot of tarmac, lots of mown grass, kind of 70s evergreen shrubs, but quite a number of trees that we tried really hard to keep. Two of the best specimens I've actually ever seen. So there's a cedar there and a beautiful oak, both of which are visible from the hills to the north. And there's the new arrangement, and it was a modular build, so it's very sort of orthogonal, and we wanted to try and break that up with a more kind of biomorphic shape in the landscape design. So to the south are some allotments, and part of there was part of the design included for spaces required for the physical education. So as Claire has demonstrated as well, we looked at kind of inspiration images, and we looked at biomorphic form and inspiration from nature. So we were quite keen to make sure that the spaces were legible. So the natural form was a legible form. So the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio and the fractal kind of legibility of fractals, which we respond to, was something that underpinned our design, and we love the flow of the grain of woods and the way it creates these spaces and little knots, and the leaf shapes. The hosta leaf was something we looked at, because it's got this kind of rotundity to it which allows space to happen inside it, and the way it contrasts with the complexity of the ferns and smaller scale grasses. Some of the inspiration kind of images we looked at, so a very modernistic building, but kind of veiled by this kind of greenery with an embankment and tree planting very adjacent to the building to help filter views to it and also be there for views from it. We love the kind of like the rhythm of the different habitats over a lawn, so we wanted to break up lawn space and introduce these kind of streams of longer grass, so undulations allow different moisture levels, so different habitats, all within the kind of setting of this strong canopy. And we obviously at school times and always at the height of summer, so we wanted to make sure there was a lot of structure and colour in winter, and the sequence of textures and structure created by grasses and shrubs. And also we knew that there was going to be quite a strong axial arrangement to some of the arrival points, but we wanted to soften that arrival with fringes of grass, and then a kind of transition from tall canopy down to ground layer and then to the mown grass or paving. So here's the design. So you can see that there's this kind of, the centre point is actually the memorial garden, which I'll touch on in a minute, which is a really important space, and that's an arrival feature for people coming into and out of the school, and also a focal point for people coming in from the street. So one of the features we really focused on was this really strong transition from a kind of urban, crunchy streetscape, not much going on, into this warm embrace of naturalistic design. So we try to bring these kind of arms of nature coming out from the centre point, which is the memorial garden, to embrace people as they came in. And there's a real kind of mood change as you come in and you come away from the street, and suddenly you're wrapped in this kind of naturalistic design with lots of kind of waving grass, and it's a very effective way of ensuring that this kind of mood transition takes place, and that happens right through the arrival space. This triangle here incorporates a bit of ornamental woodland, and we also create this sequence of woodland space, so sequent habitats across the southern area of the school. So woodland with understory, an orchard space, woodland without understory, so we like the idea of people just traipsing through the trees out into the playing fields, an allotment space, and then we brought the habitat right up against the building, so with this tree line and canopy presence that accompanies students as they come round. There's a northern pedestrian access there, which we've just been talking about, and a pedestrian cycle access there with the cycle parking here, and that allows access into one of the main entrances with a back, so you can see the natural form flowing into the courtyard space, with the leaf shapes part of this kind of biophilic language, and also it creates these little subspaces, these little stage space, little pockets of seating which are really kind of embedded into the planting. And there's also a dining space that's separated from the main central space by a rain garden area, which I'll hopefully show you a demonstration of later. And there's pot planting underneath the canopy, so the canopy's not got a cover all the way along it. It's got open apertures which allow precipitation and sunlight through it. So there's a graphic, which I haven't really got time to talk you through, but it basically represents everything I've just been talking about. So there's the some of the designs. So that's on the way into the school, so you can see this kind of like differentiation of different types of like ground layer, different kind of flower heads and seed heads, and then that's a language that takes you all the way, that carries on all the way around the arrival spaces, including the car park area. So there's this lovely panelling that's on the sports hall, and that really kind of matches in with the language that we're trying to introduce. A lot of grasses, low grasses, so we became a real expert on grasses while I was doing this design. But you can also see that there's different mowing kind of regimes happening. So there's like closer mowing on the embankments with a much longer kind of ground with grasses, where some of the native woodland transplants have been planted, so that's around here, so we're looking sort of that way. As you saw in one of the precedent images, then we've got this kind of axial arrival sequence, but it's accompanied by these really kind of soft matrices of planting, grasses and perennials, and you can see the kind of the sculpted glass panels of the memorial garden as a feature. Now, memorial garden was a remembrance garden for Martin Beard, who's a headmaster who passed away far too young, very suddenly, and he espoused a really strong set of values, and we wanted to represent those values in the garden. And it was also a really important space for the children, because it's that getaway space, and it's got a really kind of, it's a chance to get away from the hubbub of school life and sit in a very relaxing green classroom with Martin, and it's a really important space for the school. So you can see here the arrival, along the access into the main entrance, and how that transition takes place immediately on arriving through the gates, and the choice of plants was really important, and different kind of layers of grass planting and perennials create quite a pleasing matrix. So the memorial garden is a space, so the there's an existing memorial bench, but the timber seats are embedded into the planting, and it creates a very, very different atmosphere to the rest of the school environment. And we used very tall grasses to create that screen into the memorial garden, and you can see how the grasses create that kind of structure in winter as well, so the skeletons of the grasses persist. So there's continuous sensory engagement during the winter. You can see some of the planting in the memorial garden, and it's quite an ethereal effect. Stipa gigantea is really, really beautiful when it's backlit by the sun. So elsewhere in the frontage, we diversified the lawn space, so we incorporated these swales with wildflower turf as a habitat area at the front there, and that over summer really sort of created these atmospheric views out of the classroom, and just really beautiful. And also as you come around the school, one of the key elements as well was to embed the school, as I said earlier, into the landscape. So views to the school would be filtered heavily. So we create these mounds as you come along in a rhythm, and that lifts up over the finished floor level of the school. So the school looks like it's really sat into the landscape, and the tall grasses and the mix of perennials grow up and really sort of grow up above the sill line of the windows, so you can see them from the windows. And it's a veil in front of the school. And we also brought the trees very, very close to the school, and foundations are designed specifically to accommodate potential root growth, and that over time will allow for a strong canopy layer and solar gain. The shadow effect of trees to produce solar gain. So here's the courtyard space, and again that's heavily influenced by kind of biomorphic features and biomorphic form, and the leaf shape allows these little pockets to develop within the spaces. So there's a central space, there's a stage area, kids like to sit on the other side. The edges, so part of what we were talking about before, the idea of prospect, having things at the back, so that the edges of the space are actually some of the most popular edges. The kids gathering groups around the edges at the break times. The willow tree that we kept is also a really, really popular space. And you can see the apertures that we created, the pergola, and that gives a kind of nice garden-esque feel to the design. Yeah, yes. Sorry. So you can see, all the paving's permeable, so there's tanks underneath paving that collects water, and it's reused for grey water. And so the paving design also tries to accommodate this kind of blended transition across the spaces. And we tried to frame the entire courtyard space in wildflower turf, so all the prospects, all the views across it, views over the planting, and then to this kind of like longer grass field margin, and then out into the mown turf. You can see how the planting design works across the northern frame of the courtyard, and we've got climbers coming up the extended pergola legs which carry water from the pergola into the rain garden. I'm not sure this is going to work, so you can see... Oh, there we go. So I was there just after the pergola was built, and the water, they can't hear it, but the water comes along the legs and then down into the pipe, and then that's actually ended up being connected to a land drain which provides water to the whole of the bed, and then the water, so we had a very sandy subgrade, so that allowed water to filter down. And then final slide, so you can see this demonstration of how all the seating areas kind of really embedded into a very strong natural embrace, and the kids collecting under probably their favourite spot, which is under the tree, having a nice chat in a green shade. Thank you.
It's a bit like a competition who can talk the quickest. Luckily, I'm Glaswegian. So here we go. I better? Right, here we go. I'm going to change the scale and the location a little bit. Biophilia is not just for the United Kingdom, it's for the rest of the world as well. So I'm going to show you two projects. Vanessa asked me to explain two projects in both schools. One is in Dubai, and it's in the middle of the big red block there.
It's part of an overall master plan done by a master developer, and our client, Cognita, came along and wanted to build a school for 2,100 children, K-12, so kindergarten up to year 12. To make it more difficult for us, they teamed up with the Royal Grammar Guildford School, which is a school from the 16th century. So the client, the headmaster, wanted us to build a contemporary school, but actually have stuff from the 15th, 16th century within the building. Bit of a challenge, but you know, we like a challenge. That's what we do as architects. So remember that. So the site is about 4 hectares. It's got to have children. It has to have amenity space. And to make it more complicated, it's a junior school, a nursery school, and the main senior school. These are very diagrammatic images. So what we did is we segregated the building by level. So all the wee guys are at the bottom and the bigger guys are at the top. And we created a street along the middle of it to actually define the actual building line. And then within the street, we put all the services. So all the services are in the middle of the building. So that frees up loads and loads of space for other stuff. So it's not complicated in that respect. I told you to remember those windows. So these windows are in the chained library down at the Royal Grammar School, Guildford. And they are old leaded windows. So how do we get that reference into the main building? So what we did was we thought, as we created this street and this atrium space, why don't we supersize those little windows and make them the roof, which is exactly what we did. Now, within the main spaces of the atrium, the classrooms are classrooms. Other people have talked about classrooms. I'm going to talk about the central spaces. We wanted, again, to introduce biophilia. I love trees, both dead and alive. So what we wanted to do here was use timber as much as we possibly could, but also actually use green walls to actually aerate the space as well. We also have to have amenity space in terms of swimming pools. That's the CGI. Interestingly, in Dubai, the swimming pool is actually heated. How's that work? Yeah, but long debate. Anyway, but it's outside. Now, this is when it starts getting quite clever. We said, as a practice, and we've been going 12 and a bit years, that we wouldn't work in the Middle East unless we could do something that was sustainable. So we managed to persuade our client here to build this cantilevering building. Okay, very, very simple diagram. But what it does, as I said, all the wee guys are at the bottom in a smaller, intimate space. Then the building steps out into a more collegiate space at the top, you know, for the 17, 18-year-olds. But what it actually does is it shades the building. So the building is self-shading. By self-shading the building, you bring the whole building load down. By building the whole load down, you can actually put PVs on the roof. So this building is, in fact, carbon neutral in operation. We won't talk about embodied carbon, because this was designed back in 2018. That's how it works as a diagram. I mentioned the sun path. These are the CGIs. You can see how the building steps. Now, interestingly, just to give you a bit of scale again, I was fortunate enough to spend 4 years of my life working on the thing on the left. But one of the things the teachers love about this when they're showing clients round or parents round is they say, if you take this building and stand it up on its end, it's 3 stories taller than the Gherkin. So almost full within 5 years. We completed this in 2021. These are some of the views. You can see the roof. You can see the greenery within the space. You can see the naturally ventilated swimming pool. There's actually an ETFE lid on top of this so that the sand doesn't get in, but it's naturally ventilated within the space. And it's won a number of awards. So that's one building. This one's going to blow your mind if you've not seen this before. Right? I got a phone call saying, it's lovely in Zurich at this time of year, Ian. I said, I'm sure it is. Nope, you're not listening to me. You need to come to Zurich over Christmas. Right, so I went Christmas Eve to meet my client who was there skiing on holiday. And he said, the project we're doing, we've been designing a 2,000 pupil junior school in Singapore. And he said, project's cancelled. Oh, no, for fuck's sake. That's what happens when you run your own business. He said, that was the bad news. The good news is, we don't need a junior school. We need a kindergarten for 2,500 children. Yep. So after a bottle of wine, we kind of figured it out. You can see, I'm not going to read that. You can read that yourself. But this is a very, very complicated building. It changes everything. It just, everything you think about a building, this is upside down. So how do you make a 56,000 square metre, 600,000 square feet building feel small? And we built this model so that was Christmas. By February, we were in Singapore in the boardroom with all the board presenting this 56,000 square metre model of something that's never been done before. There's designers in the room. You can't go to the new metric handbook and find, how do I design a 2,500 pupil kindergarten? It doesn't exist. We had to invent a typology. So we had this typology on the table, big model, 2 by 3 metres. And we're in the boardroom, and the boardroom's got a glazed wall, and this woman walks past. And the chief exec's like, oh, shit. Runs out, Rosie, Rosie. So gets Rosie to come in. Rosie's there doing an audit on the 100 pupil kindergarten that they have at the Australian International School. Model's on the table. This is 2 months into the design. Say, Rosie, this is a kindergarten for 2,500 children. Yeah? 2 questions. 1, what do you think the children will think about it? And 2, more importantly, what do you think the parents will think? Cutting a long story short, after about 5 minutes looking around these things, these guys are sweating, tears coming out of their eyes. What's she going to say? She looks at them both and goes, I think they'll both love it. And that was it. On the strength of that, these guys pressed the button and off we went. Now, importantly, kindergarten, every single classroom has an outside play space. This is in Singapore, 28 to 32 degrees every single day of the year, and it rains. Okay? So we invented what we called the cluster, because we had to try and make it visually complex, because visual complexity is good, as we know, for biophilia. So we created this thing called the cluster, and very much like residential design, we took one cluster, which is 80 to 100 children, and piled them on top of each other. That's how we did it. The other thing about this is similar to, this is a precursor to the one in Dubai. We did this in 2014 to 17. Yes, 3 years to design and build 56,000 square metres of kindergarten. One of my first sketches. But somebody was mentioning earlier that everything's done on CAD. No, it's not. We like to build models. And we built a whole bundle of models because it was all about investigating the space and to explain to clients how space actually works, because some clients can't read drawings. So we built all these different scales of models. There's the real thing. This is the site. Big, long, elongated site, the Australian school. Just to make it more difficult for us, they said half of it's going to be for Australian school and half of it's going to be for Americans, so completely different teaching typologies. So that made it even more complicated. But this is how we broke it down into scale. I said we just stacked them on top of each other. We shared the communal spaces, so there was an economy of scale of actually using the swimming pool and the gyms, etc., on a timetabling basis. This is a bit of a world first. Rather than this pool going lengthwise, it goes that wise. So it's got a shallow edge and a deep edge. Why would you do that? Because everything's different in this school. It means you can get a lot more children learning to swim across the short edge rather than the long edge. Everything's different. And against kind of perception, the youngest children are at the top. You think, unlike Dubai, where all the wee guys at the bottom, yeah, they're at the top because they can't walk. They don't use the toilet, yeah. So the older kids are at the lower levels. Again, outside space, paramount, shading the children, ETFE roofs, covering the whole space. That is the largest kindergarten in the world. That's how the floor plate works. So you can see the clusters. Don't even talk to me about fire escape. Think about it, 400 of the children can't walk. It's very, very complicated. One other thing I just wanted to mention here as well was, again, we were talking about well-being, and we persuaded the client to actually use a displacement air system in this building. Remember, Singapore, 32 degrees. If you're pushing it down from the top, you have to push it in at a lower temperature than if you're letting hot air rise. So you can put it in at a higher temperature, therefore you're saving energy, converting the outside air to the inside air, because that's what you have to do. That's not the reason they chose it. They chose it because it's the healthier solution, and therefore this is the healthiest school in Singapore as well. These are the CGIs. That's the real thing, just to give you a feel for the scale. Covered in greenery. That's my favourite photo of it. It kind of sums it all up for me. It's all about shelter and making the world a greener space. But this is why we really do it. These were the kids next door who drew it, and I'll leave you with that thought. That's why we design schools.
Crawford, whoops. Is Crawford here? Well, thanks so much. I was just so inspiring. There's so many amazing things that's going on with school design. We've now actually got the Department of Education here, so who are making a change in UK schools as well. So if you guys want to sit at the front, that would be great. First up is Crawford, Head of Architecture. So do you want to come straight up? Thank you.
Great, hi, thank you. It's a real privilege to be here in one of my favourite places in the city at a conference talking about biophilia and talking about one of my favourite projects. So my name's Crawford Wright. I'm an architect. I head up, I think what I like to say is the largest architects practice you've never heard of. It's the largest architects practice in the public sector in the UK. It's one of the most innovative practices you've never heard of, and it's one of the longest running architects practices you've never heard of. So we've been going for 75 years. We're at the cutting edge of education design, although I've seen some pretty cutting edge stuff today. Really fantastic. We've been thinking about biophilia for a long time. So the project that we're going to be talking about today is not a Johnny-come-lately, oh, we've all just heard about biophilia and we've layered it upon this. It's a project we've been working on, thinking about for many years. Like all really good projects, but like the last one we're talking about, it comes from foresight, opportunity and imagination. So we've long wanted to do a biophilic school and encourage the use of biophilia in education design. In fact, the design team that I lead developed some guidance on the outdoor classroom back in 1991, a publication that was published in Japan. It was so popular. So it's something that we've been really committed to for many, many years. So we wanted to do a biophilic school. We had the opportunity, some of my colleagues who run the insurance arm of the Department for Education, unfortunately they had a school that burnt down in Derby. They came to us for some guidance and I said, initially I said, we're a bit busy, we're doing something else. And then so I rang them back and said, would you like to do a biophilic school? And they said, yeah, we'd love to do that. So we had the opportunity. And then lastly, we had the imagination. So imagination of ourselves to lead the project, my colleagues, Ian and Duncan, who led the project through successful completion, and all the consultants and architects that worked on the project to make it happen. And also the client who had the imagination to say, yeah, we can take our old school that we loved. We're in Derby, but like Macclesfield, it's not necessarily the kind of centre of thinking around these subjects, but we'll grasp that, we'll have the imagination to take that forward. And now we've got a project which is finished, on the ground and successful. The reason that we do it in the Department for Education is because we're thinking about all schools. So we're thinking about different sorts of scales all the time. And I'll come back to this when I kind of close this session after Ian and Duncan have spoken. But we're interested in all schools in England, not just one project. So we do one project because we want to learn the lessons from it, do the proper research, get the information, and then roll that good practice out across the UK. So we'll come back at the end about how we're going to be doing that and learning about the lessons of biophilia. But I'm going to hand over to my colleagues. Ian is going to take it forward.
So, thank you, and thank you, Crawford. A little bit about the background. So just about exactly 4 years ago, the school that you see on the screen, which was only about 22 years old, burnt down in an arson attack. And as Crawford said, they were financially covered through the RPA, and we were approached. It was an interesting project. There were no children on site. The school was utterly destroyed. We were still in COVID. As Duncan will tell you, we had to get special permission to even visit the site at the time. And we were challenged with resilience. And what was glorious about this is that we were able to write the brief about what resilience meant. And this was about providing a school for the future, and for particularly the future of the children in it. We did a lot of work about focusing on the users, and we tried to create something that we could repeat. Will it change? Yeah. So we made a decision to focus on three things. Made a decision to focus, after our work on Gen Zero, our research piece, on timber construction. We looked around standardization and platform, And I'll show you a little bit about what that means. It's not really about what today's talk is about, but it does allow you opportunities to create spaces and create schools that work so well about the third subject on the screen, which is biophilia. We, and particularly Duncan and I, co-authored a brief, and we had a glorious opportunity. Right in Derby is Professor Miles Richardson. I don't know whether you know Professor Miles Richardson, but he was responsible, and I've stolen this picture out of one of his documents. He did the work about creating environments and everything you need to do under the age of 11 3/4 for the National Trust, and about getting young people to re-engage in the enormous estate that is the National Trust, and the strapline being outside makes you feel better. It's a National Trust picture, not mine, so just be careful how we use it. Miles introduced us to the works of Kellett and others and trained us about the fact that engagement wasn't just about looking, and maybe looking and touching would be okay, but it needed to be a lot more. It needed to be about getting those children to properly engage with outside. So Duncan and I had, through the help of our colleagues over in the RPA, opportunity to write a brief, and you can see the headings that we came up with. Play and adventure, learning in the landscape, materials, and Duncan will talk to you a little bit about how that works from a biophilic point of view in a moment, working with the natural world, and with sanctuary. And again, really fortunately, we had a school, it was a Catholic school, and they very much believed in the opportunity and the benefits of sanctuary. Connecting buildings with nature, and one of the little focuses we have today is to show you it's not just about landscapes, but it's about the relationship of the buildings, the users, and the landscapes. And finally, sensory. And sensory, not just about that sensory garden stuffs and raised beds, but a whole lot more about the brilliant world outside. So we set the principles, you've seen those. We managed to write a publication. We used this project, and through some great work of Aris, the architects, developed some illustrations for the brief, and also, of course, managed to illustrate the scheme that we were about to have. And here's one of the first pictures of the buildings that we had, and it showed the fact that at no point when you were in this building did you ever not realise there was a wonderful green world outside. And how do you do it? And I've heard two things today which have delighted me. There was a talk earlier on about building in Holland and about edges and the importance of edges. And here's a classic, these are my sketches, and here's a classic that looks like a piece of undergraduate work from the wobbly world when I was an architect before computers. But up at the top is possibly where you'd get a primary school design if you didn't intervene. And as Crawford said, we intervene in all of the schools that we get, but if you didn't, it might be reduced to a box. And what we tried to do is erode that box to do two things, and primarily to provide a lot more edges and to push the landscape in amongst it. And you can see it's pretty well, I mean, down in the bottom left there, you can see where you might pull the hall out or the dining room out and leave the rest of the school, but you'd create some gaps. We took it to the extreme, and this is the plan over on the bottom right-hand side about pushing nature in and letting the children get out into the landscape. And it provides that word which has been so great all this afternoon, which is complexity. What does that look like? And there's a whole separate talk about this, and I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to move on to Duncan in a minute. You can see the rigour of standardisation. You can see the rigour and order for understanding exactly how schools work, but you can also hopefully see how that breaking of the school into those 5 blocks, and you've got administration into the bottom right, early years, bottom left, right in the middle, everything that belongs to the whole school, the heart of the school, the practical classroom, the school library, which is a great project room, and you'll see in a moment the views out from that. Key stage 1, and right at the top, pointing towards the secondary school, which is just over the bank of trees, is key stage 2, the standard school design. And at that point, Duncan.
Thank you very much, Ian. So I'm purposefully going to try and talk to you today more about the inside of the building than the outside. I can reel off a lot of stats about how many trees we planted, 100, which we're really excited by, and the landscape and how we let that press in to areas. We made sure that we created spaces for every classroom, to get outside. They had co-owned courtyards and all of these things. These are the wonderful things that we allow these children to get out into nature, into the outside, into their space. But one of the things that was a big challenge for us was, how did we bring that into the building? How did we make sure we continued that journey inside? And the first thing that we did, as we've all been talking a lot about today, is bring those natural internal finishes in. We made really sure that our windows were simply timber framed, so you could see those natural materials coming through. We had a wood wool acoustic ceiling, again allowing for that complexity. We really made sure that everything had that real simplicity and honesty about it. The honesty of the materials was really important to us. We wanted to make sure everything was what it was. We didn't want to hide things. One of the key things for us as well was allowing the space to perform well for its environment. A school, it's going to get messy. We don't want things to hide from that. So having these things like polished concrete floors were really great. Every single classroom had a door to the outside, to its space. So to facilitate that easy access in and out of the building, having that hard-wearing sort of polished concrete floor meant that you weren't worried about a carpet getting dirty, because you could just sweep things up at the end of the day. It didn't matter. You could soften that with rugs which incorporated biomimicry, those natural patterns, all of those things could come in to soften that space, but really making sure that space functioned well. One of the things that was really important was that connection with nature. We all know that's why we're here and what we're talking about today. And making sure that we had that clear visual connection in every room. Remembering that this is a primary school, the scale of the pupils was important. Full height windows, allowing every child, no matter what their age and stage, to be able to see outside, to have that visual access to the outside world. And also we had the sort of design idea, and we were sort of working really well with our landscape architects who brought us on a bit of the journey too, was to plant right up to the building, not being scared to let that landscape push right up to the window. And within 10 months, you saw all of these grasses, very similar to at Merstham, developing, growing and creating a completely different visual feel, both from inside the building but also that tactile feel outside the building. It was really important as well to have that simplicity of materials. We talked about that honesty, we also wanted simplicity. The wooden play furniture was so important. The head teacher was so keen to ensure that this was throughout all of the early years block, to make sure that the children had that visual connection in their every day to the natural world, the natural environment and natural materials. As they got older, they could understand that through the physical access and things like that, but this was to really have that strong storytelling throughout the building. We also wanted to make sure this scheme relied on natural ventilation. That's really important. We've all spoken about fresh air, but also having windows that open allow the natural sounds of the site to permeate the building, to have that sort of wonderful sounds of outside coming in. With the environment that we had created outside being rich and biodiverse, it was so important that we let those noises in of the wildlife that had started to nest, live and inhabit the site. It was also important that we allowed daylight into the building. We've talked about circadian rhythms and all of those things. Light changes. Let's let it change in the building too, and again help people understand the natural rhythm of the day and those changing seasons. Indoor and outdoor is also really important here. We invested significantly in outdoor covered space, and instead of having covered or internal circulation, we have expansive external covered circulation. This is 7.2 metres wide. We have eradicated wet play for this school. It doesn't happen there. You can have the whole school outside. They all get at least an hour on a wet day outside. So important for removing that fear of bad weather that prevents people from getting outside in those different seasons and those different times. We also wanted to make sure that everyone had access to this, so it runs along the centre of the school, allowing all children to get out to this covered area and then flow through the site to that shared central area that Ian was talking about, or to the school hall and chapel. And we're really pleased that we've had a lot of wider recognition. And there's an internal joke that apparently only Ian can win awards, as he's been at every single awards ceremony, and we've been shortlisted for the rest. But we are really proud of this. And again, as Crawford said, we want to understand how we can learn the lessons from this project and take them forward. And what we've done is we've got a PhD student working alongside us with this project to evaluate the impact of biophilic design on sustainable literacy, well-being for both staff and pupils, but also on attainment. And there are some really interesting early findings which I will not steal Sophie's thunder on, but are fully for the subject of another day. And at this point, I will pass on to Crawford to talk about our next steps.
Okay. Thank you, Duncan and Ian. Just to say that I couldn't come to the early part of the conference this morning because I was at a board meeting at the DFE where we were talking about standards of future new school buildings, what we call S25, so the next generation of school buildings. And I was able to secure a commitment there for nature-based school construction, biophilic schools, schools with the natural world at the heart of them. And I was able to do that because we built St Mary's. We had the evidence, we could show people, we showed the Minister, we showed the Secretary of State, we've shown our leaders, this is like what a good school looks like. We can do it on the ground. So that's why we get involved in actual construction projects and development projects. And the picture on the screen is a development project that we worked on in the 1950s, Woodside Primary. And what I want to go on to now, just very briefly, just to make the point, is that you can't build yourself out of the climate crisis. Most, I think what the figure is, 90-odd percent, 95%, 99% of the buildings in 2050 will be the buildings we have now. We have to learn to love the buildings we've got and make them work well for us. And we went back to have a look at the post-occupancy evaluation of this school, this primary school in the 1950s. It's an absolutely fabulous building. It'll work for another 100 years if we look after it, if we care for it. But there'll be plenty of other buildings that aren't as great, but we have to love those as well. So we have to start to appreciate the buildings we've got now and use them, because those are the buildings that are going to serve us well in future. And nature teaches us how we can do that, and bringing nature back into those existing buildings will help us make much better environments for the future. So there are 22,000 schools in the UK. We can't, as I say, and I wouldn't want to, build a new school for everyone. There are some great environments here already, but they can be transformed. And we've got a fantastic project which Duncan's leading on, we're running in Bradford, where we've taken 4 existing primary schools, different sorts of typologies, from rural, tiny Victorian primary schools with very little outdoor space to large-scale primary schools in extra-urban areas, but in kind of semi-suburban with very large sites, but all suffering from a kind of loss and lack of nature. So this is a project that came out post-COVID, where we were looking to how can we make schools more resilient? And the key thing was improving ventilation. The second thing was improving IT solutions so that they could use the spaces better, people could access things from home. The third thing was doing some decarbonisation and some energy reduction. And lastly, nature-based solutions to improve the resilience of the site, stop overheating, stop flooding, and just make the whole sites work much better outdoors and indoors. So those sites are in design development now. We'll be in construction early in the new year, and we'll have 4 fantastic projects, again, that we can learn from, that we could actually transform. These are what we call low-cost, high-impact projects, the kind of thing that we could roll right across the English education estate and really transform the lives of young people. Here's another photograph of Merchant Park. Nick's taking you through it in a lot of detail. Another project where opportunity came along. The project came to us and said, we've heard about biophilic schools. Can we have one? This was an opportunity to take one of our bog standard school construction projects and say, what would happen if you overlaid it with a fantastic landscape? And if I was Secretary of State for Education, I would give every one of our schools in England, and Nick Atherton designed the landscape. He's shown you the pictures of it. I've been there. It is amazing. It is transformative for the young people that go to that school. Really great. And it shows how you can take pretty straightforward buildings, and it is the landscape, the generosity of that landscape, the skill of the designer in making it work has really been impressive. So we love this project, and it's something that we'd like to drive across the rest of the estate. And I've put here a city-scaled approach. So we're developing another project in Stoke-on-Trent where we try to think about the city as a biosphere, connecting up schools with fantastic landscapes, with existing landscapes, and really bring that together. And so the school becomes a kind of centre of excellence that grows itself and creates a much bigger city-wide scaled approach to landscape-led design. And lastly, before I finish, where we have to build, and that's a minimum number of cases, but we've got funding for about 500 schools over the next 10 years. We build well, we build circularly, we build with natural materials, we sequester carbon. There's too much concrete in buildings, there's too much energy being used, but there are different ways, and Andrew Wall, who was here earlier on, and he's still here, shows you how you can build with timber in a really natural way that's really good for the environment and creates that circular economy. So this is where we want to go. Natural schools, landscape-led, nature-based design, circular economy, and investing right across the school estate. Thank you.
We've run out of time. Yeah, unfortunately, we do have a childhood edition coming up in January, so I'm going to collar you guys to write something, if you would, for to share this what you're doing. But thank you so much, and well done for persuading the department, the head honchos, to actually write this into policy ultimately, isn't it? Really, so that schools are better for children. So and wonderful, and that's what this is all about. Really, that's what this conference is about. It's about celebrating success. It's about connecting people and about seeing how the dots are all dotted up together. So we're just moving on. We've got Architecture of Life. Robert Bednar, is he in the room? Yes, he is. He's up there and he's walking down. He's director of Cura Design, an award-winning practice specialising in biophilic design, and also he's got experience working alongside people like Sver, Fen, Renzo Piano, and Vito. That's it. There's him too. Yeah, exactly. So over to you. Yeah, lovely. Thanks.
Sorry, it just took me a second to get this. I've been just really impressed by everybody, all of you, and like a lot of other people, for the last. For a long time, I go to these things and I try and tell people about biophilic design and why it's so great. And I'm so used to fighting, for it. And let me just here. All right. Yeah. So I just want to say you guys are fantastic, and I'm really happy to be here. And because I really didn't know what to do for this talk, in a sense, because like I said, I'm used to being in a room full of developers looking at me like I've got three heads. So I'm just going to put this out on the table, and it's I don't think it's quite at the level of some of what what's been happening. It's just so impressive. But anyway.
You need to change the slide on your thingy as well. So
okay. Yeah, so basically I'm from the States originally, but I've been living here for about 25 years really, and so I'm going to start this out just saying, as a younger person, I was really into Charles Eames. He went to Washington University in St. Louis for a while. He didn't finish there. But it was his phrase, design begins with self-knowledge. And that is something that I've been sort of, that's been one of the things that sort of guided me in architecture. And another thing is this this book by Sver Fen. And what I did after architecture school is I worked my way on a parcel chemical tanker. And knocked on his door in Norway, in Oslo, after reading his book. And you can see, I'm not sure he would have considered himself a biophilic architect, but the connection with nature was very close to his heart, and a big part of his work. And he one of the things he said, within himself, every man is an architect. His first step towards architecture is his walk through nature. He cuts a path like writing on the surface of the earth. The crushing of the grass and the brushwood is an interference with nature, a simple definition of man's culture. His path is a sign to follow. So it's this interference with nature and the crushing aspect that perhaps our culture needs to come to terms with. So that's a very old picture of when I was about to get on this this tanker going to Norway. And when I was going on when I set off on this quest, it was very much about, I was in architecture school, the image rules, and it was a lot about glossy photos and attaining a dream lifestyle filled with external material things, and I was sort of put off by architecture because I saw a lot of designers have more to do with selling a project and pandering to these desires than the reality of what's being created and constructed in our physical built environment and its actual effect on that environment. So part of this whole sort of quest, this whole sort of journey, was for me to go and actually, okay, I've read this guy's book. I'm going to go see these buildings. If it's just a bunch of photographs and fancy words, maybe I'm going to do something else than architecture. And one of the first, after I rocked up to his house, and I was lucky, when the apprentice that was there had just left, and he said, yeah, sure, you're hired for a year, just the two of us. And I mean, we did amazing things. We did figure drawing 3 times a week, and we photographed his buildings, and it was just a fantastic experience, and he was a very generous person. But anyway, when I got to this house, it was, for me, it was a confirmation that architecture can be a lot more than just an image, a lot more than just words, a lot more than all of that. It had a great sensitivity to the natural surroundings in place. The sky makes a room. The platform makes a way to access and experience all of this. And going in that house the first time, I can remember thinking, this building is saying yes. It's saying yes to the hill. It's saying yes to the sky. It's saying yes to the horizon. And I really felt that. And it had nothing to do with what he put in the book or anything else. And so there was an awful lot of care and poetry in this building. So after that, I got a chance to work with Renzo Piano and Stephen Hull and Vito Acconci and different people. And as life sort of has it, I ended up in Plymouth. And I sort of ended up in Plymouth for about 25 years. And I'm not sure how that happened, but it happened. And I'm happy. So. But this was one of my projects, which is it was a mustard decontamination building from World War II in Plymouth's oldest park. And when I was hired, it was by a theater group that wanted to change it into the first children's theater in the Southwest. And so it was a really great opportunity to try and take some ideas and do something creative. Part of this project is this thought that, you know, as a culture, we're disassociating from the actual built physical reality of a place in order to dream instead of something that simply is not there. Constantly staring at smartphones and computers, our children disassociate from the feelings that architecture can elicit about being human in a particular place at a particular moment, feelings that can truly touch our hearts and connect us to our surroundings, sometimes in a profound way. So this is part from the 60-page design and access statement. And this sort of goes into the green walls and trying to connect the children there to the park and to nature. And also to sort of respect the history of the building, because it was a heritage building, even though it was a mustard decontamination building. And so the final building it ended up with a stage on the roof, an amphitheater on the side, which you can see there. So that's cut into the hill, and then with this backdrop with the green wall, and green walls all the way around, and solar panels on the top, and then a whole bunch of sort of Aldo van Eyck, Herman Hertzberger sort of detailing all around the building that really sort of connected the scale of the children with the place, so this is, we managed to build about a third of it, and they're still going for funding to finish the rest. The next project is Union Corner. This is also in Plymouth. It's a community center, and it was an idea of panels that were opening up on the street, and this sort of it's this sort of thing about private space and public space and sitting in between and being able to shut it off during the day and open it up, or shut it off during the night and open it up during the day. It's still in development, and recently we've changed it again, and we've put these timber panels, and they've just started to grow the green wall, which is going to come up here. And and with this one, I wanted to say the quote of Dennis McKenna, and he's writing about biophilia, and it's this love of living things. We need to foster that feeling, and we need that. That's what we have to rediscover. It's reverence. It's reverence for living things so that we can take on this role of being nurturers of nature and not exploiters. And that's the key lesson that we've got to learn. Okay. So that's from the opening day with some kids. And so thankfully we're at the end here. So three things I've learned, so far, after more than 60 years. And the first one is regarding the built environment. No site is a blank canvas. It's full of life. This needs to be considered first and not last in the design process. And this attention must remain present to the completion of the project. The design process must be to the highest standards of being honest and ethical and accountable and transparent in increasing biodiversity and supporting the natural systems that we are part of. Projects need to demonstrate I care, I believe, and in some cases I love, towards the natural world. The more these principles are followed, the more easy it will be for those in authority that don't yet understand these processes and working practices to come to a genuine understanding of what we are doing and why we are doing it. For Meza, so this comes from more of a sort of a spiritual side of things. But what Firmeza is don't succumb to the forces of business as usual. Firmeza is a Portuguese word that means strength and fortitude. And do not buckle under pressure from forces that produce projects that hurt the natural world. And then the last thing, the three things that I've learned, and it might be the most important, is community. And it's be connected and share information to break down barriers and misunderstanding regarding practices in the built environment. Build networks of connections, not only in mind, but also in heart. Be open to other forms of processes and practices in biophilic design. Not all building systems, materials, beliefs work in all places. And lastly, to stand united in this confidence of building unity and diversity regarding the full spectrum of biophilic design that will enhance nature and our well-being. So as built environment professionals, we can truly move towards, as the title of a certain book suggests, a more beautiful world our hearts know is possible.
Wow. Yeah, I think taking away from all of this is honesty, isn't it? It's honesty, it's doing the right thing, it's things being ethical. Sorry, you got me at it now. But that's it, isn't it? We should be designing with our heart. We should be doing the right thing. Martin Brown, your go. Martin Brown, he's a sustainability provocateur and consultant. He's author of Future Restorative and co-editor of Sustainability, Restorative to Regenerative. He's also VP at Living Future Europe. He founded Zoom Regenerative, a global collective promoting regenerative practices to nurture and heal. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay.
Brilliant, thanks. Wow, good evening. It's amazing, we've sat here for 9 hours or so, and it's absolutely fantastic stuff. So we stopped saying good morning, now saying good afternoon and good evening. Hope these work. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to just share some thoughts. And when I was on the programme, I think penultimate, and one or two still to come, I thought, well, what can I share which is seemingly different? So I want to talk about kinship with nature and introduce some other ideas which we may not have heard during the day, others that we certainly have. So often I'm asked, I started my sort of consultancy about 25 years ago called Fair Snape. And I'm often asked, where did that come from? Where did Fair Snape come from? Well, this is Fair Snape in the background there. It's a hill in the Forest of Bowland. And this is taken from Beacon Fell. It's a place I go walking nearly every day in all sorts of weathers. This was taken last Friday, just before I submitted these. And it's a place where I can go and think things through, whether it's a bit of consultancy, whether it's putting this presentation together, or whether it's just thinking through writings and blogs and all sorts of stuff. It's just a wonderful place. But here we are, 9 hours in, and I thought we needed some poetry. So I don't know, has anyone come across this haiku before? Yes. Brilliant. So this was, I think, it's by Bashu, and it was in the 1600s, so 17th century. And it's one of the most enduring and enduring of the style of poetry. And it just sums, to me and to many others, there are books and things written about these 3 lines. It just sums up biophilia and connectivity with nature. So the old pond, and we start thinking about the past, something old and stable. A frog jumps in, we're seeing movement, we're seeing current things happening. And then we're seeing the sound of water. And that water, whether it says it or not, it's suggesting that water is rippling away from us, like the future is rippling away from us. It also encourages us as the reader, as an observer, to start and observe nature. To take time and to be mindful when we're looking at things. And the frog is a symbol in haiku. It's seasonal. So the frog puts this into spring. So here we are looking at spring with the frog jumping. But it might not just be spring, because here we are in dark times of autumn, etc., going into winter. We can start to look forward to spring. I could do the whole presentation on these 3 lines. It's just wonderful. But I encourage you to look at this. And it's still the most quoted in Japan and other similar places. One of the most often quoted haiku. It's just, but we don't hear about it in this country. I stumbled across it by accident. But it really does sum things up to me. More familiar is something. If people heard me talk before, I use these 3 areas, the ego, the eco, and the siva. Ego is where maybe where we've come from, Industrial Revolution. We were degenerative, we were extractive, we were unjust. We dumped things in the ground without caring where they were going to go, etc. And then we moved into this eco phase, and I sort of put this in 1987 with the Brundtland definition, which is when I started getting into sustainable development stuff. And that's worked out well, isn't it? You know, not to do anything today to compromise future generations. Yeah, that's really working. So that eco phase hasn't been a failure. It's moving us on. But we're still very locked into that ego. We can't let go. One of the topics we've been talking about today, of course, is biophilia and the cost of biophilia. And we'll do it if the cost is right. But if we're not going to make any money out of it, maybe we won't. And we're still locked into that ego, profiteering, extractive view. And we've also heard the words paradigm shift, which is what we need to make to swap across to Siva. Siva is a wonderful Sanskrit word, effectively meaning being in service, being connected with, being part of nature. But I often think what comes after this and what comes before this. So here are some thoughts. I don't know if people read Robin Wall Kimmerer and Braden Sweetgrass, Gatherer and Moss, etc. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. But kinship, what is kinship? One, on the physiological level, it demonstrates that we're really connected. The water that we've been drinking today may well have been in one of Steve's Roman baths. Yeah, those water molecules may well have been in that Roman baths in times gone by. It may have dropped down the nose of a dinosaur. Yeah. The air we breathe may have passed through those scrub trees on that land we're going to demolish for a new shopping mall. Yeah. The microbes in our guts and the biomes, etc., may well have been on our neighbour's soil at some point. And it just demonstrates how well we're connected with all these things. Robin Wall Kimmerer talks about key as putting a pronoun on items in nature. And effectively, she said, yeah, to call a 1,000-year-old tree it is just, it's not right. It's just far too arrogant. So we need to think about different words of how we describe these things. And since I've been talking about key, more and more people say, yeah, I use that. And it's slowly growing as a pronoun. And that's probably in line with the changes of our own personal pronouns. So we don't refer to things as it. And I forget who the speaker was earlier, but talked about by naming things and giving things a proper name, just tunes us into nature that much more. So yeah, the surprise of one of these appearing in your lawn, the latest smock or Mayflower, we should celebrate that and just spend that time. Yeah, that's your flower of the week. Really get to know it, get to know its Latin name, get to know where it comes from, and really get to know it. And then the word in the middle there sort of links the two together, doesn't it? Once we see a forest of oak trees as key, then they become kin. And when we start to think about kinship between ourselves, then we start kin in a different way. And of course, there's the spirituality of all this, of our ancestral and more religious beliefs of after future lives, and the antelope in the forest and tree may well have been one of our ancestors. Whether we subscribe to that or not, we should be open to those beliefs in so much as okay, that key, that tree, has probably different meanings to many other people. How do we do all this then? If nature underpins everything around regenerative practice, in terms of our projects, in terms of our organisations, how do we start to bring this together? We know that biophilia is enabling life to thrive, enabling nature to thrive. And how do we find that kinship? And how do we embrace nature's wisdom as our own inner compass? And to me, it's all about finding that time and space and giving that time and space to those we're working with. Just for that meditative, that mindful approach so we can spend time in nature. We've heard a lot about forest bathing. I won't try the Japanese expression, but we've heard a lot about it. And there's a wonderful expression, which I probably use too often now. Really just spend 20 minutes in nature if you can. And if you're too busy to spend 20 minutes in nature, you should be spending an hour. And as I've been reading Robin Wall Kimmerer and diving into other ancestral and indigenous thinking, I realise, read, etc., that we use far too many nouns in the English language, and other native languages use far many more verbs than we do. So we should start thinking things not as biophilic design, as a product, something we do, but it's something that we, to be. So it becomes biophilic design-ing. It's never a finished product. The landscape is never finished on day one. It would take 5, 10, 20, 30 years to develop. But what's been fascinating me about this is about place-based. And every time I see place-based now, I cringe. No, it's not a fixed point in time. It's about place-basing and how we look back on that ancestral wisdom, how we're grounded in the present, and how we're looking forward to the future. So based on that, I want to start sharing a story with you. Inglewhite is a small, it's not even a village, it's a hamlet in Lancashire. It's my hamlet, it's where I live. And it's exactly 220.5 miles from Trafalgar Square, as recorded by the AA. And this is the village green. The wonderful ash tree there is I can't say my ash tree. It's the ash tree which is outside our house. And I look at this ash tree every day, and this has got me thinking about lots of things. And I look out across this village cross here. And I think, we've only lived here for 25 or so years. Who's passed here before? And who's going to pass through here in the future? So I'd like to introduce you to some characters I've been developing, and I'm not sure where this is going in time. Bear with me. So not far from Inglewhite, we have a wood henge. It's like a stone henge made of wood. Yep. So in about 2020, Morena, I'd like to meet Morena, passed through the village, and she had fantastic wisdom of being able to align things with the stars and the moon and the sun. Yeah. And if you were to ask Morena about biophilia, what? It's just innate. We just do it. Yeah, we love nature. We're just tuned in so much. A Roman road runs through our village, and it actually runs through a neighbour's house. So meet Lucius in 120 AD, who probably marched through the village. May have well camped there as well. I like to think that Lucius was carrying, or we wouldn't have carried, but was aware of the works of Pliny the Elder, which might have been the first recorded mention sort of biophilia. Pliny the Elder wrote a series of books, 38 volumes called the Natural History. And in Italian, I had to write this down somewhere, Naturalis Historia, which taught things like harmony with nature and being in balance with nature. But of course, it was all framed around the Roman Empire. So the different views. And then in 1542, we're talking about the era of Henry VIII. War of the Roses was going on. I'm not sure who won, Lancashire or Yorkshire. But Thomas came along to start creating and designing that village cross you saw in the earlier picture there. And his view on biophilia and nature would have been very much God-inspired. Yeah, he was doing things. Nature was sort of God's realm. So a different type of honour towards nature, etc. But his views were changing. It was the start of the Renaissance. And new thinking was coming across Europe. So that would change his thinking. And then Sarah in 2025. Now I set Sarah a year ahead, so I don't have to. I can invent a few things. But Sarah is a biophilic designer, or she's a regenerative designer. And we are all Sarah. We're that sort of fulcrum between the two, the link between what's happened in the past and what's going to happen in the future. And she, like us, has a foot in the Anthropocene. Yeah, the human, the man-made influence on nature, and the Symbiocene, if I pronounce that right, where we are more in nature, where we're in symbiotic harmony with nature. And so she's walking the Bowland Way from through the village. And then I needed to set someone into the future. And I thought long and hard, and then ended up with Zane. And what period was that? And 2045 doesn't really seem too much in the future. But most people in this room will probably be around in 2045. Or it could be our children in 2045. So I'd like you to meet Zane. He's a bioculturalist and has wonderful AI technology, has digital technology, which can bring all these stories together. And very much based in the Symbiocene. And just a wonderful world. And I think we've heard so many sort of odd stories during the day of doom and gloom type stories. And we need to have some hope that people like Zane, our children, our future, really focus on something which is really thriving. So Zane is got some wonderful AI. So much he can do the sort of Doctor Who type thing and bring all these characters together for a conversation. And maybe you'd like to think on what would the conversation be of how they all approached nature connectivity, or they all approached biophilia. So watch your space. Don't you hate it when people put a slide up saying watch your space? And that's it. So I'm developing these characters, and I think where I am doing sort of consultancy and helping people on biophilia and helping people on regenerative thinking, I'm also trying to find time and space for me to develop this type of thinking and bring it on to others. And I say watch this space because what we're looking to do is hold a ecology storytelling event in Lancashire around April, May time. We found the venue, we just need to bring that down. And I hope to bring these characters along to that storytelling event, and maybe it becomes a play, maybe it becomes a whatever. That's to be developed, which is why I say watch this space. I want to put another hat on for a couple of moments. As Ness says, I'm also Vice President of Living Future Europe, which is the sort of European not custodians, but we promote the Living Building Challenge and declare and things like that you will know. Nearly 4 years ago, we started the Biophilic Society, which, as its strapline was reconnecting with nature will save our society. And we've had great fun trying to work out what we mean by society, but by setting that, we start to ask the questions. Over the last 6 months or so, we've been producing a biophilia playbook. So I was hoping to launch it today, but it's an announcement, it's coming. And we hope to launch it our next Biophilic Society gathering, which is 25th of November. If you ping this, you'll go through to the society and then join up, a little pledge, you join up, and for free. But then you'll get to hear about our next Biophilic Society gathering, which is around storytelling biophilia. How do we tell that story to the clients? How do we tell that story to others? I'm delighted that Sophie's going to be leading. Sophie Lace is going to be leading on that. So do come along and join that. The Biophilic Playbook, everybody's been quoting Bill Browning today, so I had to get that in. Bill was very good to write us a foreword, an introduction to the playbook. And we've got other people who are involved in the 14 patterns and some of the other things that we've heard during the day. So, some wonderful stuff there. And we'll launch that on the 25th of November at the next Biophilic Society gathering. So I hope to see you there. And I mentioned Robin Wall Kimmerer, so I'd just like to leave with this, this quote. And to me, in some ways, this sums up not only biophilia, but sums up our relationship and kinship with nature. That knowing you love the earth changes you, activates you to defend, protect, and celebrate. But when you feel the earth loves you back, or loves you in return, that feeling transforms in a relationship from a one-way street into a secret bond, a sacred bond. And I think that's where we really want to get to. And that comes from Braden Sweetgrass, which, like other people who read, you've all got these books which you tend to carry around with you, either on a Kindle or a hard copy, and it's a book you give. And so my book is Braden Sweetgrass. All the quotes and much more that I've been talking about, much more that I'm doing, you can find on the link tree just love that. Linktree, that sounds connected with nature, doesn't it? Biophilic. Linktree, Martin.Brown. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. Thanks, Martin. And thanks to everybody else who's spoken today. Is Professor Derek... There we are. There we go. Up you come. Professor Clements Croom is an expert in building design. He established Loughborough's BSc in Building Environmental Engineering in 1970 and Reading's MSc in Intelligent Buildings in 1996. He founded the SIBSI Intelligent Buildings Group and co-founded the Natural Ventilation Group. He's done lots and lots of other things as well. There's his whole bios on the website too. His work includes contributions to key reports on health, well-being and sustainability. And I do recommend his 2 books, particularly on building designs of people and intelligent buildings, which you've just done a new edition. So please come up to talk about adding a sparkle layer.
Right, thank you, Vanessa, for inviting me, and good day, all of you. I've been online virtually in China today, teaching, so I've not been 9 hours here. It's only about 1 hour here. But in that 1 hour, I can see that you've had some very rich knowledge and experience told you. And I think Martin's last presentation was really lovely. It reminded me that nature, of course, was here before human civilization, and is going to be there long after human civilization. I haven't got a large amount to say, but perhaps summarizing some points which will show the importance of biophilia, because I think it's something that governments and society needs to look at. At the moment, the climate change conference is on in Baku about climate change. And of course, we're talking mainly about the effect on health and well-being, but it does have a role in climate change too. Now, we're all familiar with the importance of nature. We embrace nature. And the work of Fromm, Wilson, Kellett, and recently the book Good Nature by Kathy Willis is also something I recommend. It has a lot of the research, the objective research which has been done, supporting some of the conclusions we have about the impact of biophilia on stress. And nature induces mindfulness. Here we see the impact of nature on music, on poetry, on literature. And when Beethoven was composing, he often on his daily walks had inspiration. And that is similar for Schubert and many other people in the literature world, and of course, painters, artists. So everywhere we look in our culture, nature is there. It is beautiful, it's inspiring. Walking, woodland walks, so important. It's not just a walk. Nature creates a smellscape, a soundscape, and all these things impact our senses. And nowadays, we realize how important it is to understand that we're multi-sensory beings. We're not just specifically about the light, specifically about something. We're about the interaction. Our perceptions are the whole thing that influences our sensory system. And nature is an integrator. Scientific basis for the things we talk about, some seem subjective, but when you check with the scientific methods available today, like Yin's work at Harvard, for example, on skin conductance, EEG, and so on, we see it's true. Indeed, blood pressures, heart rate variability, all of these stress indicators do reduce. So this multisensory has a really large impact. And this can affect people that have extreme conditions like Asperger's disease or autism, that these things can help those people to feel more themselves in the environment. Benefits of biophilia, well, you've heard, I'm sure, a lot of these things today. Improving well-being, decreasing loneliness, that's really important. Certainly in the UK, we know there's a lot of loneliness. Increasing activity and social engagement, decreasing crime rates, the effect on the microbiome. Martin referred a little bit to that almost in his talk, via the environmental biome. When we're actually in the earth, in the gardens, the biome environment there transfers to the human being. Impacts on, yes, the climate change I mentioned already. The obvious one is the heat island effect, but I'll show you something else later on which is into the future. And the impact of VOCs and pollutants. Views out on nature, well, since the famous paper in 1984 by Ulrich, where people's recovery rates in hospitals are much improved when looking out on nature. But it's also the fact that when you look out on something, you're actually having a micro break with the brain, where you're focused on something. The eye muscles are tense. When you look outside, you focus long distance. The eye muscles are more relaxed, and that is part of the story. If you then add on the qualities of nature, which enhances that original relaxation, you can see the importance of micro breaks. And it's recommended that when you should not sit all day doing 7 or 8 hours continual work, which many of us get into the habit of doing probably. We should actually be more active. We should look around every hour and a half or so and let the brain, both hemispheres of the brain, interact and work. When you're concentrating, you're using usually one hemisphere of the brain. The economic value. You know, when you go to a hotel, when you choose a house, the view, the sea view, the country view, the tree view, you get charged for this. You get 15%, 10%, 50%, 20%, whatever it is. If you live in a national park, for example. So even within a county, you can get quite large price differentials according to the impact of nature as it's judged to be. But the work that I've managed to research so far shows that you get at least 5 times back on the cost of anything you spend on nature. You get at least 5 times back on that. So we can see that the green space adds so much value in terms of the things I've spoken about already, sociability, health and well-being generally. And if we look at the mental costs in the UK, it's 300 billion a year at the moment. So if we have a nature environment, if we only save 10% of that, you've met one of Rachel Reeves' black holes. Now, the evidence, well, this is a large study by Cooper and Browning, and very significant. You probably heard maybe about this today, a very large study, but whether you're talking about creativity, productivity, work focus, it's the effect of natural environments, greenery, wood surroundings and so on, has a great impact. Here we have an office we've designed for PLP architecture with green workspaces. We did some pilot studies with the staff to see how we could arrange this. And we compared immersed environments with lots of greenery with environments with no greenery and various graduations in between that. And the staff love it. Biophilic affects learning, and this work by Gillis here, 2015 also, shows that the green classrooms have some impact, and you've already heard from Claire Bowman and about the effect in the rooms that she's designed at the Putney High School. But this one is the Daxia building which is not built yet. It's starting next year by Zaha Hadid in China, in Xi'an. And why I'm showing you this is because every floor of this tower block is filled with internal gardens and plants. And the reason for that is the belief that green environments, internal green environments, affect decision making. And this is so important that nature has an effect on the cognitive function, effects on the brain, on our thinking. I mentioned climate change, and this is something for almost the future. There is a little bit of it already around. Where we look at photosynthesis, the basis of nature, and how it interacts with the environment, we see that the water broken down into oxygen and hydrogen. And as we're moving towards a hydrogen economy, we want that hydrogen. So Natura in America has designed an artificial leaf to put in water walls which will generate hydrogen and have carbon positive buildings. We talk about net zero, neutral carbon, but why not talk about carbon positive? But nature has a big role to play in the carbon economy. We're seeing more spaces like this in buildings, in schools, in offices and so on. The connection between the outside and the inside, gardens where people can enjoy gardening, herbs, or lessons in biology, botany, whatever. But you're getting more relaxed spaces, more open spaces than we used to in buildings. So I conclude with a couple of slides. Nature's a universal connector that stimulates all the senses, enriches our state of being and our place in the world. It increases biodiversity, and it's an investment in the earth. It really is an investment. And I think this message really ought to be sounded out in Baku, in governments, in local authorities, the importance of how much value you get out of nature. Nature brings joy, happiness, and peace to people. And I'm sure all what you've heard today resounds and enhances that statement. So that's just a few summary pieces from me. And I just want to say at this point, since I'm last, that we ought to thank, I think, Vanessa for arranging this wonderful day. I'm sorry I've not heard a lot of it, but I can read about it. And really compliment her on making this arrangement such and taking biophilic designing forward into an advanced development for architects, engineers, building designers, city designers, and so on. So perhaps we should show our appreciation to Vanessa.
Well, I'm a bit of an emotional wreck. So, thank you for coming, first of all. My mate Alex is here. I don't know if he's gone. He might have run away. But he said to me, don't just throw that away. So I'm going to just throw it away. But first of all, before I do, I'm going to say thanks to Maggie Procopi, who has been like the event director. And also to Ian McLeod, who's been doing all the live streaming and everything, so thank you. Thanks also to Steve Osborne, who's been doing some like round the things filming, but most of all, thank you for everybody who came. Sorry. Sorry, I wasn't. I think I just didn't sleep last night, so I think that's probably why I'm just emotional wreck. But next year's going to be amazing, and I really hope everybody's part of it. So I just want to call on Eric Anderson, who's Gardener's World BBC lady. She's in the room today. Thanks, Claire, for connecting us. Just to say some final words, if that's all right, because I can't hold it together.
come. We can't finish on me. Come on. Well, I'm kind of trying to be a little bit biophilic today. I know. You know, got to be a bit green. I have to say thank you, first of all, to Claire Bowman, actually, who invited me and two of my other colleagues, Adam and Andre, who are landscape architects. We're working on a school project, so it was so wonderful today to see the school projects that went up, because obviously everybody comes to me and says, how are we going to change the world? We're going to plant 1 billion trees. I'm like, no, we've got to educate people. So it's really lovely to see nature being put right back into schools. And also as well, I have a bugbear, huge bugbear. I've had to spend too much time around hospitals. I used to be a pharmacy technician, so seeing blue and white light, I can't remember the gentleman where he is, it's my next mission is to get rid of blue, those are electric, hideous blue curtains. But I think really they are, who can heal with that? It's ridiculous. But I unfortunately wasn't able to be here in the morning. But what I can tell from today, the way that Vanessa has paced today, it's like speed dating, biophilia speed dating. Everybody was like bang, 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 bang. But that was great because it meant that you could get a lot of messages going. And I've been to many different conferences before, and sometimes people kind of get given too much time. Their message can get diluted actually, and also as well, it's a really appreciation to you as an audience as well for being on time. I know we've run over a little bit, but it's very difficult when you're trying to build a big day together. So I know that we've already had thanks given to Vanessa, but I've obviously been observing, listening to everybody, observing. I'm hoping to get the recording so that I can catch up with those speakers I didn't get to hear. So thank you to all of the speakers who are absolutely brilliant and so energised, inspiring. So big clap to them. And as you know, I've come into the industry a little bit later. You know, we've all got about 5 incarnations. I won't go through all mine. But coming into an industry which the great thing about the natural world is that you can. I used to come into it thinking, oh my God, I'm never going to know everything. And then the next day I could wake up thinking, oh my God, I'm never going to know everything. There's so much to learn. So you kind of have this pendulum swing. And I think that that's really important, that we are in our work and the people that we work in are in a fantastic industry, whether it's indoor or outdoor, it doesn't really matter. But everybody in this room, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, everybody in this room is already invested. So it's great we're learning. And it's great that we can learn from each other and share the knowledge and be inspired. I've nicked loads of ideas, I'm warning all of you. So just you'll be like, oh, I told her about that. Shadowed building, I've got that. But the key thing, and hopefully this is something, Vanessa, you'll be able to do next year, because this was inaugural. You are at the inaugural Biophilic Design Conference, yeah, which is absolutely amazing. But I think that the thing that would be great, and I sort of try and encourage everybody when I either host events or if I'm at an event, is we need to get the people in the room who aren't as convinced. And that way we're not keep talking to the converted. It's very difficult to spread a message. But obviously these sorts of events are to inspire us and to push out our energy. 9 hours in this room. Not the most biophilic, I say, personally, but we've all concentrated and kept so with it because the content's been brilliant. I know the thank you has been said to Vanessa already. She is an emotional wreck, bless her, because you care so much, and we can see that. And I think that, you know, to kind of be pioneering in putting first conferences, I'm just mad. Well, madness is good, isn't it? Isn't it good? It is. So again, a huge last big thank you to Vanessa, and drink later. Oh, now it's drinks. And drink. Go drink and be merry.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next year. Thanks, Eric. Sorry, is this still on? Is this still on? Hi, I just...
Musical, it's a world premiere. Yeah, like we do things differently in biophilic lands. We do things differently in biophilic lands. We've got Javier Rodriguez. He's an internationally renowned musician, composer. He's done stuff all over the world. He also sits in rivers in India with his feet, with no shoes on, and he plays a hand drum. This man is amazing. He's a fantastic musician. And we have commissioned him just for you guys, and we are streaming live across the globe, so we'll follow everybody. And he has written a piece for us called The Green Book, The Biophilic Foods. And it's inspired by biophilia and by the Barbican research. And you people here are going to be treated with kindness. So, over to you. Thank you so much. We must make the correct environment central there is no longer separation between our faith and the earth. We are bound up here with natural. Every aspect of our life is taken. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the well-being of every tissue in the earth.
Hello. Hi. Well, thank you so much for coming. It's a welcome. Thank you so much for the presentation. My great pleasure. If you want to we try today just about